world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776:00. The old woman of Qianxue Pavilion also had the second level of life and death, and her foundation was just average, not much stronger than the red-robed old man who just died. With Lin Ming's strength, he could be killed with one strike. This also made the old woman dare not breathe when facing Lin Ming, and her palms were sweating. She never thought that this young man with only the late Zuandan level of cultivation would be such a bad guy. Which force did he come from? What are you going to do? Don't tell me you are going to save me? Lin Ming asked again with a sneer. The old woman in black smiled bitterly when she heard this, although young Master Lin may find it absurd. In fact, I'm indeed here to rescue young Master Lin. I also know the old man in red who was killed by young Master Lin. He is a casual cultivator without a sect and has a very bad reputation. When he was young, he teamed up with another person and committed many murders and robberies. They were known as the two evils of Wuxi. Young Master Lin's cultivation is only at the Zuandan stage, and he showed off his wealth in my Qianxue trading company and robbed that old man's skystone. At that time, I saw that the old man had a strange look on his face, and I guessed that he might want to kill young Master Lin, so I followed him quietly. Then, Lin Ming said expressionlessly. The old woman in black said that his behavior was absurd, so there must be an absurd reason. Lin Ming didn't believe that Qianxue Trading Company would be so kind that they would escort all customers who bought things in the trading company to their homes. I dare not deceive Master Lin. I see that young Master Lin is wealthy and can bring out rare treasures that even I have never seen. He should be a talented person who came out to gain experience from some big force, and I'm afraid it is not the power of the four great divine kingdoms. So I wanted to make friends with him. I originally planned to lend a helping hand to young Master Lin at the critical moment, so that young Master Lin would owe Qianxue Trading Company a favor, or even do Qianxue Trading Company a favor. But I didn't expect that young Master Lin had unique skills and killed a double life master with one shot and easily saw through my hiding place. As a result, my actions were just laughed at. The old woman in black smiled bitterly and shook her head when she said this. She had no choice but to tell all her motives. This set of rhetoric was very credible. Do Qianxue Trading Company a favor? So, it seems that Qianxue Trading Company is in trouble, and then it took a fancy to the power behind me, and is desperate to seek help from anyone. Yes. The old woman in black sighed. Young Master Lin, although the combat power of my Qianxue Trading Company is average, it has a deep foundation and extremely rich channels. If young Master Lin is willing to help us, I'm sure I can find the dragon bone grass you need. The old woman in black said these very tempting words, which made Lin Ming's heart move. How do you find it? Although my Jiaoding Trading Company does not have dragon bone grass, it has some rare items that are more valuable than dragon bone grass. We can exchange them with some alchemists. Lin Ming nodded and said, in that case, tell me, what troubles have you encountered? Let us know in advance. If there is something life-threatening, I will give up halfway at any time. The old woman in black was slightly stunned. She originally wanted to borrow the power behind Lin Ming, but now it seems that Lin Ming is planning to do it himself. The old woman in black could not estimate Lin Ming's combat power. He could easily kill a warrior with the second level of life full, so he should have at least the third level of life full, or even higher strength. It was impossible to estimate how much it was. With his help, perhaps they could get through the difficulties. Young Master Lin, can you go back with me? It's not convenient to talk here. Lin Ming nodded and followed the old woman in black back to Wuxi City. Entering the Qianxue Pavilion again, this time Lin Ming went directly to the top floor of the Qianxue Pavilion. This was an elegantly decorated loft. There were only the old woman in black and the purple veiled woman who had met before in the room. After Lin Ming sat down, the purple veiled woman personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ming. This is the famous snowflake tea from the Jiafeng Snow Mountain of the Jiaoding Divine Kingdom. It has the effect of refreshing the mind and nourishing the soul. Please taste it, Mr. Lin. The purple veiled woman said respectfully. She had heard the old woman in black describe Lin Ming's strength before. She never thought that Lin Ming was so young and his cultivation was only in the late Zuandan stage, but he had such amazing combat power and could kill a master who had lost his life twice. So she became more respectful to Lin Ming. Lin Ming picked up the teacup and sensed it. The tea contained extremely rich wood energy, which was obviously a treasure among teas. There's no rush to sip your tea. If you have anything to say, please speak up now. The purple-clothed woman bit her lip and said in a bitter tone, Mr. Lin, I'm the daughter of the owner of Qianxue Trading Company. My name is Qianxue Xiaoxiao. You can call me Xiaoxiao. 2 months ago, Xiaoxiao's father died in an accident. Xiaoxiao had to take charge of the company herself. Fortunately, with the assistance of Grandma Bei, she was able to cope with it. But just a month ago, Xiaoxiao's 2 uncles were ready to make a move because it involved the issue of succession to the position of the owner. At present, some elders of the family elders council have been bribed by the 2 uncles, and they intend to deprive Xiaoxiao of the position of owner. When the purple-clothed woman said this, she seemed to be thinking of her father who died tragically. Her tone was extremely sad, which made people feel pity for her. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. Miss Xiaoxiao, do you mean for me to support you in becoming the head of the family? Your Qianxue Trading Company is one of the 3 major trading companies in the wielded Divine Kingdom, right? A family with a history of 6,000 years must have some masters on the destiny list, right? You think too highly of me. Qianxue Xiaoxiao heard Lin Ming's words and shook her head and said, there are a total of 360 people on the destiny list, and more than half of them are from the 4 divine kingdoms. There are only dozens of people in each divine kingdom. These people are the powerful figures in the 4 divine kingdoms. How could they obey the orders of a small trading company like us? In the 4 divine kingdoms, no matter what major trading companies they are not as glamorous as they sound on the surface. After all, trading companies are just doing business, not sects. Although they have countless wealth, if the country really wants to touch us, we are just fat-end pigs. Qianxue Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly when she said this. A trading company would be too vulnerable in the face of absolute power. In order to ensure absolute control over the territory of the Kingdom of God, the wielded Divine Kingdom has always strictly controlled the military forces of the 3 major trading companies, especially in the last few hundred years. Various restrictions have been introduced, and the Qianxue Trading Company can only rely on the warriors trained by its own clan. In terms of inheritance, the trading company is certainly no match for the sect. Although it can cultivate some forces, it is very limited after all. Lin Ming still did not agree immediately, but asked, although there are few masters on the destiny list, if you can pay a price that makes them excited, it may not be a bad idea to ask them to take action once. Yes, but according to the family rules, only the head of the bank and the elders council can use large amounts of property. Now there are people in the elders council who support Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao's 2 uncles, and they can't reach a consensus, so no one can touch the family's treasure house. Not only me, but also the 2 uncles are the same. Otherwise, Xiaoxiao can prepare the dragon bone grass promised to young Master Lin within 7 days. If young Master Lin is willing to help Xiaoxiao, in addition to the dragon bone grass, there will be a generous reward. I understand, but let me make it clear in advance. If anything endangers Lin's life, I will not die, and our agreement will terminate at that time. Of course, if the 2 uncles can really find an opponent that even young Master Lin can't deal with, then Xiaoxiao can only blame her bad luck. Qianxue Xiaoxiao was delighted to see Lin Ming agree, and hurriedly agreed. After reaching an agreement with Xiao, Lin Ming entered the secret room of the Qianxue Pavilion and began to practice. Xiao was generous with the Yuan Ling stones used by Lin Ming for his practice. The training ground was covered with top grades in Yuan stones and Yuan Ling stones, and the Yuan key of heaven and earth was extremely rich. Several months had passed since Lin Ming broke through the late stage of Zuandan and cut Zuan Wuji. Although Lin Ming had devoted a lot of energy to learning alchemy, his practice had not fallen behind. His cultivation level had risen from the initial stage of Zuandan to the current stable stage of Zuandan. His own comprehension of the artistic conception of fire had also been steadily improved with the help of the jade slips sent by Feng Xianzi. Now if he could enter the Huishan mirror again, Lin Ming had the confidence to persist for more than 120 breaths in the second world. Crack. A spear was thrust out, and the condensed flame power easily pierced the target made of special metal, and then the target was torn into pieces and turned into fragments under the raging flame essence. The fire destruction state of mind has been further improved, and the power of my self-created moves, Star Chain and Sky Burial, has also increased by 20% to 30%. Now if I can fight Zuan Wuji again, I should be able to kill him head on, without relying on the advantages of endurance, recovery and defense to wear him down. It's a pity that the fire state of mind has the inheritance of the ancient Phoenix clan, which can make rapid progress, while the thunder state of mind is still progressing slowly and difficult to improve. Lin Ming sighed lightly. Inheritance and resources are too important for the growth of a genius. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Even if he has the power of the evil god and is naturally gifted in comprehending the thunder state of mind, he is powerless. Fortunately, comprehending the state of mind is different from comprehending the battle spirit. The earlier the battle spirit is comprehended, the higher the achievement in the future. If it is comprehended late, it will be a great loss, because the grade of the battle spirit will improve imperceptibly with the growth of the warrior's cultivation. However, even if the state of mind lore is comprehended later, it can be caught up after the cultivation is completed. Just when Lin Ming was about to comprehend the destructive state of the flame, a flame suddenly ignited in front of Lin Ming. It was the light of the sound transmission talisman. Hearing the content inside, Lin Ming frowned slightly. Trouble had finally come to him. Being disturbed during cultivation was a very unpleasant thing. However, since he had received benefits from others, he naturally had to do things for them. If the Xianji business did not help, Lin Ming might not have been able to find the dragon bone grass. Opening the door of the secret room, Lin Ming, wearing a white training suit, walked towards the front hall of the Xianji pavilion. At this time, the hall was already full of people. 4 or 5 old men sat on the first seat in a dignified manner, and there were 7 or 8 young people standing behind them. Zio was arguing with these 4 old men. Chapter 777 Sword Light. Uncle Yan and Uncle Loyan, you two have been with my father for 50 years, right? How did my father treat you back then? Uncle Yan, you were not originally a member of the Xianji family. When you were in trouble in the Jihading Divine Kingdom, my father took you in and trusted you. You broke through the death straight in my Xianji family and became an elder of the opposite sex. I have always regarded you as my uncle, but you treat me like this. And you, Uncle Loyan, your eldest son had average talent and injured his soul meridians in a fight with others. Wasn't it the elixir, provided by my father, that pulled him back from the brink of death and even brought him to the Zuandan realm? Now my father's body is still warm, and he has just passed the 49th day of his death, but you have joined forces with my 2 uncles to force me to give up the position of heir. Are you worthy of my father? Xianji Xiaoxio's eyes were full of anger, and her beautiful figure was heaving violently, and it was obvious that she was extremely indignant and excited. In front of her, the middle-aged man whom he called Uncle Loyan just shook his head, with a complex expression of guilt and helplessness on his face. On the other side, Uncle Yan, whom Xianji Xiaoxio called, looked normal. He chuckled and said, "Ha, little girl Xianji, do you think your father is so kind? He took me in because he saw a treasure I was carrying, and later he took it away, so of course he had to treat me well. And he did this because I'm valuable and can work for the company. If I were worthless, would he be nice to us? Don't make me laugh. We deserve what we got. We should say, we should have gotten more. You said that Brother Loyan's eldest son was forcibly promoted to the Zuandan realm. That's true, but what about you? Your talent is not that amazing, right? Didn't you still achieve innateness at the age of 21? You consumed the most resources." Xianji Xiaoxio laughed bitterly when she heard the old man's words. A little bit of kindness is a gratitude, a big bit of rice is a grudge. Human nature is greedy and there is no satisfaction. My father was short-sighted and let a wolf into the house, so no one else can be blamed. While Xiaoxiao was speaking, another middle-aged man coughed dryly and stood up from his chair. Xiaoxiao, I have watched you grow up. You do have a talent for business, but you are still too young. The Qianxue Trading Company needs an experienced and prestigious helmsman, and you don't have enough experience. Since your father had an accident, the family's income has dropped by 30% in the past 2 months. You must know that, although the income of my Qianxue Trading Company is high, the taxes paid to the Jiading Divine Kingdom every year are even higher. Coupled with various large expenses, the family income cannot be increased, and the foundation will be shaken. I was entrusted by the Elders Council, and had to accept the order in a critical moment. The middle-aged man said, with an appearance, that he was only thinking about the family, which made Qianxue Xiaoxiao tremble with anger. Have to accept the order in a critical moment? Uncle, you can actually say that. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a handsome man with bright eyes and white teeth laughed. Cousin, you really misunderstood us. We also want you to reduce the burden and consider the future of the business. Cousin, why don't you move out of Qianxue Pavilion and return to the family mansion? Qianxue Pavilion is where Qianxue business does business. The family's residence is naturally not here, but in a mansion on the outskirts of Wuxi City. Because Qianxue Xiaoxiao was forced by her 2 uncles, and was worried that she would be under house arrest if she returned to the mansion. She has not left Qianxue Pavilion for a long time and lives here. Qianxue Yan, you hypocrite. Qianxue Xiaoxiao looked at her so-called cousin with hatred and disgust on her face. With this playboy around, if she returns to the mansion, not only will she lose her position as the head of the business, but she may even lose her chastity. Hey, Xiaoxiao, you are too willful. In this case, I have to ask someone to ask you to go back. As soon as the handsome man finished speaking, 3 life-destroying masters, including the old man surnamed Yan, walked out and surrounded Qianxue Xiaoxiao in the middle. The old woman in black beside Qianxue Xiaoxiao suddenly became nervous. Are you going to rebel? Grandma Bei, I advise you to be sensible and not make things difficult for us. We are all from the Qianxue Pavilion. You have no chance of winning against 3 people alone. If you are accidentally injured. One of the old men smiled coldly, and one hand had already touched the Zumi ring. When he was about to attack, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. At that moment, he felt that he was locked by a murderous intent. Looking up, he saw a young man in a white training suit standing casually with his hands behind his back 10 feet in front of him, and his aura locked all the warriors present. Who are you? How did you get in? The old man stared at Lin Ming like a wolf. The other party was obviously not friendly. Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to these people. He had no good feelings towards these ungrateful people who took advantage of the death of the patriarch to covet the property of the widow and orphans. He glanced at Qianxue Xiaoxiao indifferently and asked with his true essence voice transmission, just these people. There is also a clan uncle who didn't come today. When Qianxue Xiaoxiao saw Lin Ming appear, hope suddenly ignited in her heart, and she hurriedly replied with her true essence voice transmission. 2 people at the peak of the 2nd level of life fall, and 1 person at the 1st level of life fall. Lin Ming saw at a glance that the cultivation of these people was quite ordinary. It seemed that the entire Qianxue family was equivalent to the strength level of the South Sea Demon Realm, which was an ordinary 5th grade sect. The 4 great divine kingdoms were quasi 6th grade sects, so it was reasonable for the ordinary forces under them to be 5th grade sects. Young man, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The old man saw that Lin Ming actually ignored his questioning, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Qianjian, who claimed to be Xiaoxiao's cousin, sneered, what's there to ask? This idiot must be Xiaoxiao's helper. Sister, you have such a poor vision. A kid who hasn't even died yet is not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Qianjian turned to Lin Ming again, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. I feel sorry for you. You are here to be a hero, and save the beauty, right? TSK, don't you see what kind of character you have? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Today I will cripple your hands, feet, and life, and I want you to be unable to live. Before Qianjian finished speaking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a murderous intent poured down like ice water, making his whole body numb and unable to move. He was shocked. but he had no time to react and saw Lin Ming's cold face appeared in front of him. A palm print came down. The hand that cuts off the meridians. Bang! Qian Jian only felt a shock in his danshan, and a violent energy rushed into his meridians, destroying them wantonly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards, falling heavily on the wall. All the warriors in the audience were stunned for a moment. No one expected Lin Ming to suddenly take action, and his speed was like a ghost. Boy, you actually did such a vicious thing. I will kill you. Qian Jian's father was also present. Seeing that Lin Ming's palm had obviously injured Qian Jian's meridians, he was furious. He suddenly stepped forward, pulled out the sword in the Zumi ring, and chopped down at Lin Ming's crown. He used all his strength in this sword, without holding back. If it was an ordinary Zuandan warrior, his head would definitely be blown. Brother Feng, be careful. The old man surnamed Yan saw that Qian Jian's father was almost losing his mind due to anger, and hurriedly reminded him. You know, although Qian Jian's talent is not outstanding, he has reached the late stage of Zuandan at the age of 40 with sufficient resources. This level of cultivation was severely injured by Lin Ming's palm. Even if it was partly due to the sneak attack, it also proved that Lin Ming is a master far superior to the same level of warriors. Before the old man surnamed Yan finished speaking, there was a clang of metal, and Qian Jifeng's knife was taken away by Lin Ming with his bare hands. Then Lin Ming punched Qian Jifeng's chest firmly. The bone-crushing fist. Crack. With a muffled sound, Qian Jifeng's ribs were broken cleanly, and his entire chest was sunken. His body also flew backwards and deeply embedded in the wall. Lin Ming took the blade of the precious sword in his hand, infused it with a wisp of fighting spirit, and swung it casually. There was a shrill sound of breaking through the air, and the blade pierced Qian Jifeng's heart. Qian Jiaxio was shocked when she saw Lin Ming's action. Although she hated these people, she didn't think of killing them all. After all, they were all her family. In fact, although Qian Jiaxio had broken through the innate level, she had never fought a real life and death battle, let alone killed anyone. Don't. Qian Jiaxio shouted, and the blade was less than 3 feet away from Qian Jifeng's heart, before she shouted halfway. Qian Jifeng's soul was gone, and he couldn't dodge it this time. He could only frantically activate his body protection essence to block the knife. At that moment, he could even feel the cold light of the blade against his eyebrows. Lin Ming frowned when he heard Qian Jiaxio shout, and his mind shifted a little in an instant, acting on the fighting spirit, and changing the trajectory of the blade. Puff! The blade moved sideways 3 inches, from originally stabbing at Qian Jifeng's heart, to stabbing at his right lung. Qian Jifeng's body protecting true energy that he had desperately urged out was shredded like waste paper. Blood spurted out, and Qian Jifeng was nailed to the wall by his own knife, the handle of the knife still shaking. Lin Ming turned to Qian Jiaxio. Qian Jiaxio was still in shock. She had never seen Lin Ming take action, but only heard some descriptions from Grandma Bei. She had never expected that Lin Ming was so powerful and so decisive that he almost killed Qian Jifeng in one shot. Mr. Lin, you can't kill them. If the Council of Elders finds out that I hired outsiders to kill my Qianji family's members, it will be a source of gossip. Another uncle in the clan will use this as an excuse to have the Council of Elders expel and punish me. Although Qian Jiaxio is kind-hearted, she is not an indecisive vase. She knows very well that once someone is killed, conflicts will quickly intensify. Even if she becomes the leader of the family by killing, it will be difficult for her to manage the family in the future. After all, Lin Ming cannot be with her for the rest of her life. Once Lin Ming leaves and conflicts break out, she may be deposed if she fails to secure her position. Chapter 778 Sweep. The sudden change shocked all the warriors present. Qian Jifeng was still embedded in the wall, spitting out blood. Qian Jifeng was a first-level life-falling cultivator, and he almost died tragically when he met Lin Ming, while the other party's cultivation was only in the late stage of Zuandan. Where did this kid come from? The old man surnamed Yan and another second-level life-falling old man were both as if they were facing a great enemy, while the expressions of the young warriors were as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Ming looked to be in his 20s, maybe even younger than them. They were all young people, How could the difference in strength be so big? To easily defeat the first level life falling, the opponent must be at least at the peak of the second level life falling, or even the third level life falling. If it was the peak of the second level life falling, they could still fight, but if it was the third level life falling, no matter how many of them came, it would not be enough. Invisibly, Lin Ming exuded a murderous intent, which was the intentional or unintentional release of the killing god force field. The second level life falling elders, including the old man surnamed Yan, were shrouded in this murderous aura, and felt extremely depressed. This made them even more afraid to take action. Once the fight ended, if they angered Lin Ming, and provoked him to kill them, they would be in trouble. The old man surnamed Yan and the middle-aged man in the lead looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of hesitation in each other's eyes. The old man surnamed Yan groaned, took a step forward, and said to Lin Ming, "Boy, I will fight you. 3 moves will determine the winner." The old man surnamed Yan was a second level life falling cultivator. He could not see where Lin Ming's strength limit was, so he could only make a move to test him. He agreed in advance that it would be a duel to avoid a fight. At least there would be no danger to his life. The 3-move agreement was also because the old man surnamed Yan had no confidence in himself. He thought that even if he could not defeat Lin Ming, he could at least protect himself if he risked his life within 3 moves. After saying that, the old man surnamed Yan did not wait for Lin Ming to answer, and drew out the soft sword in the Zumi ring, and slashed at Lin Ming's throat with one sword. Lotus Heart Sword. The old man surnamed Yan thrust out with a sword, emitting extremely pure wood energy. There was no doubt that the old man surnamed Yan was a wood warrior, and his comprehension of the wood realm had also begun to take shape. The sword light formed a green lotus in front of Lin Ming, and dozens of green lotus petals rotated and cut towards Lin Ming. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting to see where Lin Ming's strength limit was. If he was equal to the old man surnamed Yan, they naturally didn't have to care too much, and 1 or 2 more masters could easily suppress Lin Ming. But if Lin Ming was far better than the old man surnamed Yan, then they would be powerless. So weak. Lin Ming shook his head in his heart. He had come to this point now. Looking at the entire Xiaonan continent, there was no young genius who could match him. As for the masters of the old generation, those who had not reached the peak of the 4th level of life fall, were not worth his serious attack. With a light touch of his right hand, the red spear jumped into Lin Ming's hand. He did not use any martial arts, nor did he activate the power of the evil god. He only infused a wisp of fighting spirit into the spear. A red light flashed, and a sharp sound of tearing the air was heard. Crack. The green lotus released by the old man surnamed Yan was pierced by Lin Ming's spear, and it broke into pieces. The sharp petals also turned into scattered wood energy and dissipated. Not good. The old man surnamed Yan was horrified. He did not expect that his performance would be exactly the same as Xian Jifeng's. He thought that, even if he was defeated, 3 moves would be enough to protect himself. Unexpectedly, he could not block even 1 move. "Young man, please show mercy," the old man surnamed Yan shouted, but Lin Ming only sneered at him. He was so shameless to ask him to show mercy at this time. Lin Ming knew the old man surnamed Yan's intention to test him. If he could stand on equal terms with him, others would rush forward and suppress him with the advantage of numbers. But now, the old man surnamed Yan was beaten away by him at the first sight, but he wanted to ask him to show mercy. It was shameless. Lin Ming had heard the dispute between Xiao and the old man surnamed Yan before, and knew that the old man was an ungrateful person. Not only did he not show mercy, but he even made it worse. However, Lin Ming did not want the old man surnamed Yan's life, but he deliberately manipulated his true energy to attack the old man surnamed Yan's meridians, directly breaking his meridians inch by inch. The old man surnamed Yan screamed, and his body flew back more than 10 feet away, smashing a table, chairs, and vase into pieces. At this time, the old man surnamed Yan had countless wounds all over his body. His bones and meridians were broken, and his limbs were limp without any strength. This kind of injury cannot be treated without the best spiritual medicine, and even if it is treated, it is impossible to restore to the previous state, because the old man surnamed Yan is not young, and the fire of life is not strong. Even if the best spiritual medicine is used, his strength can decline by 1 or 2 realms. How could the old man surnamed Yan not know the condition of his body? He was angry and desperate. As soon as he said this word, he didn't know whether it was because of anger or because he was too injured. He spit out blood and fainted directly. The other warriors of Qianji Trading Company were angry and afraid when they saw this scene. The second life was not a match for Lin Ming. Beside Lin Ming, Qianji Xiaoxiao was very happy. She couldn't bear to kill the people of their Qianji family, but for this ungrateful wolf raised by her father, she wished that his martial arts were completely abolished. Lin Ming's actions made her feel like she had let out a breath of anger. The middle-aged man in the lead had a very ugly face at this time. It was only 3 moves, but Lin Ming used such a heavy hand. But at this time, of course, he would not be stupid enough to find Lin Ming to argue. He was not as strong as him and could only bear it. He suppressed his emotions and said with a forced smile, "This young man is very powerful. I wonder where he is from." The middle-aged man asked this question because he wanted to investigate Lin Ming's identity. However, Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. He naturally would not say that he was from the southern sky region, and there was no need to say it. The fabricated identity could be easily exposed. Seeing that Lin Ming did not answer, the middle-aged man was not angry. He used his true energy to transmit something to Lin Ming. Seeing this scene, Qianji Xiaoxiao's heart tightened, and one hand subconsciously held Lin Ming's arm. She didn't need to listen to guess what her uncle was saying to Lin Ming. He must be asking Lin Ming why he wanted to help her. Once the dragon bone grass was mentioned, her 2 uncles might be able to get the dragon bone grass for Lin Ming faster, or even give more and more attractive benefits. Lin Ming and she just met by chance, and she might not be unmoved. Once she lost Lin Ming as a backer, she would have no status in the family. Not interested. Lin Ming suddenly said. The middle-aged man's face froze, and Qianji Xiaoxiao let out a long breath. Her body softened. It was a close call. The middle-aged man seemed unwilling to give up, and said something else, but Lin Ming still rejected him coldly. "Young man, if that's the case, I won't be bored here anymore. Let's go." After that, several young people came over to support him, and the middle-aged man was about to lead everyone away. "Go? Come as you say, leave as you want." Lin Ming looked at Qianji Xiaoxiao, who showed a hint of hesitation, but still let them go. Although Lin Ming could arrest them all, she couldn't control the situation at all. If she captured these people alive, she would be under pressure from the family, and in the end she would probably let them go under pressure, because she lacked prestige and supporters. She was only in her early 20s, and she only came of age 3 or 4 years ago. With her foundation in the family, how many people could support her? "Master Lin, thank you." After everyone left, Qianji Xiaoxiao said sincerely, "Master Lin, after this incident is over, I will not only find dragon bone grass for you, but also pay you 20,000 spirit stones. If you need any other materials in the future, we can also find them for you for free, and then sell them to you at a price lower than the market price." Qianji Xiaoxiao raised the reward so much because she was afraid that Lin Ming would be lured away by his uncle. Since Lin Ming decided to become an alchemist, he would naturally not refuse Qianji Xiaoxiao's generous conditions. Instead, he was concerned about whether Qianji Xiaoxiao could get the position of the head of the family if she continued like this. Lin Ming said, "You just asked me to chase them away. They didn't suffer any loss. If you continue like this, you will not be able to become the head of the family." Qianji Xiaoxiao knew this. She said, "Young Master Lin, Xiaoxiao does not have enough background in the family, so it is difficult for her to gain trust. However, a few days ago, Xiaoxiao got news from a good friend of my father. He is coming to Jiading Divine Kingdom. It will take about 10 days. If he comes, he should be able to stabilize Xiaoxiao's position. In addition, if I can increase the income of Qianji Commercial Bank, I should be able to win the support of the Family Elders Council. Whatever you want." Lin Ming did not express his opinion. He did not have any valuable suggestions for the family power struggle. Jaina. Next to the bed of Xiaoxiao's cousin Qianji Yan, a middle-aged woman was crying bitterly. They had just learned about Qianji Yan's condition from several warriors who were proficient in medicine. He was much more seriously injured than the old man surnamed Yan. Not only were his meridians broken and his danshan collapsed, but he might even have damaged his ability to pass on his family line. This was undoubtedly a major blow to Xian Jifeng and his wife. This kid is too vicious. Xian Jifeng was furious. Let's go ask that adult to help. As long as he helps, it will be easy to kill that kid. Xian Jifeng was the least injured among the 3 people injured by Lin Ming. Lin Ming showed mercy with his last knife, only piercing Xian Jifeng's right lung. For a warrior who has lost his life, as long as the heart, meridians, danshan, and sea of spirit are not shattered, the rest of the injuries can be recovered quickly. In front of Xian Jifeng, there was a middle-aged man sitting. He sneered and said, "Looking for that adult? Why don't you say you want to go to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Although our Xianji company was favored by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and wants to take it under his command, this is a lark. But compared to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's plan, our Xianji company is just a small role. Since this matter has been handed over to us, it is a great opportunity for us to prove our ability. If we can't even do this, and we still have to ask that adult, then what's the use of us? Chapter 779, Battle Spirit Bronze Level Mastery. The Crown Prince of Jihading Kingdom, Yang Yun, is a man of the hour in the entire Jihading Kingdom. He is the illegitimate son of the beauty in the palace of the Jihading Emperor. Because he was born out of wedlock, he was not welcomed at the beginning. However, he showed incredible talent in martial arts when he was 12 years old. He was only 30 years old when he stepped into the death. Now another 10 years have passed. No one knows how much he has cultivated. His strength is unfathomable. In the 4 great kingdoms, birth is secondary to strength. Therefore, although Yang Yun is not a legitimate son, he was still made the crown prince by strength. Later, he held the military power and business power. Even the 3 great state masters of Jihading Kingdom were unwilling to go against Yang Yun's wishes. In recent years, Yang Yun has frequently launched some big actions, which obviously shows his ambition. Yang Yun has a strong desire for control. He not only wants to control the entire combat power of Jihading Kingdom, but also wants to control the economy of Jihading Kingdom. Xianji Trading Company was Yang Yun's first target. However, although Yang Yun was extremely powerful, he could not ignore public opinion. He could not plunder the private property of his people in the name of the kingdom of God. Therefore, he asked his men to support Xianji Xiaoxio's 2 uncles, Xianji Xiao and Xianji Yun, and let them seize the position of the leader. Xianji Xiao and Xianji Yun did not know what Yang Yun's ultimate goal was, but they knew very well that following Yang Yun to achieve eternal greatness would definitely be more promising than assisting Xianji Xiaoxio, a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. Xianji Xiao and Xianji Yun understood that for Yang Yun, Xianji Trading Company was undoubtedly just a piece of meat, and it was not worth Yang Yun's attention at all. They had to make some achievements to attract Yang Yun's attention. If they could not even deal with a young boy in the late stage of Zuanden, then they might be abandoned by Yang Yun as waste. After all, if Yang Yun really wanted to control Xianji Trading Company, it might not be necessary for them to do so. "Brother, what are you going to do?" Xianji Yun asked Xianji Xiao in the secret room. Xianji Xiao pondered for a moment. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "I plan to ask the corpse ghost man. The corpse ghost man and I have some friendship. If I can promise something that makes him excited, he should be willing to take action." The corpse ghost man ranked 330th on the destiny list. Xianji Yun's heart shuddered. His face was a little bad, although he knew that Xianji Xiao had some friendship with the corpse ghost man, but he would rather not look for this guy. The corpse ghost man was born in the Shura kingdom, which was dominated by magic warriors. He was a demon with a very strange personality, and killed people without blinking an eye. The magic warriors either followed the killing path or the lustful path, but this corpse ghost man was a special researcher of resentful spirits and corpse puppets in the killing path, and the nickname of the corpse ghost man came from this. If it were just these, it would not be enough to make Xianji Yun's scalp numb. The key is that this corpse ghost man may kill people at any time, whether dead enemies or friends. They may be killed suddenly by him. And he often uses corpses or even living people to do corpse puppet experiments. Babies, children, young girls, pregnant women, and the elderly are all subjects of his experiments. He especially likes to use the skin of beautiful virgin girls to complete the final packaging of his puppets. After the experiment, the girls and children were in such a miserable state that it was not enough to describe it. Qianxue really didn't want to have any intersection with such a pervert. If there is a way, I don't want to find him, but to deal with that kid, it is more reliable to find a master who is ranked on the destiny list. Qianxue said so. There are only 360 people on the destiny list. It sounds like a lot. In fact, if you think about it, there are more than 100 Shenhe strongmen in Qian'an continent. The number of life-falling strongmen is unknown. It is a conservative estimate to say that tens of thousands are just tens of thousands. Only 360 people were selected from so many life-falling strongmen. It is truly 1 in 100. Those who can make the list must be people with unique skills and masters among masters. Each of the 4 great kingdoms has only a few dozen masters on the destiny list, and most of them are in long-term seclusion, in order to break through the Sea of God. As a 5th grade power, Qianji Trading Company can't even think of inviting a master on the destiny list without paying enough. This corpse ghost is ranked 330th. In fact, the destiny list is ranked 10 levels after 200th. The ranking of the corpse ghost is between 330 and 340 to be exact. Although it sounds low, it is scary enough. A flame ignited. In a cave deep in the mountains on the border of the Shura kingdom, an old man who was as skinny as a skeleton was fiddling with a pile of white brains. Next to him, a naked young girl was nailed to a wooden rack, with most of her skin peeled off, her eyeballs drooping outside, and she was moaning weakly. Under the effect of the corpse ghost's drugs, she was still hanging on to her breath. Next to the girl was a child, soaked in an unknown liquid, covered with green hair, and one of his hands had turned into a shocking claw. You want me to deal with a little ghost in the late stage of Zuundan with amazing combat power at the cost of a ghost crystal? Hey, there is also the beautiful young boss of Qianji Trading Company. Interesting. If this little ghost is really as Qianji Zhao said, with such powerful combat power in the late stage of Zuundan, then it is an excellent puppet material, and the other little beauty is also a good experimental subject. The newly made puppet, wrapped in the skin of a beautiful woman, is a happy thing to think about. Heh. The corpse ghost laughed extremely eerie, took out a crow puppet from the Zumi ring, jumped onto the puppet, and flew straight to the 9 Cauldron Kingdom. The 4 great kingdoms are vast, and there is also the Sea of Miracles in the middle. This Sea of Miracles is also known as the Sea of No Return. It is the life-restricted area of the 4 great kingdoms, and must be bypassed. Therefore, it takes more than 10 days to get from the Shura kingdom to the 9 Cauldron Kingdom even with a teleportation array. During this time, Lin Ming lived a very peaceful life, practicing and refining pills every day. With the support of Qianji business, Lin Ming could easily buy a large amount of refining materials and wood spirit jade at a low price. These things were constantly consumed in the Qiankan Rangri furnace, and 90% of them turned into fly ash. It was not that Lin Ming's refining skills were poor, but every time he mastered a level of refining medicine, he would immediately challenge a higher level. As a result, Lin Ming's results in refining medicine were always failures, and failures. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's spiritual sea was subtly changing during his refining process. The originally calm spiritual sea set off waves, and the crests of the waves showed a faint golden color under the illumination of some inexplicable light. A wave came, splashing water, and infiltrated the gun-shaped war spirit suspended above the spiritual sea. The misty short gun was only as thick as a chopstick and less than a foot long. Its color was a metallic blue-gray, like a heavy and ancient bronzeware. This was the symbol of a bronze-level war spirit. It was only because Lin Ming's battle spirit had attributes that it emitted an endless azure brilliance. At a certain moment, the battle spirit trembled suddenly and let out a clear whistle. Lin Ming's spiritual sea rolled up, and huge waves rushed up into the sky, forming a vortex around the bronze short spear. In such a vortex, the short spear trembled violently and uttered an excited hum. It slowly became longer and thicker, and the azure brilliance became stronger and stronger. Its own shape also became more solid and ancient. Battle spirit bronze level success. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Once a warrior's battle spirit is born, it will grow with the growth of martial arts cultivation. Lin Ming's own cultivation has repeatedly broken through, and with some natural materials and treasures that nourish the battle spirit, Lin Ming's battle spirit has already reached the peak of bronze level success, and has been stuck for a long time. Now, with the opportunity of refining medicine, he finally broke through this threshold. Alchemy can refine the soul. Although the battle spirit belongs to the will of martial arts, and is different from the soul, the will relies on the soul after all, and the battle spirit is also suspended in the sea of spirit. The soul is like the ocean, and the battle spirit is like the fish. Shallow seas cannot raise big fish. This is the role of soul power. Although it cannot directly affect the combat power of a warrior, it can largely determine the achievement of a warrior. It is also for this reason that Mo Guang suggested that Master Lin Ming practice medicine. At the same time, the inscription technique, that is closely related to alchemy, cannot be abandoned. The bronze level of the war spirit has surpassed most of the Sea of Gods. My attack power will be improved by one more level. In addition, my understanding of the artistic conception of fire and the artistic conception of space is also advancing by leaps and bounds. I wonder how much the power of my strongest attack can be improved. Heaven Burial, Chain of Stars, Chasing the Sun, Piercing the Rainbow, Chasing Lightning, Thunder and Fire Killing. There are only 6 of my self-created moves, and one of them cannot be used. It is too simple. It would be great if I could create some new moves. Lin Ming muttered to himself, but he didn't know that, if his words were heard by other young heroes in Xianan continent, they would probably vomit blood. They would probably studying the inheritance left by their ancestors. There were quite a few people who could create a move or two, but the moves they created were often extremely limited in power, and were not practical at all in battle. They still had to use the inheritance left by their ancestors. However, the moves created by Lin Ming were extremely powerful, and could be used as a killer. Of course, this is related to the top grade skills he practiced, and the various opportunities and experiences. If Lin Ming wants to create another move, he also needs to experience opportunities. It is not something that can be imagined out of thin air. What? Not only do you want 2 ghost crystals, but you also want to take Xianji's Arxio away. Qianjian was angry when he heard the conditions of the corpse ghost man. He accepted the 2 ghost crystals. After all, he had given the corpse ghost man room to bargain at the beginning. But taking Xianji's Arxio away, everyone knows that the girl taken away by the corpse ghost man is worse than death. Although Qianjian is not a good person, he does not want to push his niece into the 18 levels of hell. If he does, he will feel uneasy. In the future, he may even form a demon in his heart and destroy his martial arts heart. Why, you don't agree? The corpse ghost man stared at Qianjian with a pair of dark green eyes, which immediately made Qianjian's breath stagnate. At that moment, he felt cold on his back, as if he fell into an ice cellar. He had no doubt that the corpse ghost man might kill him the next moment. Third brother, don't talk nonsense. Qianji Zhao stopped Qianjian behind him. But, stop talking, we have no way out. Chapter 780, First Battle on the Destiny List. Although Qianji Zhao couldn't bear to push Qianji Zhao into the fire pit, he knew very well what it would mean if he could get on the prince's big ship. The prince was very ambitious. He might become the most powerful emperor in the history of Jihading Divine Kingdom. If he could follow him, he would have the hope of stepping onto a bigger stage and achieving great things. I'm sorry, Zhao. A man without poison is not a hero. For my great cause for thousands of years, and for the glory of Qianji business, I can only sacrifice you and fulfill my great self. Seeing Qianji Zhao nodded in agreement, the corpse ghost laughed. He who knows the times is a hero. After saying this, the corpse ghost jumped on the crow puppet and left in a cloud of dust. Qianji Yun was left with a pale face. He moved his lips, but in the end he just sighed and said nothing. Kia, get a basin of water to wash your face. Qianji Zhao told the maid. Yes, miss. A little girl in a water green long skirt leisurely got a basin of water and handed over a white towel. Kia, my eyelids have been twitching today. I'm always afraid that something bad will happen. Miss, it's okay. Isn't Mr. Lin here? Kia, who was wearing a water green dress, covered her mouth and chuckled. While laughing, she also stole a glance at Qianji's Xiao. This little girl named Kia was at the age of falling in love for the first time. She just knew about the relationship between men and women. Seeing that Qianji's Xiao was about the same age as Lin Ming, and Lin Ming was handsome and powerful, it was inevitable that she would have wild thoughts and imagined the possibility of the two of them getting together. However, at this time, Qianji's Xiao didn't have the mind to think about these things. She was very tired, very tired. Kia, tell them to send some more Yuanling stones to Mr. Lin. In addition, Mr. Lin's 3 meals should also be made of the best spiritual food materials. Don't. Qianji's Xiao had just said this when she suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the front hall. Her face changed, and she stood up quickly. Miss, it's bad. There's a fight going on up ahead. A maid ran over in a panic. Qianji's Xiao rushed to the front hall and saw it. Her eyes widened. In the front hall, a servant was stabbed in the throat by a bone spear. He was lying on his back on the ground, staring at the dead fish with his eyes wide open. Next to the dead servant sat a sinister old man who was as thin as a skeleton. His face was covered with stitches, as if it was made of human skin. His eyes were as green as a wild wolf, and he exuded a terrifying evil spirit. As soon as he got close, he felt that the fire of life in his body was blown by the evil spirit, and it was almost extinguished. Who are you? Qianji's Xiao felt a chill down her spine. She only had the innate cultivation level, and she couldn't tell the depth of the skeleton man's cultivation level at all, but she could sense the horror of the other party. This was definitely not an unknown person. Hey, my nickname is Shigeru. You must be the girl of Qianji's Xiao. Not bad. Shigeru stuck out his scarlet tongue, stared at Qianji's Xiao with a pair of green eyes, and then slowly said something that almost made Qianji's Xiao's heart stop beating. Using your skin to make the outer garment of the corpse puppet will definitely be very beautiful. Shigeru. The moment Qianji's Xiao heard this name, her face was pale without any blood. Shigeru was a figure on the destiny list, notorious, killing countless people, and all of them were inhumane killings. Qianji's Xiao had no doubt that Shigeru would do what he said just now. If she fell into his hands, it would definitely be 100 times worse than death. He was simply a devil. There were a total of 360 people on the destiny list of Xianan continent. Among them, as long as they were 6-fold life-death, no matter what their foundation was, they could be ranked. Even if their foundation was poor and their lifespan was not much left, they would be ranked more than 200. Those with 5-fold life-death were basically ranked after 200. It is difficult for a 4-fold life fall to be on the list, unless the cultivation method is special or the talent is amazing. And this corpse ghost man is special, because of his cultivation method. The cultivation method he cultivates is a yin corpse skill and corpse puppet technique in the magic martial arts. It is extremely strange and gives people a headache. As the heir of Qianji Trading Company, Qianji's Xiao naturally knows the information of the masters on the Xianming list, because these people will be potential customers of their Qianji Trading Company. After thinking about the information of the corpse ghost man, Qianji's Xiao felt like falling into an ice cellar. She never expected that her 2 uncles would invite a warrior on the Xianming list. There is also a man named Lin Lanjian. Let this kid come out and be obedient to be the experimental material for the old man. The corpse ghost man infused his true energy while speaking, and his voice was extremely penetrating and spread throughout the Qianji pavilion. Corpse ghost man, are you looking for me? At some point, Lin Ming appeared in a corner of the hall, as if he had been standing here for a long time, and only the corpse ghost man could see that the other party used some exquisite body skills to appear instantly. Your body movements are pretty good, quite interesting. You are so strong at such a young age. You are really a good puppet material. I admire you very much. I can give you a chance to commit suicide. Let me take your body away. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, you will be unable to live or die. Many warriors who were chased by the corpse ghosts chose to commit suicide when they saw that there was no hope of escape. Otherwise, if they fell into the hands of the corpse ghosts, they would often live for several months, watching their skin, eyeballs, hands, and feet being peeled off and cut off. The pain and despair can be imagined. Lin Ming drew out the red spear calmly. Although the corpse ghost in front of him was arrogant, he did have the capital to be arrogant. He was much stronger than Zhu and Wuji. In this battle, Lin Ming had to go all out, and even so he was not too sure, because he had no idea how strong the corpse ghost was. When the corpse ghost saw Lin Ming draw his gun, his face lit up with a smile. "Do you think you are going to refuse my charity? Very good, let me see how tough your life is." The corpse ghost spread his hands, and on his left and right arms, a ghost claw stretched out, which looked cold and eerie. On the blade of the ghost claw, there was a green glow, which was corpse poison. "Mr. Lin." Qianji Zhaoxiu bit her lips, and said to Lin Ming with her true essence, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin. As we agreed before, if you meet someone you can't deal with, you can terminate the contract at any time. This corpse ghost is ranked between 330 and 340 on the destiny list. I'm sorry to involve Mr. Lin. If there is a chance, Mr. Lin, please run away." Qianji Zhaoxiu's face turned paler with every word she spoke. If possible, she certainly hoped that Lin Ming would stay, but if Lin Ming stayed, he would not be able to deal with the corpse ghost, so there was no point. Imagining the scene of being caught by the corpse ghost, Qianji Zhaoxiu shuddered. Lin Ming glanced at Qianji Zhaoxiu calmly, and said in a voice transmission, "To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. If you don't take the opportunity to kill the enemy when you have an absolute advantage, you will inevitably suffer the consequences. Take care of yourself." After that, Lin Ming rushed out of Qianji Pavilion with a red spear in his hand. Bang! The several-foot-high door was pierced by Lin Ming's spear, and Lin Ming rushed out without looking back. Qianji Zhaoxiu seemed to have lost her soul at that moment. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. This is a simple truth that everyone understands, but it takes great determination and courage to implement it. Qianji Zhaoxiu knew that Lin Ming was referring to the fact that he had allowed Qianji Yun to leave when he had an advantage before. Qianji Zhaoxiu did not dare to kill Qianji Yun, fearing that she could not bear the pressure of the family, and that Qianji Zhao would use this as an excuse to attack her. But now, Qianji Zhao took the lead in tearing his face, and he would be the only one who would suffer. Is Master Lin going to escape? Can he escape? Qianji Zhaoxiu looked at the empty door, the broken wooden board still shaking in the wind, feeling extremely sad. Once Lin Ming left, she would be like a fish on the chopping board, without any power to resist. "Miss, the corpse ghosts are chasing that Lin Lanjian. Let's take the opportunity to escape quickly," the old woman in black said anxiously, and was about to grab Qianji Zhaoxiu with one hand. Qianji Zhaoxiu laughed bitterly, and said in despair, "It's useless. The corpse ghosts left a mark on my body, and I can't escape from his palm. This Lin Lanjian, he ran away when he was really used. Damn it," the old woman in black said angrily. "Grandma Bei, no one in this world is born to die for us." Qianji Zhaoxiu shook her head, but as soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the whole Qianji pavilion was shaken. Qianji Zhaoxiu took a few quick steps to the broken gate, but saw that a few miles away, Lin Ming and the corpse ghost were standing in the air, and under their feet was a prosperous Wuxi city. The air was still reverberating with the fierce aftermath of their previous fight. Was Lin Lanjian planning to fight the corpse ghost? Did he rush out of the Qianji pavilion just to avoid affecting other people in the Qianji pavilion? Qianji Zhaoxiu was a little absent-minded for a while, and beside Qianji Zhaoxiu, Grandma Bei was also stunned. Although she had complained that Lin Ming was a piece of shit before, it was just an angry remark out of helplessness. She knew very well that what Lin Ming did was reasonable. Not to mention that the contract originally said that it would be invalidated if he met a strong man that Lin Ming could not defeat. Even if there was no such agreement, it was understandable that Lin Ming ran away. If Grandma Bei was Lin Ming, she would also choose to run away at this time. Only a fool would die for someone she met by chance. However, Grandma Bei never expected that Lin Ming would actually fight the corpse ghost. At this time, in Wuxi City, both warriors and mortals also saw this scene. Wuxi City is a large and medium-sized city in the Nine Cauldrons Kingdom. Naturally, there are many knowledgeable masters. They instantly distinguished that the two people in the sky were first-class masters, especially the guy wrapped in white cloth and skinny like a skeleton, who was an expert among masters, who is fighting fiercely in Wuxi City. The masters of Wuxi City were all surprised and confused. Of course, most warriors were below the Zuandan level and could not even tell the cultivation level of Lin Ming and the ghost man. These two people actually fought in the sky above Wuxi City. How arrogant. Yes, fighting is prohibited in Wuxi City. This is a common rule in big cities. These two people violated it in public. They will be executed. Chapter 781, Fierce Battle in Wuxi City. Big cities naturally have their own order, otherwise they would not be called cities, and would be no different from the wilds full of bandits. In Wuxi City, fighting would be severely punished, and those who did not listen to the warning would be executed. The city guards will be here soon, and it will be a good show to watch. Haha. As these people said, the city guards did arrive very quickly. The captain of the city guards was named Lin. Before he arrived, he shouted, "Who dares to fight openly in Wuxi City? How presumptuous." As the captain of the city guards, Lin has always been majestic. A loud shout followed by some warnings can often deter the scoundrels and solve the problem. However, this time, after Lin shouted, the warnings behind him were silent. He widened his eyes and stared at the skinny old man who was floating in the sky. His face turned pale. Corpse ghost. Lin was petrified on the spot. Boss, these two guys are so arrogant. They actually fought over my Wuxi City. They are simply courting death. Next to Lin, a young warrior who had just joined the city guards due to family connections and was Lin's deputy said, "Boss, why don't you tell them to put down their weapons and surrender quickly?" The young warrior looked at Lin strangely, and next to him, Lin said nothing. His face was very bad. "If the boss doesn't shout, I will shout." The young warrior felt that it was still very impressive to shout like this. "Listen, people above, we are." The young man just started to shout, but Lin jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on and covered the young man's mouth. "You are courting death." Lin was sweating. There were only a few dozen people on the destiny list assigned to a kingdom of God, and most of them were in seclusion for a long time and were in a semi-retired state. If they were compared to the central bosses of the mortal kingdom, then Lin was just a captain of the guards of a large or medium-sized city. The difference in status between the two can be imagined. What's more, the Shiki man is notorious, and the people who fall into his hands will suffer a fate worse than death. Lin would rather face the top 200 people on the fate list than the Shiki man, who kills without blinking an eye. "What are you doing, boss?" The young man was a little dissatisfied. "Everyone listen to my orders. Evacuate the crowd, isolate the surroundings, and no one is allowed to say a word without my order, let alone take action privately. Violators will be severely punished." Lin said this, and suddenly saw the skinny man in the air, who was as thin as a skeleton, glanced at him, smiled, revealing a scarlet tongue and pale teeth. Just this one look made Lin feel frightened, as if a cold bone spear pierced into his heart at that moment. Lin was terrified and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, retreat 10 miles. "What? Damn it, I told you to retreat, so you retreat." The guy above your head is a master on the destiny list. Lin didn't want to reveal the identity of the corpse ghost man, but seeing that these young men under him were very unconvinced, and even eager to try, he had to disclose some information about the corpse ghost man. Destiny list. These young men were not idiots. When they heard the name of the destiny list, they were all shocked. They knew very well what these 3 words meant. "Are you kidding me? That skeleton-like old man is a master on the destiny list. So what about his opponent? That's obviously a young man in his 20s, and his cultivation seems to be the late stage of Zuandan." Yes, only the late stage of Zuandan, and his opponent is a corpse ghost man. This young man is really crazy. Lin looked at Lin Ming with a burning look. He knew the top figures of the 4 great divine kingdoms very well, but he didn't have any information about Lin Ming in his mind. Not only the warriors of the city guards, but other warriors watching the battle also found that the difference in cultivation between the two people in the air was too big. Is this a life and death battle, or is it the guidance of the senior to the junior? It must be guidance. Don't make a fuss. That old man might be the young man's master, and he will definitely suppress his strength in a while. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two shadows flew to a distance of 10 miles from the battlefield. The two people were Grandma Bei and Qianji Xiaoxiao. Lin Lanjian is not from my geoding divine kingdom, nor is he from the other 3 major divine kingdoms. He probably hasn't heard of the name of the destiny list, so he acted rashly. This is our chance, miss. If we stay here to watch the battle, we will definitely die, Grandma Bei said anxiously. If a genius like Lin Ming was a disciple of the 4 major divine kingdoms, it would be impossible for him to be unknown. So she believed that Lin Ming came from another region and didn't know how powerful the masters of the destiny list were. Not to mention Lin Ming, even the seniors that Qianji Xiaoxiao invited her father to know before his death could not be ranked on the destiny list. Don't say anything, Grandma Bei. I have been marked. The possibility of escaping is very low. Xiaoxiao has already accepted her fate. Why don't you stay and watch young Master Lin's battle? Maybe there is a chance that young Master Lin can create an opportunity. Then we can attack together. If we can't win, we will die. Okay. Grandma Bei shook her head and stopped persuading. At this time, more and more warriors flew up in the sky. They were very surprised. Why didn't the city guards, who usually showed off their power, take action this time? In the sky, Lin Ming and the corpse ghosts confronted each other for more than 20 breaths. Lin Ming moved first. Boom. Before the spear came out, the force field exploded first. The Shura force field plus the Killing God force field, the double force field opened together. The power like a tide surged out, setting off a terrifying storm. The Killing God force field annihilates life. The Shura force field suppresses the warrior's power and soul in all directions. The atmosphere was shaking. Not all the warriors who had floated up to the sky to watch the show were masters. Many of them had not yet figured out the strength comparison between Lin Ming and the corpse ghosts. Now they were suddenly enveloped by Lin Ming's force field. They were scattered like leaves in a storm. The weaker warriors, even if they were more than a mile away from Lin Ming, were still injured and vomited blood. What's going on? These warriors were all confused. Could this be the power released by the young man? What kind of murderous aura is this? Qianji Xiaoxiao swallowed hard. This kind of power, Lin Ming had never used it when fighting with the elders of the Qianji family. Obviously, he felt that it was unnecessary to use this kind of power at that time. This is a force field skill, and it is a double force field. Grandma Bei recognized the skill used by Lin Ming. The force field skill is very rare. Even the genius children of the 4 great divine kingdoms may not have it. It is a very respected skill. This is not to say that the power of the force field skill is abnormal, but because the force field skill can coexist with martial arts, invisibly increasing the power of the warrior without affecting the performance of other combat power. Hey, Kit, I like you more and more. It's perfect to make you into a puppet and still keep your force field. Force field is the favorite skill of puppeteers. The corpse ghost laughed sinisterly, his eyes shining. A powerful puppeteer can restore most of the special abilities of a warrior in his lifetime. Even the strength of the puppet can increase through various secret methods over time, and the ability will also increase accordingly. You really like to dream. Lin Ming sneered, and the long spear was laid horizontally, and the war spirit was infused into it. He stabbed out with a spear, and the power of thunder and fire contained in it broke free from the constraints of space. There was only a shrill sound of breaking through the air, and the surging energy rushed to the surroundings like a tsunami. Boom boom boom. The space was almost collapsed. Lin Ming's spear instantly penetrated a distance of hundreds of feet, and pierced the corpse ghost's eyebrows. The corpse ghost laughed strangely, and his dry claws suddenly grabbed. A black ghost claw appeared in the air and slapped Lin Ming. After this claw was sent out, there were gusts of cold wind, and it seemed that countless resentful spirits surrounded the ghost claw, making a sound of thousands of ghosts crying together. Crack. The spear and the claw collided without any fancy moves. The ghost claw shattered, and Lin Ming's spearlight also melted quickly like white snow under the sun. The aftermath of the true energy collision swept out, and the surrounding warriors retreated with a change of face. Now they also understood that the 2 evil stars in front of them were actually human-shaped ancient beasts. They were caught in the energy storm and nothing was left Qianxue, Qianxue and Grandma Bei were not affected because they were originally far away, but they could still feel the horror of the raging energy in the distance. This fight should be just a test. I don't know how much of Lin Langjian's strength he has used. If he has used most of his strength, then Lin Langjian has no hope of winning, because the corpse ghost man hasn't even used his puppet. Grandma Bei's face was full of worry. When she saw Lin Ming using the double force field, she had a faint hope in her heart, hoping that Lin Ming might be able to create a miracle, even if he could just hold out for a little longer under the hands of the corpse ghost man. In such a large-scale battle, if he held out for a long time, maybe a master would come, and then there would be a turning point. Interesting. The face of the corpse ghost man, which was made of stitched corpse skin, became more and more excited. He wiped his left hand on the zoomy ring, and a huge demon puppet rushed out. It had 2 wings on its back, and its muscles were blue-gray, as solid as granite. Troll? Lin Ming's heart trembled. This was a troll puppet, but he didn't know where the corpse ghost man got the troll corpse from. It's puppetry, and it's a troll puppet. Could that person be? Some of the warriors around recognized the troll puppet. They didn't recognize the corpse ghost man, but they recognized the puppet. In fact, the top masters who use puppets are almost extinct. After counting, there is actually only one person who is the most famous. Considering the cultivation level of this sinister old man, his identity is obvious. The 330th corpse ghost man on the destiny list. Corpse ghost man? Is it really him? Oh my god, no wonder the city guards dare not take action. That old man turned out to be a corpse ghost man. Then who is his opponent, and where did that young man come from? At this time, no one said that the battle in the air was a senior guiding the junior. The corpse ghost man would never guide the junior, not to mention that Lin Ming's skills have nothing to do with the corpse ghost man. This is a life and death battle. A late Zuandan strongman, and a life and death duel with the 330th corpse ghost man on the destiny list. Just thinking about it makes people crazy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782, Stepping into the Peak Stage. This is a troll puppet I made carefully. It's called a gargoyle. Let me see how many puppets you can force out of me. Troll puppet. It turns out that Qianxue continent also calls the troll tribe this name. I wonder where this troll corpse was obtained. Qianxue continent and Shengmo continent are isolated from each other. The most recent contact was probably when the Nether Emperor came to Qianxue continent through the Demon Emperor's teleportation array and established the Nether Demon Emperor city. Lin Ming would not be surprised if Qianxue continent had troll skeletons with a history of thousands of years, but this puppet technique must use fresh corpses, which means that there are troll tribes in the 4 great kingdoms. Where did you get your troll corpse? Lin Ming asked directly. As for whether the other party answered or not, he didn't care. Of course it was from the Shura kingdom. Is it strange? I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. Go to hell. The corpse ghost shouted, and the troll puppet pulled out a giant battle axe that was 15 feet long, and chopped at Lin Ming with one axe. After the axe was chopped out, it was accompanied by rolling black clouds. It was obviously the magic essence that only the trolls would use. It looked similar to the true essence, but it was essentially different. A good puppeteer could reproduce the various abilities of the deceased before his death, and the magic essence was no exception. I was surprised that there were trolls in the Shura kingdom. Lin Ming shook the spear in his hand, infused it with the artistic conception of fire, and smashed the battle axe of the troll puppet with a shot. However, at this moment, the battle axe suddenly made a light click, and the huge axe with a width of 2 feet broke. A chain as thick as a child's arm was pulled out from the axe handle, turning the battle axe into a weapon similar to a meteor hammer. There are traps everywhere, making it hard to defend. This is the combat characteristic of the puppeteer. Kakaka. Lin Ming's red spear was entangled by the chain. At the same time, the axe, pulled by the chain, hit Lin Ming's head. At such a close distance, the axe suddenly changed like this. It was an extremely sinister fighting method. Moreover, Lin Ming's gun was entangled by the chain and could not dodge. He could only resist the axe unless Lin Ming abandoned his gun and retreated. However, for a warrior, weapons are like life. Abandoning weapons in a battle is equivalent to losing one's martial arts will. Mr. Lin, Qianxue's Xiaoxiao, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but exclaimed. The surrounding warriors also widened their eyes, waiting to see how this top genius of the young generation would fight. At this moment, Lin Ming's expression was extremely calm. He shook the spear in his hand, and the bronze great success level war spirit burst out. Catcher. With a crisp sound, the chain as thick as a child's arm was directly cut by Lin Ming. Then, Lin Ming stabbed straight with a spear, piercing through the half-foot thick axe. The sharp spearlight was unstoppable, and took the head of the corpse ghost. The corpse ghost's mind was suddenly shocked. That was a war spirit? ? With his eyesight, he could naturally recognize the war spirit. Lin Ming, who was only at the late stage of Zuanden, actually had such a sharp war spirit. How could he not be surprised? Bang! Lin Ming's spear stabbed heavily on a white bone shield. At that moment, another puppet appeared in front of the corpse ghost. It looked like a giant turtle. Lin Ming stabbed its carapace. The spear stabbed on the carapace. Although the carapace did not break, spider web-like cracks appeared. All the warriors present saw this scene clearly. One spear crushed the battle axe and broke another layer of puppet armor at the same time. This kind of attack power is too terrifying. So you have comprehended the war spirit of the great success level. I really underestimated you. No wonder you dare to fight me. The corpse ghost's pair of green eyes burst out with a cold light. He licked his lips and said coldly, I have decided to kill you seriously. Lin Ming's talent exceeded the corpse ghost's expectations. Such an enemy, who is so young, must not be left alone, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Complete body. With a roar, the skeleton of the corpse ghost man's skinny body crackled, and his shroud-like clothes tore apart. A pair of bright red wings stretched out from his back. After unfolding, they were 10 feet long, and looked like the wings of a giant bat. At the same time, the corpse ghost man's face began to be covered with scales, and his arms began to grow longer, with huge claws emitting cold light. After the initial test, the corpse ghost man finally went all out. Lin Ming's face was solemn. At his current level, no one in the younger generation could match him. The only ones he had to fight were these old monsters who had been stuck in the life-full stage for hundreds of years. In front of these people, Lin Ming was still very immature. The life-full stage spanned 6 or 7 small realms. The difference between the 7th level of life-full and the 1st level of life-full was almost equivalent to the difference between the Zuanden stage and the postnatal stage. Lin Ming fought against the master of the destiny list with the late Zuanden. This battle also meant that he had transitioned from competing with the geniuses of the younger generation to competing with the strong men of the older generation. At this moment, Lin Ming was truly on the peak stage of the Xianan continent. A huge sickle was drawn from the corpse ghost man's zumi ring. The cold sickle was pitch black, like the weapon of the god of death in the dark night. As soon as the sickle came out, it immediately exuded endless resentment, as if countless ghosts were crying around the sickle. What is this sound? So harsh. It seems to have drilled into my brain. The sickle is screaming. At that moment, the surrounding warriors only felt as if countless evil spirits were screaming in their ears, and this kind of sound had great penetrating power. Even if they covered their ears, it could penetrate and directly pass into the sea of spirit. When the warriors with weak cultivation heard this sound, they had a splitting headache and their faces were extremely pale. Retreat quickly. Some warriors shouted, as if they had just woken up from a dream, but many people had no ability to retreat under the influence of the sound waves. They directly lost consciousness and fell from mid-air. This is the evil sickle that the corpse ghost has refined with countless innocent dead souls. With one strike, it contains endless resentment and can destroy the will of the warrior. Just hearing the sound is so terrifying. What will happen if it is chopped on the body? Lin Ming was the first to bear the brunt, shrouded in the evil sickle's resentment energy field, with a blank expression on his face. He could clearly hear the sound of these resentments colliding with his own double force field. This corpse ghost, it turns out that he has transformed his body into a puppet. The strongest point of high-level puppeteers lies in their own bodies, because their bodies are the best puppets. Because their bones and meridians have been transformed, their defense is far superior to that of ordinary warriors. They are invulnerable to swords and guns, and there are 3 or 4 puppets to fight together. Ordinary warriors will be extremely troubled when they encounter puppeteers. After using the complete body of the corpse ghost, his eyes have turned from dark green to scarlet. With his hands holding the long sickle, the corpse ghost spread his wings and slid out like a ghost, silently and at an astonishing speed. The warriors watching the battle felt a flash before their eyes, and the corpse ghost man had appeared in front of Lin Ming, and the black sickle slashed down quickly. This speed was no less than Lin Ming's golden pen breaking the void. Too fast. Lin Ming was also shocked. It was not teleportation, but it was close to the speed of teleportation. Netherworld strike. The black sickle seemed to come from hell, cutting through the space and slashing towards Lin Ming with endless resentment and shrill ghost cries. Such a strike. Before the moves arrived, the momentum alone was terrifying. Lin Ming turned his spear horizontally, facing the corpse ghost man who was going all out. Lin Ming naturally did not dare to hold back. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. He shot forward, infused with the artistic conception of fire and space, and the vitality of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles became agitated. The flame energy and the power of space merged together, condensing into small fragments, spinning rapidly like a chain of stars, and covering the corpse ghost man. Crack, crack, crack. The tiny fragments collided with the resentful spirit of the black sickle, making an extremely harsh sound. Lin Ming's spear intersected with the black sickle, and the terrifying aftermath of the true essence exploded, shaking the atmosphere. They were almost evenly matched. In such a confrontation, the corpse ghost showed a hint of a grim smile on his face. He not only had his own attacks, but also puppets. At the same time as the corpse ghost launched the netherworld attack, the troll puppet and the giant turtle puppet launched attacks at the same time. The troll puppet turned the axe handle in its hand upside down and stabbed Lin Ming's back like a spear, while the giant turtle puppet opened its mouth and spit out a black energy beam. The 2 attacks combined were only slightly less powerful than the corpse ghost's netherworld attack. Front and back attack. Mr. Lin, be careful. Qianxue Xiaoxiu shouted. Her fate at this time was connected with Lin Ming. How could she not be nervous? Once Lin Ming was defeated, her fate would be more miserable than death. At the critical moment, Lin Ming suddenly took a step forward, and the space twisted under his feet. This seemingly random step actually took him a mile away, and the attacks of the 2 puppets missed at the same time. Lin Ming stood in the air, a mile away, with the tip of his gun pointed directly at the brow of the corpse ghost. I'm also confident in my speed, although the long distance speed cannot reach the level of your pair of black wings. Boom. The green mountains dozens of miles away were hit by the black energy flow spit out by the giant turtle, and collapsed behind Lin Ming. Looking at Lin Ming, and the corpse ghost standing in the sky, everyone present felt a breathless feeling. This is the duel between the masters of the destiny list. Although there are more than 100 Shenhe strongmen in Qian'an continent, these people are rarely seen, and most of them are unknown where they have retired to practice. If the Shenhe does not come out, then the destiny list will be king. The destiny list is basically equivalent to the peak stage of Qian'an continent. The law of space? I didn't expect that. The corpse ghost laughed. As Lin Ming said, his maximum speed came from the pair of black wings behind him. In terms of long distance speed, he was faster than Lin Ming, but in short distance, he could not beat Lin Ming. Lin Ming's golden pen broke through the void and distorted the space. One step was almost like teleportation. This was the power of the law, and the black wings behind the corpse ghost were just a heavenly flying treasure. You are an unparalleled genius. Only by killing people like you can I bring me pleasure. Hehehe. Chapter 783, Demon Emperor's Armor. After the corpse ghost finished speaking, he touched the Zumi ring with his right hand, and another puppet was thrown out. This was a humanoid puppet, wearing a white bone armor, and burning with a faint green corpse fire. This flame was strange, and gave people a cold feeling. This seems to be the bad puppet recorded in the destiny list. The faint green flame should be correct. It was made from the corpse of a master who is also on the destiny list. People who practice martial arts have strong soul power and can almost remember everything they see. Therefore, many warriors can memorize the information of the 360 masters on the destiny list. As long as the moves are presented to the world, they are recorded in the destiny list. They recognize the puppet in front of them. It is the strongest puppet of the corpse ghost, the bat. The bat was made from the corpse of a master who was also on the destiny list. The corpse ghost man was ranked on the destiny list by killing that master. At the beginning, the corpse ghost man's original strongest puppet was killed and destroyed by that master, so the corpse ghost man used the corpse of that master as a blueprint to make a new, more powerful puppet, the bat, and relied on the bat to become the 330th person on the destiny list. Even the bat was used, and the evil sickle was also used, which proved that the corpse ghost man had used the most peak combat power. You know, the corpse ghost man became famous 300 years ago, and his age was over 500 years old, while Lin Ming was only in his 20s, and was not a person of the same era at all. Being able to force the corpse ghost man to this point, whether the young man wins or loses, is enough to be proud of. Ran Lin muttered to himself. He didn't know who the young man in the air was, but there was no doubt that he would be famous in the Xianan continent. Whoosh, in the sky, the strong wind surged, and a pair of black wings also stretched out from the back of the bat puppet. In just a moment, it came in front of Lin Ming, stretched out its claws burning with blue flames, and grabbed Lin Ming's neck. Lin Ming held the gun with both hands, and his right arm was as heavy as a mountain. The power of thunder and fire was poured into the red spear at the same time. The spear hummed excitedly and made a harsh trembling sound, piercing the rainbow. The power of thunder and fire merged, and the brilliant light pierced the blue sky like a sharp sword, as if the scorching sun was broken in the air. Lin Ming's gun hit the claws of the bat puppet firmly. Dang. It was like the sound of metal and stone cracking. The defense of the bat puppet was not weaker than that of a heavenly treasure. The attacks of ordinary warriors would never break its defense. However, Lin Ming's attack was not an ordinary attack. It contained a bronze level war spirit. Crack. One of the claws of the bat puppet was cut off by Lin Ming. Boy, accept your fate. The corpse ghost appeared behind Lin Ming like a ghost, with a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He swung his black sickle and slashed Lin Ming's back. Countless vengeful spirits flew out, like thousands of ghosts crying together. These vengeful spirits condensed into substantial energy and rushed straight into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Bang, bang, bang. Under the dual effects of the reincarnation martial will and the war spirit, Lin Ming's spiritual sea was basically a copper wall and iron wall. The power of the vengeful spirits was almost immediately blasted into ashes as soon as they entered the spiritual sea. Burning star flame. The evil god seed trembled, and the burning star flames that were highly compressed in the evil god seed burst out. This was the power of the heavenly fire spirit. With a hissing sound, the vengeful spirits attached to the corpse ghost's sickle were burned to ashes like sulfur. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. Lin Ming thrust out a spear, and all the heaven and earth energy within a radius of 10 miles was absorbed, condensing into countless fragments, like vast starlight splattering down. From a distance, it looked like the Milky Way falling from the sky and crashing into the earth. It was like a scene of destroying the heavens and the earth, shocking people's minds. Boom. With a loud bang, Lin Ming, the corpse ghost man, and the bat puppet were thrown out at the same time. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Lin Ming's mouth, and the shoulder of the corpse ghost man was pierced by the spear. The warriors of Wuxi City watched this fight from afar, and they were all shocked and speechless. The corpse ghost man himself had been transformed by puppetry. He made his body look like neither a human nor a ghost, and in return he had a body defense comparable to a treasure, but he was still injured by Lin Ming. It was difficult to estimate what kind of attack power it was. Boom boom boom. The fierce confrontation was so fast that warriors below the life-destroying stage could not see the movements of the two at all. Lin Ming was originally physically strong and good at frontal combat, and the corpse ghost man and the bat puppet were the same. The tip of the spear meets the tip of the thorn. Heaven burial. Lin Ming used the energy of the 8 gates to the extreme and stabbed out with a spear. Several huge cracks appeared in the space. The space force in the cracks surged out like a tide, forming a violent space storm. The flames of the burning stars ignited on the red spear, and after being integrated into the space storm, it became more and more intense. This is a fusion of space force and flame. This spear poured out all of Lin Ming's understanding of the space realm and the fire realm, and at the same time, infused it with the bronze level war spirit. On the other side, the corpse ghost took a step forward and merged with his bat puppet. With a ghostly howl, the bat puppet's body suddenly expanded, and pieces of bones pierced out of its flesh. All the long bones of the ribs, leg bones, and hand bones were all transformed into sharp white bone spears. On each bone spear, there was a faint green flame burning. The bat puppet became extremely hideous in an instant. Take my strongest attack. 18,000 kills. At that moment, all the bone spears, along with the black sickles, rushed towards Lin Ming. 18,000 was not an imaginary number, but there were really so many attacks, overwhelming and blocking all the ways to dodge. From a distance, Lin Ming and the corpse ghosts had already merged into the ocean of bones. Qianxue Xiaoxio's heart tightened. Kai, 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 Kai. The shrill sound of breaking through the air pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks. The whole world seemed to be pierced. Lin Ming used the power of the evil god to the extreme. His eyes were bloodshot, and the fire spirit on the spear was almost about to explode. Shatter. With a move of burying the sky, thousands of bone spears were shattered, but the remaining more than 10,000 were still stabbing at Lin Ming. Lin Ming waved his spear, like a red dragon turning the clouds and rain, and the bone spears were shattered one by one, and the raised bone powder was scattered all over the sky. The strong wind was howling, Lin Ming's black hair was flying, and he waved his spear tirelessly, like a demon. Heaven Burial. Lin Ming was desperate, and used Heaven Burial twice in a row. A dazzling black light rushed out of the sea of bones, and rushed straight into the sky. Countless brilliant golden lights shot out from the bones, as if a sun was rising in the sea of bones. The golden light cut like a sword, and countless bones were broken, like weathered sand sculptures. Countless bone powder flew all over the sky, covering the sky, and the sky and the earth were all white. Go to hell. Lin Ming forcibly cut a path in the sea of bones, and stabbed the corpse ghost with a gun. The corpse ghost had separated from the bat puppet at this time. The distance between one person and one puppet was only a few feet. The corpse ghost's originally skull eyes became blank. The black evil sickle returned to his hand at some point. On the sickle, the black corpse fire was burning. A strike from the netherworld, lock the yin and yang. His lips moved slightly, and the corpse ghost said these 8 words with difficulty. All the resentful spirits on the black sickle merged into one at that moment, locking the void. Lin Ming's shot had already been stabbed out, and the corpse ghost had no intention of dodging this shot. Instead, he used the evil sickle to cut Lin Ming in the waist. Lin Ming only felt the power of the resentful spirits entangled on his body, making it impossible for him to dodge. Even if he used the burning star flame to turn this resentful spirit power into ashes in a few breaths, at that time, the corpse ghost's attack would inevitably hit him. He used this move, which was a move to die together. Lin Ming had absolute confidence in his defense, but so did the corpse ghost, whose defense was stronger. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, but he denied it instantly. Under such circumstances, facing his strongest attack infused with the great combat spirit, no matter how strong the corpse ghost's defense was, he would be pierced through the skull by himself. Lin Ming would never believe that the corpse ghost did not cherish his life. Bury the sky. Facing this unavoidable attack, Lin Ming simply stopped thinking about dodging, but poured all his true energy into the red spear, and launched his last and most brilliant attack. The perfect fusion of the power of space and the power of fire. The power of this spear was earth-shattering. However, Lin Ming did not stab the corpse ghost man, but stabbed the bat puppet instead. Go. The red spear flew out of his hand, crossing the sky like a long rainbow. With a slight sound, the bat puppet was pierced directly through the head by the spear. The skull was shattered, and the almost rotten brain burst out. At the same time, the death sickle of the corpse ghost also chopped heavily on Lin Ming's waist, and the protective true energy instantly collapsed. The corpse fire burned Lin Ming's shirt. It seemed that it was about to cut Lin Ming in two with a crushing force, but at this moment, the blade of the sickle was blocked by an obstacle. Lin Ming's shirt was burned, revealing a black armor. It was the Demon Emperor armor that Lin Ming took out from the Qianxue melting sun furnace. The Demon Emperor armor can weaken most attacks, but it is not an absolute defense. There is still a cold and extremely cold energy rushing into Lin Ming's body meridians, destroying it wantonly. Lin Ming's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The last attack of the corpse ghost left him seriously injured. If it were not for the Demon Emperor armor, Lin Ming might even die. It is hard to say whether his physical defense can withstand the attack of the corpse ghost. It's over? What happened? Everyone watched the corpse ghost's sickle chop at Lin Ming's waist, and it had already cut most of it, while Lin Ming's spear pierced the head of the bat puppet. The corpse ghost stood in front of Lin Ming, and was not injured at all. The bat puppet blocked the young man's final attack for its master? No. Why do I feel that the young man attacked the bat puppet on purpose? No way. Unless the young man is a fool. When fighting a puppeteer, of course he would attack the puppeteer's body. Only an idiot would attack a puppet. The final fight happened so quickly that almost no one could see clearly what happened. Chapter 784. Killing the Ghost. Was that young man killed by the corpse ghost man? He is such an idiot. He actually attacked the corpse ghost man's puppet at the last moment. Did he get his head damaged? An innate warrior laughed and teased. Shut up. The old man beside him snorted coldly. Don't think that others are as stupid as you. That young man is the pride of the Cheyenne continent. It is impossible that he doesn't know how to fight a puppeteer. The innate warrior was scolded, and his face suddenly looked bad, but he still muttered a few words in a low voice, obviously not convinced. Something is wrong. The corpse ghost man is obviously not injured, but why is he not moving? Did the young man attack the corpse ghost man when we were not seeing it? Who won? What happened? 10 miles away, Xianji Xiaoxio's heart was also tightened. Lin Ming and the corpse ghost man were both motionless, which made her extremely nervous. For her, Lin Ming's win or loss was the difference between hell and heaven. Grandma. Don't worry, Lin Lanjian is fine, but it's the corpse ghost man. Lin Lanjian could have attacked the corpse ghost man in the end, but he attacked the bat. I don't understand why. When the old woman in black was halfway through her words, a scene that stunned all the warriors happened. The corpse ghost man in front of Lin Ming suddenly fell from the air and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned. What on earth was going on? Lin Ming's face turned pale. He stretched out his hand and released a wisp of fighting spirit. The red spear flew back and returned to Lin Ming's hand. Everyone realized that on the tip of Lin Ming's spear, there was a fleshy thing piercing, and that thing was still wriggling and twitching. It was actually a human brain. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief while picking up this white human brain. It's over. The puppeteer can transform any part of his body, but there is only one place that can never be changed. That is, the Sea of Spirit. The Sea of Spirit must rely on the brain to exist. The body of the corpse ghost has been transformed beyond recognition. His real existence is only his brain. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The group of brains on the tip of Lin Ming's gun was struggling violently and making a piercing scream, like a huge worm curled up together. Lin Ming could feel the message transmitted by the other party through the Sea of Spirit. Don't kill me. I will give you puppetry, and I will tell you the secrets of the Shura Kingdom. With your talent, if you know these, you can reach the top of the entire Cheyenne continent and dominate the world. If I don't tell you the things in my memory, don't think about getting them through soul searching. I will destroy my sea of consciousness. You don't need to destroy yourself. I will help you destroy it. Lin Ming sneered. He had no interest in trading with the other party. He didn't want to know the puppetry that made him neither human nor ghost. Wait. Puff. A vibrating true energy rushed out from Lin Ming's fingertips and rushed into the brain like a poisonous snake along the red spear. No. The corpse ghost screamed, but with a bang, the brain exploded into a porridge-like brain. The corpse ghost died. The old woman in black, Rang Lin and other masters who died suddenly realized that at the last blow, the corpse ghost transferred his brain into the skull of the bat puppet and then controlled the corpse ghost's body to die with Lin Ming. This move was very vicious. Once Lin Ming fell into the trap, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. He would definitely not be able to fight the corpse ghost who still had a bat. But Lin Ming happened to see through the changes of the corpse ghost at the last moment, gave up attacking the corpse ghost's body, and turned to attack the bat. If it was normal, it would not be difficult to find the location of the corpse ghost's body with careful perception, but in the fierce battle just now, at the critical moment, Lin Ming was able to find this, which was quite terrible. Slowly, the warriors present understood what was going on. Even if they didn't understand, they understood it after others explained it. For a moment, everyone was silent. Who was this young man? He actually killed the corpse ghost man. Someone noticed the armor on Lin Ming's body. The whole body of the armor was black, but there was a round gap on the chest, as if the heart mirror was missing. It was because of this armor that Lin Ming was not cut into pieces by the evil sickle. What kind of armor is this that can block the last blow of the corpse ghost man? Who? Lin Ming took out a new piece of clothing from the Zumi ring and put it on, instantly covering the Demon Emperor armor. When Lin Ming put on the Demon Emperor armor before, he made some disguises and didn't want to be noticed by others. However, the powerful attack of the corpse ghost man just now completely destroyed the disguise on the Demon Emperor armor. In a short period of time, this armor should have attracted the attention of some people, but Lin Ming was not worried. After tens of thousands of years, it was impossible for anyone to recognize this Demon Emperor armor. Lin Ming collected the incomplete bat and several other damaged puppets, and fell straight down from the sky. As soon as Lin Ming landed, the warriors around him retreated in shock. Facing this evil star, they dared not step forward. The other party was a person that the city guards dared not deal with. If they were killed by him, they could only blame themselves. Lin Ming collected the corpse of the ghost man and his Zumi ring with one hand, and ignored the warriors around him. He raised a mouthful of true energy and flew towards Xianji's Arxio and Xianji Pavilion. He wanted to heal his wounds. In the battle with the ghost man, he used all his means, consumed a lot, and was seriously injured. Win. Young Master Lin actually won. Xianji's Arxio watched Lin Ming fly over, his lips trembling slightly, and he couldn't believe it was true. The master on the destiny list was killed by Lin Ming in one fell swoop. And Lin Ming was only in the late stage of Zuanden. Xianji's Arxio never thought that a young man she met a few days ago could actually kill a master on the destiny list. Who can be ranked on the destiny list is not a powerful figure. Even if he has all the financial power of the Xianji Pavilion and can call on resources at will, it is difficult to hire one. We really won, young lady. The Lord is kind enough to let us meet such a noble person. Beside Xianji's Arxio, Grandma Bei burst into tears. These days, Xianji's Arxio has been facing endless pressure, and so has she. She has watched Xianji's Arxio grow up, and thanks to the Lord's great grace, she has completely treated Xianji's Arxio as her own granddaughter. Lin Ming flew in front of Xianji's Arxio, whose face was full of tears. For a moment, she was at a loss. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Heal your wounds first. Lin Ming had no intention of saying more, and flew directly to the Xianji Pavilion. The environment he was in was not safe now, so it was best to ensure that he was in the best condition at all times. Otherwise, if he encountered another strong enemy, he might not even be able to escape. Seeing Lin Ming, Xianji's Arxio, and Grandma Bei flying into the Xianji Pavilion together, the warriors of Wuxi City were a little confused. He is someone invited by the Xianji Pavilion. Who is he? He can't be in his 20s. He may be hundreds of years old. He just looks young. A young warrior muttered. He was considered a genius of the younger generation in Wuxi City, but he was nothing compared to Lin Ming. He really couldn't accept it. Don't be silly. He hasn't even reached the end of his life. Only when a warrior reaches the end of his life can he spend some of his cultivation to make himself rejuvenated. However, it is only a change in appearance. The lifespan will not be extended at all. In addition, generally only beautiful female warriors will do this. Most men will not do this. The cultivation required to rejuvenate is not a small number. It's incredible. He killed a master on the destiny list at such a young age. This time the destiny list will change again. The 4 major intelligence organizations may reissue a revised version of the destiny list in a short time. Wuxi City is not a small city in the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom. Naturally, there are branches of intelligence organizations here, as well as the eyeliner network of major forces. The news that Lin Ming killed the corpse ghost was quickly spread through various intelligence networks, and Lin Ming's name was also heard, Lin Lanjian. At this time, in the front hall of Qianxue Pavilion, Qianxue Xiaoxiao, dressed in purple, suddenly bowed to Lin Ming. "Mr. Lin, I will never forget your kindness." The old woman in black also bowed. This was not just to help Xiaoxiao inherit the position of the head of the family, but also to save her life. When she bowed to Lin Ming, she also hated the cruelty of Qianxue Xiaoxiao's two uncles, who actually found the corpse ghost. This was to send Xiaoxiao to hell. Since their relationship was torn apart, there was nothing to worry about. With Lin Ming around, they were not afraid of a fight to the death. "Miss Qianxue, you don't have to do this." Lin Ming waved his hand. "We each get what we need. Miss Qianxue, don't forget my dragon bone grass. I will find it for you as soon as possible. This is the ice and snow magic pill from my Qianxue pavilion. It has a miraculous effect on healing and has a certain nourishing effect on the Danshan meridians. Please take it, sir." Qianxue Xiaoxiao handed over a pillbox with both hands and presented it to Lin Ming respectfully. "This is a controlled elixir from the Qianxue pavilion. Originally, according to Qianxue Xiaoxiao's current authority, she had no right to give it to others and had to get the approval of the Elders Council. But now it has come to this point, and she was almost killed by her two uncles. What does Qianxue Xiaoxiao care about the Elders Council? It is most important to keep Lin Ming at the peak of his combat power at all times." Lin Ming glanced at the white elixir in the pillbox. The heaven and earth energy contained in it was indeed extremely pure. Even though Lin Ming had seen many elixirs, he was slightly moved. He did not refuse and took the elixir directly, and then entered the secret room to heal his wounds. Lin Ming's battle with the corpse ghosts was extremely difficult, but he also had many insights, and he wanted to take the opportunity to digest them. As expected, just 3 days after Lin Ming's battle with the corpse ghosts, a new issue of the Destiny ranking appeared. Every 3 years, the 4 major intelligence organizations will recollect information and intelligence, verify the cultivation progress and fighting situation of each life-falling strongman, infer their approximate strength, and publish a new issue of the Destiny ranking. Generally, the Destiny ranking will have great changes at this time. Between 2 issues of the Destiny ranking, if there is a battle between the strong men on the Destiny ranking, or the strong men on the Destiny ranking are killed head-on, and there is an obvious change in the ranking, a revised version of the Destiny ranking will be reissued. And this time, the revised version of the Destiny ranking was issued just for Lin Ming. Chapter 785. First on the Destiny list. There are a total of 360 masters on the Destiny list. Those who can be ranked on the Destiny list have a certain hope of impacting the Sea of Gods. Therefore, most of the masters on the Destiny list are hard-working practitioners. Retreat and practice occupy most of their lives, and they are not often seen. Many major forces hope to attract a few masters on the Destiny list to serve as guests under their command. However, except for some top national forces, even organizations with countless wealth such as Qianxue Trading Company have no hope of attracting masters on the Destiny list. After all, there are only a few dozen masters in a kingdom of God, and at their level, breaking through the Sea of Gods is their only pursuit. They are not interested in anything other than cultivation, seeking opportunities, and learning from others. They find the power and interest struggles in the secular world even more boring. Those top masters who are willing to join national forces are also going for the resources that such organizations can provide. Because of its great influence, the Destiny list has received close attention from major forces and organizations. Through this list, we can understand the situation of all the masters in the 4 major kingdoms, at least know their apparent strength. The Destiny list was written entirely on paper and then bound into a book. 1 page was occupied by a fallen strongman. Each issue of the Destiny list had 360 pages, no more, no less. In these 360 pages, some of the characters that attracted attention in this issue were written in red pen. The person who wrote in red pen in this issue was Lin Ming. On the 320th page, 3 shocking characters were written in blood red cinnabar, Lin Lansword. On the back were various detailed introductions, including the moves, weapons, and achievements Lin Ming used in battle. Lin land sword, weapon, gun, killed the 330th master of the destiny list, the corpse ghost, and cultivated to the late stage of Zuonden, a genius of the ages. The destiny list did not hesitate to praise it. This list has a history of thousands of years. It has recorded too many geniuses, and many of them have now been crowned emperors. However, Lin Ming is the first person in the past thousands of years to enter the destiny list at the Zuonden stage. This alone is enough to cause a sensation. A large number of warriors from Wuxi City came to Qianxue business. For a time, Qianxue business was crowded with people. Many of them wanted to inquire about the news and make friends with Lin Ming. Some of them were lobbyists from big forces who wanted to win over Lin Ming. No matter if it was possible or not, there was no harm in trying it out. This made the performance of Qianxue business, which had been sluggish for the past month, soar. This was really a pleasant surprise. But now, Qianxue's Arxio no longer had to accept the family's performance assessment. She had basically won the battle for the head of the family in advance. At this time in the Qianxue family, Qianxue's Arxio's two uncles looked at the scarlet fonts on the destiny list and felt that these words were like blood writing, which was extremely dazzling. The corpse ghost man was dead, killed by Lin Ming. How could this happen? Qianxue's Io murmured to himself, unable to believe it was true. Brother, what should we do? The sudden situation made Qianxue at a loss. He never thought that a kid that Qianxue's Arxio had recruited from nowhere could actually kill the corpse ghost on the destiny list. What are you panicking about? Qianxue's Io suddenly said angrily, but in fact, he was helpless at this time. The truth could not be hidden. They did not expect to defend themselves and get the protection of the family after saying that they had nothing to do with the corpse ghost. They were originally in the wrong. If they had killed Qianxue's Arxio, it would have been fine. Now that the corpse ghost was dead, they would have caused public outrage. Qianxue's Arxio had the support of Lin Ming and was already invincible. It was impossible for them to find another master who could compete with Lin Ming in a short time. As for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Qianxue's Io did not expect it at all. Originally, Qianxue Commercial Bank was not a must-win for the Crown Prince. Now that such a thing happened, the result was even more predictable. The Crown Prince Jioding would never be willing to have anything to do with the corpse ghost. While Lin Lanjian is still recovering from his injuries, let's leave immediately through the secret teleportation array and go find that adult. The changes that have occurred in Qianxue Trading Company are beyond our capabilities. Qianxue's Io sighed bitterly. At this point, he was helpless. Once the decision was made, the two fled the Qianxue family overnight. Families like Qianxue Trading Company have teleportation arrays specially used for escape in the secret rooms. By leaving through this teleportation array, they at least don't have to worry about Lin Ming's interception and pursuit. They no longer have any hope for the position of the head of the Qianxue family. At this time, in the Phoenix City of the Nine Cauldrons Divine Country, a young man in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe was flipping through the new issue of the Destiny list, with a faint thoughtful look on his face. Your Highness. A man wearing a green mask appeared in the hall and saluted the young man in the 5-clawed golden dragon robe. This young man is the prince of the 9 tripods kingdom. He is already 40 years old, but he looks like a young man in his 20s. This is not because he has restored his youth by consuming his cultivation, but because he entered the life and death stage at the age of 30, and after his body was reshaped and reborn, his appearance remained in his 20s, and it would not change for 1,000 years. Even men would like to stay young forever. However, if they are still stuck in the Zuonden stage in their 30s or 40s, the years will more or less leave some traces on their faces, and they will look a bit like middle-aged people. If you want to stay young forever, you can only enter the life and death stage at around the age of 30. Such people are all talented and evil. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely achieve the Divine Sea in the future, and they will be the best among the Divine Sea strongmen. Zunlong, what's the matter? The 9 tripods prince closed the destiny list in his hand and said calmly, Your Highness, the 2 chess pieces that are arranged in the Qianxue family came to the palace overnight and wanted to meet His Highness the Crown Prince. Do you want to see them? In the eyes of the green masked man, Qianxue's Io and Qianxue Yun were both small figures and had no qualifications to meet the Crown Prince. It was only because Lin Lanjian killed the corpse ghost that the Crown Prince might be interested, so he reported them. Sure enough, Crown Prince Jioding nodded and said, "Let them come to see me." In addition, Zunlong, I asked you to thoroughly investigate the 3 major business houses, the 2 major banks, and the Beibao auction house. How did you do, Your Highness? The Jioding guards are investigating secretly. No omissions have been found in the 2 major banks and the Beibao auction house for the time being, and the 3 major business houses all have more or less problems. Oh, what about the Xianji business house? Crown Prince Jioding nodded with satisfaction, a smile on his face. We have obtained the exact evidence of Xianji Trading Company's crimes. During the tenure of the previous owners of Xianji Trading Company, they made many transactions that were forbidden by the Divine Kingdom. Some of the secret transactions with the Shura Divine Kingdom can even be charged with treason. The Green Mask Man said this indifferently. He was the general manager of the Jioding Guard. The so-called Jioding Guard is a military and political group directly under the Divine Kingdom, an organization in charge of the power of the prison. Its power is extremely terrifying. It has as many as 5 masters on the destiny list. The Green Mask Man is one of them, and the strongest one. His nickname is Zunlang. All the Jioding guards are dressed in brocade clothes and wear green masks on their faces. This mask is not for decoration, but is carved from wood spirit jade. Wood spirit jade has a characteristic, that is, it can isolate all perceptions. Even if it is a strong man in the Divine Sea, don't think that perception will penetrate the wood spirit jade. Therefore, as long as you wear a mask, no one can peek at the true appearance of the Jioding Guard warriors. The entire Jioding Guard only has 9,000 people, but their fighting power is very terrifying. They are under the personal jurisdiction of the Jioding Crown Prince, and are the Crown Prince's right-hand man. Very good. Organize the evidence, as soon as possible and present it. The Jioding Crown Prince said with a smile. This secret investigation has actually been going on for 2 years. Zunlong said yes, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. He didn't know what the Crown Prince was going to do. The 3 major business houses, the 2 major banks and the Beibao auction house together accounted for a total of 6 major commercial organizations, which almost controlled 10% of the economy of the entire Jioding Kingdom. Is the Crown Prince investigating them to swallow them all? You must know that it is almost impossible for a general business to develop to such a large scale to say that anyone has a clean bottom. As long as you are determined to investigate, you will definitely find problems. This is something everyone knows. But even so, the successive emperors of the 4 major kingdoms have acquiesced to the existence of such economic oligarchs because they can help manage the country and create wealth. Not to mention that 1/3 of their profits are collected by the Kingdom of God into the treasury. If you want to annex these economic organizations, it is easy to suppress them with the absolute strength of the Jioding Kingdom's state machinery, and if you don't take into account the influence of public opinion, it will be easy. However, there have been kingdoms that have done this before. Facts have proved that such large economic organizations in the hands of the state are prone to corruption among managers, which will further lead to a decline in efficiency, and even close down in a few years. It is not a wise move at all. The state machinery can only control the brainless resource-based industries such as the Yuanling stone mine and the wood spirit jade design, which are profitable, and it is difficult to get involved in other things. If an ordinary prince had such thoughts, Zunlong would think that the other party had too much desire for power, was stupid and brainless, and made all kinds of stupid moves. But now, it was the Jioding Crown Prince who made this decision. Zunlong knew very well that the Jioding Crown Prince was hidden. He was definitely not an idiot who would make hasty and brainless decisions. What exactly did he want to do? Was he really going to annex these 6 major organizations? That would inevitably cause turmoil in the Kingdom of God to a certain extent. Zunlong thought about it and didn't ask much. As the chief of the Jioding Guards, it was his duty to obey orders. 3 days later, Xianji Trading Company, HMM. An invitation letter from the Palace of the 9 Tripods Divine Kingdom. At Xianji Trading Company, Lin Ming received a jade slip made of wood spirit jade. Inside was an invitation letter from the Palace of the 9 Tripods Divine Kingdom. It was from the Crown Prince of 9 Tripods. The Crown Prince of 9 Tripods invites me to visit the palace and bring Xianji Qianxue with me. Lin Ming repeated the contents of the jade slip and frowned. Chapter 786 The Prince's Invitation. Lin Ming has learned about the 9 tripods prince these days. This person is called Yang Yun. He has a very good talent for martial arts. He seemed to have a strange encounter when he was young, so that he broke through the fate at the age of 30. Yang Yun is a powerful figure in the entire 9 tripods divine kingdom. He is definitely not comparable to Li Yifeng. Although Li Yifeng is also a prince, the power of different princes is very different. Putting aside the gap between the national strength of the 7-star divine kingdom and the 9 tripods divine kingdom, there is no comparison between Yang Yun and Li Yifeng in their respective kingdoms. Li Yifeng can only be regarded as a playboy at best, and he is playful by nature and does not work properly. Even his economy is controlled, and he is often punished by confinement. But the 9 tripods prince has at least 5 masters on the destiny list under his command. In addition, he is also a master on the destiny list, but his ranking has been hidden. There has been no information about his actions for so many years, and his strength is a mystery. Compared with Yang Yun, Li Yifeng can only be regarded as a child who has not grown up. Facing such a person, Lin Ming could not remain calm. Yang Yun was almost twice his age, and the power under him was definitely not something Lin Ming could contend with. It could be said that Yang Yun represented the peak strength of the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom, excluding the strong men of the divine sea. Although Yang Yun had no grudges against Lin Ming, and would not harm Lin Ming was unwilling to enter a place like the 9 cauldrons palace, which was a veritable dragon's den and tiger's den. Most of the masters of the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom's destiny list were directly affiliated with the divine kingdom. Don't forget that the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom is not just a country, it is also a super holy land that is almost a 6th grade sect. The 3 great state masters of the divine kingdom, the 12 senior ministers, and the 5 chief and deputy generals of the 9 cauldrons guard are all figures on the destiny list, and they are ranked very high. In addition, the divine kingdom also has some uncles and princes who have lived for thousands of years, and are in a semi-retired state. Those people are even more terrifying. Most of them have already stepped into the Sea of Gods. In a sense, the current 9 cauldrons kingdom is comparable to the demon god palace that dominated the world in the past. It is the most terrifying force in the entire Xianan continent. In front of these people, Lin Ming has no power to resist. Once he enters the palace of gods, he will be helpless. But it is not possible to directly refuse Yang Yun, which may anger him. Lin Ming can only shirk that after the battle with the corpse ghost. His injuries have not been healed yet and he needs to wait for some time. This is a tactful way of refusing. After Lin Ming passed the information, he continued to practice and refine the elixir. Just yesterday, Xianji Xiaoxiu delivered 2 dragon bone grass as promised. In addition, there are also a considerable amount of yuan lingstone and wood lingayu. These are not only the work of Xianji Xiaoxiu, but also the intention of Xianji business to win over Lin Ming. You know, among the 6 major business giants in the entire Jiaoding Divine Kingdom, including the 3 major business houses, the 2 major banks, and the Beibao auction house, only the Beibao auction house has a guest master on the destiny list. And this guest is just a figurehead, and he will not take action unless there is a major event. Besides, although the ranking of this master on the destiny list of the Beibao auction house is similar to Lin Ming, he is already more than 1,500 years old and is far less potential than Lin Ming. If Xianji business can make friends with Lin Ming, the rewards it can get in the future are immeasurable. No one can say when Lin Ming will break through the Divine Sea, which is the realm of the Divine Sea, and can shock the entire Divine Kingdom. The top 100 masters on the destiny list are already existences that people cannot even look up to, so what kind of people will the Divine Sea masters be? Even the elders of Xianji business feel unimaginable. If they could make friends, even if it was just to get to know a great man in the Sea of Gods, the family's status would advance by leaps and bounds. You have to know that big forces like Xianji business are not short of money. What they lack is the power they can master in their own hands. Under the absolute suppression of the state machinery of the kingdom of God, they are like fat pigs raised in the kingdom of God without power, and can be slaughtered at any time. Now, because of her good relationship with Lin Ming, Xianji Xiaoxiu's status in the family has advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, her two uncles activated the teleportation array to escape from the family in the middle of the night, and no one threatened her position as the heir to the head of the family. The Elders Council has passed a resolution to choose an auspicious day in 2 months to let Qianji Xiaoxiao complete the inheritance ceremony. In these days, Lin Ming's alchemy skills have been constantly improving, but if he really wants to refine the 5-color refining pill that opens the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, there is still a long way to go. Lin Ming looked at the refining materials placed in front of the Qianxue furnace. 5-color fruit, refining root, dragon bone grass, skyflower stone, and 3 katas of wood spirit jade with more than 200,000 years. The quality of the wood spirit jade seems to be a little poor. If there is a million-year-old wood spirit jade, the chances will be better. Unfortunately, wood spirit jade of this age is too rare, and it is difficult for Qianji Trading Company to find it. Lin Ming muttered to himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill rising from the secret room. Murderous aura. Lin Ming's heart trembled. There was a protective formation in his training secret room. The other party only let the murderous aura penetrate without destroying the protective formation. This proved that the murderous aura of that person was more condensed than he could imagine. He quickly put away the Qianxue furnace and tore open the protective formation. Lin Ming walked out of the secret training place. 20 feet away from the training place, there stood a man with a green mask. The cold mask gave people a feeling of indifference and ruthlessness. A mask carved from wood spirit jade? Lin Ming's heart moved. With his understanding of wood spirit jade, he immediately figured out the purpose of this mask. Wood spirit jade blocks all perception, so using it to make a mask is the simplest and most effective way to hide one's true identity. Even if the Divine Sea Master is standing here, he cannot see through the other party. Otherwise, ordinary disguises can only deceive people with similar cultivation levels. If they are in front of people with high enough cultivation levels, they will be seen through at a glance. I can learn from this method in the future. If it weren't for the man in front of him, Lin Ming really didn't expect that wood spirit jade could have this effect. You are. Lin Ming observed the cultivation level of the green mask man for a while. He didn't know what secret method he practiced. There was a cloud of mist hidden in his dungeon, and his cultivation level could not be seen at all. Just from this man, Lin Ming could feel a palpitating feeling. The other party was undoubtedly an expert among experts. He came to Qianji Pavilion without alarming the guards of Qianji Pavilion. The murderous aura he released just now was not malicious, but was just a way to inform himself. In this way, Lin Ming had roughly guessed the identity of the visitor. I'm the General Commander of the 9 Tripod Guards. You can call me Zun Lang. The General Commander of the 9 Tripod Guards, the direct subordinate of the Crown Prince. Lin Ming was not surprised. Before, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince invited Master Lin, but Master Lin's injuries had not healed. Now, a month has passed, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has specially asked me to come and visit Master Lin's injuries, and at the same time, I have sent him a healing holy pill. If Master Lin's injuries have healed, please follow me to the 9 Tripod Palace. If Master Lin's injuries have not healed, then I will wait in the Qianji Pavilion until Master Lin's injuries have healed. After the General Commander of the 9 Tripod Guards said this, Lin Ming had no more reasons to shirk, and could only agree. He did not want to get involved in the high-level struggles of the 4 great divine kingdoms, but just meeting the Crown Prince might not be too bad. For example, the wood spirit jade, that is more than 1,000,000 years old, is difficult to find at the Qianji Trading Company, but the 9 Tripod Palace must have it. The 9 Tripod Divine Kingdom is divided into 9 states, and the 9 Tripod Palace is located in the largest and most prosperous state of the 9 Tripod Divine Kingdom, Zhongsao. The area of Zhongsao alone is as large as 10 Qianan regions. Around Zhongsao, the other 8 states surround it in turn, and the back of Zhongsao extends all the way to the edge of the Sea of Miracles. The Sea of Miracles is the life forbidden zone of the entire Qianan continent. It is located in the center of the 4 great divine kingdoms. The entire Qianan continent is a relatively regular circle, surrounded by the 4 seas of the South Sea, the Misty Sea, the North Sea, and the Red Sea. In the middle is the Sea of Miracles, which makes the territory of Qianan continent look like a huge copper coin. The Sea of Miracles is known as the Sea of No Return, also known as the Ocean of Storms. It is rumored that the entire sea area is black, with endless lightning storms in the sky. Entering it will kill you. Even the mighty ones of the Sea of Gods are no exception. The palace of the Ninding Divine Kingdom is only 10,000 miles away from the Sea of Miracles. Lin Ming came to the foot of the palace of the Ninding Divine Kingdom and looked up at the snow-capped mountains in front of him. The Ninding Palace was an aerial palace built on a high mountain. This is not surprising. Most sects are also built on mountains or spiritual islands, because such places often have excellent spiritual veins. The Jihading Palace in front of him is such a case. Just approaching the foot of the mountain, Lin Ming can feel the dense heaven and earth vitality like the surging tide. Bathing in it, taking a deep breath can feel as if a trace of energy has seeped into his danshan, bringing a subtle increase in cultivation. The foot of the mountain alone has such an effect, so the concentration of vitality on the top of the mountain can be imagined. This is also the reason why many masters on the destiny list are willing to join the Jihading Kingdom. If they can retreat in the Jihading Palace for a long time, it will definitely be much better than the caves they have opened up in other places. Maybe it's a 6th grade spiritual vein, or even higher. Lin Ming has never seen a higher level spiritual vein, and he can't estimate the level of this spiritual vein at all. Beside Lin Ming, even the usually taciturn Zun Long showed a hint of pride in his eyes after seeing the Jihading Palace. He said, "This high mountain is called Jihading Mountain, and the Jihading Kingdom was named after this mountain. 15,000 years ago, the founder of the Jihading sect established the sect on Jihading Mountain, and it has been passed down to the present day, and only then did the later Jihading Kingdom come into being. There was Jihading Mountain first, and then there was Jihading Kingdom. Mr. Lin, Miss Qianxue, please follow me up the mountain." This time, the prince invited Lin Ming, and also invited Qianxue Zhaoxiao, which made Qianxue Zhaoxiao a little panicked. The Jihading prince was almost a legendary figure to her. She didn't know why the prince invited her. Was it just a byproduct of inviting Lin Lanjian? The next chapter will be very late, don't wait. Chapter 787. Let me take a look at your armor. Jihading Mountain is 10,000 feet high, and the top of the mountain is covered with snow all year round. Between the vast sea of snow and the azure ice, there are countless jade buildings. Each building is blessed with a formation. Outside the building is snow that has accumulated for thousands of years, while inside the building, under the effect of the formation, the 4-season jade flowers bloom together, full of vitality and beauty. On one side is white snow and ice, and on the other side is lush spiritual plants. Such a sharp contrast is like a fairyland on earth. At the top of Jihading Mountain, there is a pool that never freezes in all seasons, called Jiuhe Pool. At this time, the entire Jiuhe Pool is filled with mist. In the middle of Jiuhe Pool, there is a jade-carved pavilion. A young man in white is sitting on the pavilion and playing the piano. The sound of the piano is melodious. The Hua Pool is full of iceberg snow lotus. The man playing the piano is as handsome as jade, more noble and smart than the woman, just like a fairy descending from heaven. Seeing Lin Ming and Qianxue Zhaoxiao coming, the young man smiled and said, "Welcome brother Lin to Jihading Mountain." His voice was filled with a strange affinity, which made people feel very comfortable. Is he the crown prince of Jihading? Lin Ming felt that the crown prince of the kingdom of God in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. "I have met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Lin Ming simply bowed his hands. He was not from the kingdom of God, so there was no need to be polite. "Brother Lin, you are too polite." Yang Yun also bowed to Lin Ming, treating him as an equal, without the airs of the Crown Prince of Jihading. "Zun Long, arrange for Brother Lin to go to the reception room. I will go there immediately." "Yes." Zun Long said respectfully, and it was his respect that made Lin Ming feel that the Crown Prince of Jihading in front of him should be an extraordinary person, otherwise he would not be able to convince a master of Zun Long's level. However, the danshan of the Crown Prince of Jihading was also shrouded in a layer of mist, and it was impossible to see it clearly. It is rumored that Yang Yun entered the realm of life and death at the age of 30. Now 10 years have passed. I wonder what level Yang Yun has reached. Lin Ming had no doubt that Yang Yun could fight above his level. In this way, his strength was quite terrifying. After arriving at the reception room, Yang Yun also arrived here after only half an incense stick of time. At this time, he had changed into a purple gold robe, wearing a purple gold crown on his head, and a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on his robe. A noble aura emanated from him intentionally or unintentionally, making people unable to help but bow down and worship. This kind of momentum, that makes people want to worship, is a legendary king's aura. The so-called king's aura is similar to a force field, but the strength of the force field is relatively weak. It has no effect on warriors of Lin Ming's level, but Qianji Xiaoxiu is not like that. Just standing in front of Yang Yun, she felt a huge pressure. The Yang Yun who was as handsome as jade and ethereal, before overlapped with the Yang Yun who was full of king's aura now. I don't know which one is the real him. Yang Yun noticed Qianji Xiaoxiu's slightly pale face, smiled gently, and intentionally restrained his breath. Suddenly, Qianji Xiaoxiu felt the pressure relieved, and her face flushed slightly. Sorry, Miss Qianji, Kiki, make Miss Qianji a pot of jade girl tea. The latter sentence was said to the palace maid. Qianji Xiaoxiu smiled gratefully. She was flattered that Yang Yun could consider the feelings of a small person like her. As for jade girl tea, as the young master of Qianji business, Qianji Xiaoxiu also knew very well that it was a precious tea that nourishes yin and nourishes the skin. It is rumored that a mortal woman can be 1 year younger by drinking a cup of jade girl tea and 10 years younger by drinking a pot. This is not an exaggeration. For mortals, their life potential has not been developed, so it is easier to prolong their life. But for warriors, especially those who have lost their lives, because they have cultivated themselves to the extreme and fully tapped their life potential, it is too difficult to prolong their lifespan. The maid named Kiki respectfully handed over tea. She had a beautiful figure and appearance. At a young age, she had already reached the Xiantian stage. Having such a proud girl as a maid showed the depth of the Jihading divine kingdom. The maid poured jade made tea for Qianji Xiaoxiu, and ice wax mist flower tea for Lin Ming, and the Jihading prince. This tea was more precious than jade made tea. It was made from the petals of the Jiuhua pond ice lotus, which were picked and dried. The Jiuhua pond ice lotus was a natural treasure. The Jihading prince smiled and said, Brother Lin is really a great man. He is only over 20 years old, but he has reached the late stage of Zuandan, and he can be ranked among the destiny list. When I was Brother Lin's age, I was much worse. The Jihading prince laughed at himself. Lin Ming did not say much, waiting for the Jihading prince to explain his intention. However, the Jihading prince did not mention these things. Instead, he talked to Lin Ming about the customs of the 4 great divine kingdoms, as well as the major forces and sects, and various rare treasures. Yang Yun was very eloquent, and had a humorous way of speaking, which made people who talked to him feel very comfortable. Qianji Xiaoxiu could not help but have some good feelings for the gentle Yang Yun. I wonder what the crown prince wants to see Lin about. After talking for half an hour, Lin Ming asked, Haha, Brother Lin, you worry too much. I just like to meet heroes from all over the world. Also, Brother Lin, you don't have to be polite. Just call me Yang Yun. Yang Yun's words were very decent, and Lin Ming didn't say anything more. In fact, the so-called meeting heroes from all over the world is to win people's hearts and recruit troops for one's own use. The cleverness of Yang Yun is that he did not mention this matter directly, but just made friends with Lin Ming. First friends, then monarch and minister, otherwise it would be easy to be rejected. Even though Lin Ming roughly guessed Yang Yun's thoughts, it was difficult to refuse. Brother Yang is famous for his military and literary skills. He will surely be an immortal divine emperor in the future. I'm flattered that Brother Yang thinks so highly of me. Haha, Brother Lin is too modest. I wonder what force Brother Lin comes from. With Brother Lin's talent, I'm afraid he may become the #1 person in Xianan continent in the future. I will have to rely on Brother Lin then. After the two complimented each other, Lin Ming smiled and did not answer Yang Yun's question about his background. Yang Yun was very tactful and did not ask again. Brother Lin, this time I have invited some young talents from Xianan continent to a banquet at Jiuhua Pool. How about Brother Lin and I go to Hanquan to cook wine and talk about heroes in the world? Those who can be called heroes of the world by Yang Yun must be the most proud of the entire Xianan continent. Not only do they have amazing strength and talent, but they also have great influence. such as the heir of a large sect or a very influential prince of a divine kingdom. Before Lin Ming could answer, a maid came to report, "Your Highness, the Bei Princess has arrived." "Oh, I'll go and greet her right away." "Brother Lin, how about you go with me?" "Well, okay." Lin Ming agreed. Yang Yun did indeed host a banquet for all the young talents who stood at the top of the pyramid in the entire Xianan continent today. These people ranged from their 20s to their 50s. If 50 years old is considered middle-aged in the Xiantian period, but in the lifeful period, if one can step into the lifefall in the early 30s, then at the age of 50, he is still as young as a young man in his 20s. In addition, the lifeful strongman has a lifespan of thousands of years, so the 50-year-old lifeful strongman is also a veritable young generation. The Bei Princess, the Prince of Day, the Prince of Kaiting, etc., are all extraordinary people. Just like the Bei Princess, the so-called Bei tribe is a hidden family on the edge of the border of the Jiading Divine Kingdom. This family has a special bloodline and a bloodline seal, which is a special ability inherited from the family bloodline. This ability can only be passed down through the relationship of direct relatives. 2,000 years ago, the Bei people gave birth to a great sea of gods, which is a veritable Holy Land level force. Moreover, the current head of the family is also expected to break through the Sea of Gods. By then, the Bei people will have two great powers. Although they cannot compete with the four great kingdoms, they are also a very important superpower. As the heir to the next head of the family of the entire Bei people, the status of the Bei Princess is very prominent. Needless to say, the Prince of Day Kingdom is also different. Unlike the Jialing Kingdom, which has long appointed a crown prince, the position of the crown prince of Day Kingdom has always been vacant. There are several powerful competitors for this position, and the Day Prince who is visiting is one of them. He is 45 years old and ranked on the fate list. The forces under him, both open and hidden, are combined. Although they are not as powerful as Yang Yun, they are also very terrifying. The Prince of the Seven Stars Kingdom seems to have a lower status, but his grandfather is one of the two strongest Sea of Gods in the entire Seven Stars Kingdom. His seniority is terrifying. Some Sea of Gods even have to treat him as a junior when they meet him. Such a group of people are the most famous families among the famous families in Xianan continent, and the princes among the princes. Xianji Xiaoxiu also attended the banquet as an escort, because she was accompanying Lin Ming. Facing such a group of people who are truly at the top of the pyramid, even she, who is used to the big world, felt a sense of suffocation. Compared with these people, the people she had met before were really not worth mentioning. As the host, Yang Yun introduced the identities of the guests one by one. Xianji Xiaoxiu was shocked with each introduction, while Lin Ming secretly memorized the appearance and origin of the people in front of him, and at the same time, observed and estimated their strength. In the future, he would inevitably come into contact with these people in the four great divine kingdoms. When introducing Lin Ming, Yang Yun used only a simple sentence, the only genius in the past 1,000 years who entered the destiny list at the Zuandan stage, Lin Lanjian. He is Lin Lanjian. Prince Day looked at Lin Ming, a little surprised. He was originally wondering why Lin Ming was sitting here, but now he knew that he was Lin Lanjian. Even though he was of a prominent status, he still had a respect for this top genius who could not be guessed by common sense. "Are you Lin Lanjian?" In one part of the pavilion, a young man in black stood up. He was from the Shura Kingdom, and was the prince of the Shura Kingdom. "It is Lin." Lin Ming bowed slightly, feeling the other party's burning gaze. He was wondering in his heart, did this guy have any grudges with him? Could it be that the corpse ghost man had some relationship with him? Or was this guy completely the kind of battle maniac who would challenge the strong when he saw them and wanted to fight with him? However, what Lin Ming had never expected was that the young man in black took a step forward, pointed at Lin Ming's clothes and said, "Lin Lanjian, I want to see the armor you are wearing, can I?" Lin Ming frowned slightly. It was not polite to ask to see someone else's treasure. However, what he did not expect was that the young man in black immediately explained, "Lin Lanjian, I suspect your armor is the lost sacred object of my clan, the Demon Emperor armor." Chapter 788 Domineering. What? When Prince Shura said this, all the warriors were shocked. This statement was almost equivalent to saying that Lin Ming stole the Demon Emperor armor of their Shura clan. The young heroes present had more or less heard of the armor that Lin Ming was wearing. When Lin Ming and the corpse ghost fought for the last time, both of them used a move that would kill each other. It seemed that Lin Ming relied on this set of black armor to block the last attack of the corpse ghost. Otherwise, this first genius of the ages might have fallen in that battle. According to Prince Shura, this demon emperor armor originally belonged to the Shura kingdom. People turned their eyes to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes were cold. He took the demon emperor armor out of the Qianxue melting sun furnace, but now the black-clothed youth said that it was a lost holy object of their Shura kingdom. He wanted to get it back. This kind of overbearing slander and plundering method would anger anyone. You said that the armor on me belongs to your Shura kingdom. What evidence do you have? Lin Ming slowly stood up, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. In fact, Lin Ming had expected that Shura Divine Kingdom had some relationship with Holy Demon Continent. Shura Divine Kingdom cultivated magic, and the corpse ghosts also had a giant demon puppet. The giant demon corpse used for this puppet also came from Shura Divine Kingdom. From this, it can be seen that Shura Divine Kingdom must have had giant demons from Holy Demon Continent in the past. The young man in black looked at Lin Ming with disdain. Evidence? Humph. Would I, the Prince of Shura Divine Kingdom, frame you? Everyone knows that the Demon Emperor is the belief in the first generation of monarchs of my Shura Divine Kingdom, and the black armor on your body was made by the Demon Emperor. Is this your evidence? Lin Ming smiled sarcastically. The Demon Emperor is the first generation of monarchs of your Shura Divine Kingdom? In Lin Ming's memory, the only sect created by the Demon Emperor in Xianan continent was the Demon God Emperor Palace in the South China Sea, and the Demon God Emperor Palace was later destroyed. The Demon Emperor also ascended to the God Realm and never founded the Shura Divine Kingdom. And the most important point is that the Demon Emperor existed 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. How could he be the first generation king of Shura Kingdom? Seeing Lin Ming's mocking smile, the Shura prince was angry. Who do you think you are? How dare you mock my Shura kingdom? As he spoke, the Shura prince's murderer Sora was released, and the temperature of the entire pavilion instantly became gloomy. Lin Ming was not moved at all. There were several people present that he was indeed afraid of, especially the 9 Cauldron Prince Yang Yun, who could be said to be unfathomable. But these people did not include the Shura prince in front of him. The other party was estimated to be about 30 years old, which was nothing at all. How many years of history does your Shura kingdom have? Do you know how many years ago the Demon Emperor was a figure? Hearing Lin Ming's doubts, the Shura prince's face was full of pride and disdain. Although he looked at Lin Ming, there was no shadow of Lin Ming in his eyes, as if he was looking at the air. The Demon Emperor was a figure from 70,000 years ago. Although our Shura kingdom was officially established only 12,000 years ago, before that, our Shura kingdom had existed in the form of Tantric Buddhism for 70,000 years. We are the oldest sect in the entire continent, no doubt about it. Prince Shura said this shamelessly. Yang Yun was very calm and did not express anything, but Prince Day frowned slightly, obviously unwilling to admit this. After your battle with the corpse ghosts, although there was no trace of the war, our Shura kingdom used special means to explore the memories of some spectators. The Demon Emperor armor on you is clearly described in the classics of our Shura kingdom, and its appearance and properties are completely consistent. If I only rely on this, I dare not say that the armor on you is the Demon Emperor's armor. After all, there may be imitations. However, I still have the most important evidence, which is that your Demon Emperor armor is missing a heart protecting mirror in the middle, and this heart protecting mirror is in my Shura kingdom. As Prince Shura spoke, he took out a black metal disc from the Sumeru ring, which was a heart protecting mirror. Everyone, this is a replica of the demon god's heart mirror of my Shura kingdom. Lin Lanjian, do you dare to show your armor to see if the Demon Emperor's armor is missing the heart mirror, and whether the size of the gap is the same as the replica of my demon god's heart mirror? Prince Shura's words were aggressive, and the young heroes present looked at Lin Ming. Several of them had heard about the description of Lin Ming's magic armor, and it seemed that the heart mirror was indeed missing from the chest. So, what Prince Shura said was not groundless. Facing Prince Shura's words, Lin Ming's face did not have the panic and disbelief that everyone imagined. He looked cold and resolute, as if the matter of the heart mirror mentioned by Prince Shura had nothing to do with him. Did you hear that? Prince Shura took a step forward and suddenly pulled out a spear with a cold glow from the Sumeru ring. At this time, Yang Yun stood up and said, "Situchuan, everyone here is my guest. This Jiuhua event is a banquet for young talents from all over the world. Are you going to take action at my Jiuhua banquet?" Yang Yun's words did not carry any momentum, but inexplicably gave people a feeling of fear. Even Prince Shura felt a little afraid. At this time, another warrior in black said, "Your Highness, we have no intention of causing a dispute. It's just that the armor of the Demon Emperor does belong to Ashura Kingdom. 12,000 years ago, Ashura Kingdom opened the secret realm of the demon god left by the Demon Emperor and took out the secret treasure. However, because spies mixed into the sect and introduced some villains, some of the inheritance and treasures were eventually lost. I suspect that the armor of the Demon Emperor is one of them. It is a very important inheritance of our kingdom and must be recovered now." The warrior who spoke was also from the Shura Kingdom. He was a prince. Although he had been separated from the direct line of inheritance, he naturally cared about the ownership of the armor of the Demon Emperor. According to the records in the classics, the complete armor of the Demon Emperor can not only defend against attacks, but also increase the strength and true essence of the warrior and exert unpredictable effects. And maybe Lin Ming also has the inheritance of the skills of the Demon Emperor. If he can recover these, he will have a chance to practice. After the black-clothed warrior finished speaking to Yang Yun, he turned to Lin Ming and said, "Lin Lanjian, we don't want to investigate how you got this Demon Emperor armor. As long as you are willing to return it, we will forgive you and even prepare some thank you gifts for you. We believe that young Master Lin really didn't know that the Demon Emperor armor was the original inheritance of my Shura Kingdom." The Prince of Shura Kingdom thought he had been polite enough. If Lin Ming had known better, he should have taken the opportunity he gave him. But the next moment, he was almost furious at Lin Ming's answer. Lin Ming touched the Sumeru ring on his index finger with his right hand and sneered, "I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. The heart mirror matches the Demon Emperor armor, and you say that my Demon Emperor armor belongs to your Shura Kingdom? It's ridiculous. Then why don't you say that the heart mirror of your Shura Kingdom should have belonged to me? Lin Lanjian, you are looking for death." The black-clothed warrior slammed the table and stood up. He had never seen such a crazy person who dared to insult their Shura Kingdom in this way. Prince Situchuan of Shura also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He pointed the tip of his gun directly at Lin Ming and said murderously, "Brother Yang, you've seen it all. It's not that I don't give you face, but this Lin Lanjian is shameless. We have done our utmost by not pursuing the matter of Lin Lanjian's ancestors stealing the demon god realm of my Shura divine kingdom, but this person is shameless enough to say that the secret treasure of my demon god realm belongs to them. Even if Brother Yang wants to stop him today, I will make him bleed 5 steps away." At this time, in Lin Ming's sea of spirituality, the magic light had begun to roar. No matter how it was calculated, it was the most worthy successor of the Demon Emperor. This bunch of shameless things actually claim to be the descendants of the Demon Emperor. This makes me laugh to death. They probably found the location of the Master's secret realm from somewhere 12,000 years ago, and then sneaked into the secret realm and obtained the heart protecting mirror and some secret manuals. As for the spies and villains he mentioned, they should be the competitors who entered the secret realm together at that time, but their Shura divine kingdom got the lion's share, and the so-called villains got the smaller share. So this bunch of guys began to claim to be the descendants of the Master, and believe that everything about the Master's inheritance in the world should belong to them. They are simply insane. Lin Ming, kill him. Kill them all. After connecting the past and the present, and with the incomplete memories left by the Demon Emperor, Lin Ming agreed with what Mo Guang said. The so-called descendants of the Demon Emperor in the Shura Divine Kingdom only obtained a secret realm of the Demon Emperor, and it was definitely not the Demon God Emperor's palace. As for saying that the Demon Emperor's armor was taken out of that secret realm, it is nonsense. The secret realm left by our ancestors is originally ownerless. It is obtained by those who are destined to obtain it. The Demon Emperor's secret realm that your Shura Divine Kingdom has obtained is just one of the many secret realms left by the Demon Emperor. You actually use this to falsely claim that the Demon Emperor is the first generation of the king of your Shura Divine Kingdom, and believe that all the secret realms related to the Demon Emperor belong to you. It is simply shameless. Lin Lanjian, you have repeatedly insulted my Shura divine kingdom. I will not be a human if I don't kill you today. The Shura prince's eyes were murderous, and he looked at Lin Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. Lin Ming knew that it was useless to say anything now. He pulled out the red spear from the Zumi ring and said coldly, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. Okay, you are really crazy, Lin Lanjian. You are looking for death and I will fulfill your wish. Brother Yang, you have heard it all. Lin Lanjian himself does not object to a fight. This way, it will not be considered as ruining your Jiuhua banquet. As Situ Chuan spoke, a trace of ferocity appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already decided to kill Lin Ming and snatch the Demon Emperor's armor. This would be a great achievement. If he searched his soul, he could even find some clues to the Demon Emperor's other inheritances from Lin Ming's memory, which might include the more precious Great Wilderness Halberd art and the last few levels of the exercises. Situ Chuan didn't believe that Lin Ming could achieve what he has today without the help of top-level exercises. As long as he plundered them and practiced them himself, his strength would be further improved, and the Shura kingdom would become even stronger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789, 10 Moves Agreement. A fight was inevitable. Yang Yun stood in the center of the Jade Pavilion of Jiuhua Pond, his clothes fluttering, and his expression calm. Do you really want to fight? Humph, Lin Lanjian insulted my divine kingdom's inheritance. I must kill him. Situ Chuan said without question. In that case, I will make a promise of 10 moves, and the winner will be determined in 10 moves. After that, there will be no more fighting. Yang Yun made a promise of 10 moves to avoid a fight to the death. If the two were allowed to fight fiercely, it would not be surprising if someone died. If someone died at the Jiuhua banquet, Yang Yun would always be criticized. Moreover, he intended to make friends with Lin Ming, so he would naturally not let Lin Ming be killed by Situ Chuan. On the other hand, it would not be okay for Lin Ming to kill Situ Chuan. Situ Chuan was the prince of the Shura divine kingdom. If he died in Lin Ming's hands, Lin Ming would be hunted down by the Shura divine kingdom. If Yang Yun protected Lin Ming at that time, it would almost be equivalent to openly slapping the face of the Shura divine kingdom. Although the 4 divine kingdoms fought openly and secretly, they would not do anything out of the ordinary. Everyone knew the terrible consequences of a national war. HMPH, 10 moves are enough to kill you. Don't think that you are invincible just because you are ranked at the bottom of the destiny list. The princes of the 4 great kingdoms will not be ranked on the destiny list without their permission. In the past, the throne of the divine emperor was inherited. Unless there was a Yang Yun standing alone like the 9 Cauldrons divine kingdom, who was the undisputed heir to the throne, there would inevitably be a series of open and secret struggles and even bloody storms. At this time, the strength of the princes was naturally an extremely sensitive topic. The 4 major intelligence organizations would not easily rank the strength of the princes on the destiny list, such as Yang Yun. Of course, there were also some princes who were willing to be on the list, to increase their weight in inheriting the throne, such as the Day Prince who came this time. Although Situ Chuan said it with full confidence, he was actually very alert, and showed all his strength. He knew very well that Lin Ming was difficult. The corpse ghosts were not fools. He would be defeated by Lin Ming. Lin Ming naturally had his strengths. At this time, Situ Feng, the prince of Shura kingdom, said, 10 moves, if you lose, Lin Lanjian, then hand over the armor of the demon emperor. This Situ Feng is also a descendant of a great sea god, and his own strength is also very strong. Otherwise he would not be able to participate in this Jiuhua banquet. However, Situ Feng, like Situ Chuan, Yang Yun and others, had a layer of fog in his danshan, and it was unclear how much cultivation he had. This method of hiding cultivation is very common in the 4 great divine kingdoms. After Situ Feng finished speaking, he stared at Lin Ming with a provocative look in his eyes. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, then he spoke. His deep voice seemed to echo in people's hearts. If I lose, you have to hand over the armor of the demon emperor. What if I win? Are you going to hand over the demon god heart mirror? You're dreaming. Situchuan was furious. The armor of the Demon Emperor was originally a sacred object of my Shura kingdom. Your ancestor stole our armor of the Demon Emperor 12,000 years ago, and now you're still coveting the Demon God Heart Mirror. You really don't know how to live or die. Lin Ming sneered. You are the ones who don't know how to live or die. You keep saying that the Demon Emperor is your ancestor, but you don't have any evidence at all. You don't dare to gamble with the Demon God Heart Mirror. Do you know you will lose? Situchuan was about to go berserk, but was pinned down by Sitafeng. Mr. Lin, stop talking about these useless things. Let me tell you clearly that we can't give you the Demon God Heart Mirror, nor do we have the right to give it to you. It's not in our possession. If we lose, we will compensate you with 100,000 spirit stones. Sitafeng threw out 100,000 spirit stones in one breath. But Lin Ming was dismissive. You're using 100,000 spirit stones to bet on the Demon Emperor's armor. You're really calculating. 100,000 spirit stones is not a small amount, but it's naturally much less than the value of the Demon Emperor's armor. According to Mo Guang, the value of a complete Demon Emperor's armor is no less than that of the Qianxue melting sun furnace, and it's a quasi-sacred weapon. Moreover, defensive quasi-sacred weapons are extremely rare, and their value is not inferior to that of real offensive sacred weapons. Even in the god's domain, sacred weapons are extremely valuable, and how can they be compared with a mere 100,000 spirit stones? If you lose, take out 10 kilograms of million-year-old wood spirit jade, and add 1 kilogram of wood spirit jade Chalcedony, Lin Ming said with a big mouth. 10 catties of million-year-old wood spirit jade, plus 1 catty of wood spirit jade Chalcedony. Sitafeng's eyes turned red. Million-year-old wood spirit jade is in short supply, and even the 4 great divine kingdoms don't have much in stock. As for wood spirit jade Chalcedony, it's even rarer, and it must be at least 5 million years old. If wood spirit jade has been around for a long time, its own components will slowly diffuse into the rocks that bury it, and the impurities in the rocks will seep into the wood spirit jade. Wood spirit jade formed by ordinary spiritual plants absolutely cannot exist for millions of years, otherwise it would have become a fossil long ago. Wood spirit jade, that can exist for 5 million years and remain pure, must be formed by top-level natural treasures, such as the Brahma dragon root, 9 nether grass, Zuanjin divine fruit, etc. This kind of spiritual plant is originally very rare, and the wood spirit jade formed by it is almost extinct. Once condensed, it will autonomously devour the essence of the sun and the moon. After a long time, it can even breed spirituality and have life. The value of wood spirit jade Chalcedony cannot be estimated by you and Lingstone at all. What are you crazy about? Situchuan roared angrily. Compared to 10 kilograms of million-year-old wood spirit jade, plus 1 kilogram of wood spirit jade Chalcedony, the value of the Demon Emperor armor is only higher, not lower. Lin Ming said coldly. Sitafeng sneered. I think you have misunderstood the situation. You have no capital to negotiate with us. My Shura kingdom wants to crush you like crushing an ant. Oh. Then don't talk about it. After talking for a long time, I still don't dare to gamble. Lin Ming said, pretending to put away his gun. If Situchuan and Sitafeng don't dare to gamble, then don't even mention taking back the Demon Emperor armor. How could the arrogant Situchuan swallow this breath? I'm afraid of you. 10 kilograms of million-year-old wood spirit jade, plus 1 kilogram of wood spirit jade Chalcedony. I will kill you in 10 moves. Situchuan said, and he couldn't wait to jump out, with his spear pointing directly at Lin Ming's forehead. Use your blood to sacrifice the armor of the Demon Emperor. But, with a long whistle, hundreds of flying blood-colored symbols appeared around Situchuan's spear blade. It was the seal of blood drinking. The Great Wilderness Halberd Art. Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and then relieved. When he entered the Demon God Emperor's palace, he did not find the Great Wilderness Halberd Art. The memory of the Great Wilderness Halberd Art in his mind was directly extracted from the fragments of the Demon Emperor's soul. It seems that the jade slip that the Demon Emperor recorded the Great Wilderness Halberd Art was naturally left in another relic, and this relic was obtained by the Shura Divine Kingdom. Bus, the blood-drinking seal hummed, and hundreds of blood-colored runes rotated violently around the spear. Lin Ming was very familiar with these moves. He had once tried the killing path, but it was finally proved that no matter how good other people's paths were, they were still theirs. Only by walking out of one's own path could one reach the peak of martial arts. Lin Ming finally used several moves in the Great Wilderness Halberd art as a basis, comprehended the spatial artistic conception in the Great Wilderness Halberd art, and integrated the artistic conception of thunder and fire to create moves such as chasing the sun, chasing lightning, piercing the rainbow, and burying the sky. For Lin Ming, the power of these moves is much stronger than simply using the Great Wilderness Halberd art. Let me learn from you the Great Wilderness Halberd art. Lin Ming's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He wanted to see how powerful the Demon Emperor's famous fighting skills could be in the hands of a pure magic martial artist. How would it compare to his own self-created moves? Swoosh. With the whistling of the spear, Sichuan made his move. The first move was the blood seal spinning kill. The red blood drinking seal spun rapidly, making a sharp whistling sound, as if cutting through space. With only 10 moves, Sichuan would naturally go all out and try to kill Lin Ming within 10 moves. Lin Ming had no intention of holding back. He would not underestimate Sichuan either. He thrust out with his spear, integrating the dual artistic conception of thunder and fire, and violently collided with the blood seal spinning kill. Crack, crack, crack. The blood-drinking seal violently hit Lin Ming's red spear, trying to deflect the spear. This was the special effect of the blood seal spinning kill. One shot deflected other people's weapons and stabbed straight into the chest. Lin Ming had expected this. The spear was infused with war spirits, and the artistic conception of thunder and fire erupted at the same time. Boom. Like a thunder explosion, the terrifying airwaves rushed in all directions. The pavilion of Jiuhe Pond was shrouded by an invisible formation, but it was still shaky, like a small boat tossed in a strong wind. The originally calm Jiuhe Pond was in turmoil. If the ice lotus in the pond had not been protected by the formation, it would have been destroyed into ashes in such a violent explosion. Yang Yun's expression remained unchanged, but Lin Ming knew the value of these ice lotuses. Each one was as valuable as natural treasures. If the formation was broken in a fight here, the loss would be huge. With a tap of his toes, Lin Ming jumped out of the jade platform and flew towards the snowy mountain. At this time, Sichuan was already furious and bloodthirsty. He would never pay attention to the Jiuhe Pond ice lotus used for making tea. He thought that Lin Ming retreated because he could not withstand his blood seal and killed him. He sneered and shouted, "Cowardly rat, where are you going to escape?" Humiliant spear. With a stab, the blood drink seal rotated, forming a red rotating storm. This storm distorted the space and formed a powerful suction force, swallowing everything like a black hole. The moves of Dahuang Jiju contained spatial artistic conception. Lin Ming first comprehended the offensive spatial artistic conception from Dahuang Jiju. Seeing Lin Ming's speed slow down, Sichuan was overjoyed. The warriors sucked by his Yunyuan gun were like insects caught in a spider web. They had no chance of survival. With a long whistle, Sichuan locked onto Lin Ming with murderous intent. He integrated the spatial conception into his gun and stabbed Lin Ming's forehead with a gun. This gun seemed very slow, but it crossed the space in the blink of an eye and suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ming strangely. Such an elusive move allowed Sichuan to kill countless masters unexpectedly. It was a move he was proud of. However, facing this gun that almost teleported in front of him, Lin Ming remained calm. Spatial conception? You are not yet ready. Huh. Lin Ming also stabbed with a gun, and his gun speed actually seemed to be slower than Sichuan's. However, what was extremely strange was that Lin Ming's gun light, for some reason, stabbed Sichuan's chest first. What? Question mark? Sichuan was shocked, and the light bloomed at that moment, and his eyes were open as if blinded. Bang! Sichuan flew backwards, his body's protective true energy shattered, and a mouthful of blood gushed out, but he forced it down. Looking down, he saw a hole as big as a bowl in the heavenly grade treasure armor in front of him, and blood was flowing out. Chapter 790, Killing Showdown. It's only the second move, and Sichuan is already injured? The prince from the 7 star kingdom said in astonishment. Although the strength of the princes is kept secret, the 4 kingdoms are in fierce competition with each other. Sichuan is one of the very important princes of the Shura kingdom, so he is inevitably included in the observation list. Although these people don't know each other's exact strength, they have some estimates. After all, Sichuan is a prince of the Shura kingdom who can compete for the future throne. His talent is unquestionable. At the age of 30, his strength should be ranked on the destiny list. Although it is unknown who is stronger than Lin Ming, the gap is definitely not that big. Not only the Prince of the Seven Star Kingdom, but also the Prince of Day Kingdom found it unbelievable. At this time, Yang Yun took a sip of tea and said calmly, "It's not that the difference in strength is huge, but that the difference in their understanding of spatial artistic conception is huge. The move just now was just a competition of their respective attainments in spatial artistic conception." Situ-Chuan thought that he had an advantage because his move contained spatial artistic conception, but he didn't know that the opponent had a higher attainment in spatial artistic conception. He underestimated the enemy and suffered a loss. He was injured because he was not mentally prepared in advance. At this time, Situ-Chuan felt extremely frustrated and ashamed. Spatial artistic conception was the signature artistic conception of their Shura divine kingdom. It was recorded in the Great Wilderness Halberd art and only the direct descendants of the Situ royal family could practice it. Spatial artistic conception, as one of the most difficult and powerful artistic conceptions among all artistic conception laws, has always been known as the king of artistic conception. The entire Situ family is inevitably proud of their family's ability to use spatial artistic conception, especially Situ-Chuan, because of his extraordinary talent and high attainments in spatial artistic conception. Even the Divine Emperor has praised him. But now, his pride has been ruthlessly shattered by Lin Ming. This kid actually also understands the concept of space, and even his attack method is so similar to the inheritance of my Shura kingdom, and even more powerful. He must have more complete Great Wilderness Halberd art. Situ-Chuan did not think that Lin Ming was more talented in the concept of space than him. He believed that Lin Ming had a more complete inheritance of the Great Wilderness Halberd art, and these things undoubtedly belonged to the Shura kingdom. Only the Situ family of my Shura kingdom is worthy of these inheritances. No one else is worthy. Situ-Chuan shouted in his heart. If he could practice more of these things, his strength would definitely be further improved, and even if he faced Yang Yun, he would not be overshadowed by the other party's aura. "Brother Situ, this competition is over." Yang Yun's voice suddenly sounded. Although Situ-Chuan was injured because of his carelessness, being injured was still an injury after all. This was a competition, not a life and death duel. Losing half a move was considered a loss. "I don't accept it," Situ-Chuan said loudly. The tip of the spear still pointed at Lin Ming. It was related to the honor of his Shura kingdom. How could he admit defeat? Otherwise, if what happened today got out, people would say that Situ-Chuan was arrogant at first, but he lost to a young boy who was younger and had a lower cultivation level than him in just 2 moves, and he was ridiculed. The 10-move agreement has not yet passed. I was careless in 1 move, but I may not lose. Situ-Chuan brought up the 10-move agreement, and Yang Yun did not say anything more. He silently glanced at Lin Ming. He did not expect that Lin Ming's understanding of the space realm could reach this level, as if he could do everything. This kind of talent was really unheard of, and beyond his understanding. With the spear lying across, Situ-Chuan's whole body burst out with momentum. This time he no longer counted on the space realm. His realm was inferior to others. If he used it forcefully, it would only be to use his own weakness to attack the enemy's strength. It was a foolish approach. In addition to the space realm, the Great Wilderness Halberd art also had another major pillar, which was the understanding of the way of killing. Situ-Chuan did not believe that Lin Ming could also surpass him in the way of killing. Boom. Under the stimulation of the blood-drinking seal, Situ-Chuan's murderous aura burst out, covering the sky and the earth. For a moment, hundreds of blood-drinking seals flew like stars, covering the entire venue, and became more and more bright red. The energy above the entire Jiuhe pool was surging, and the black air was rolling, exuding a suffocating breath. Putting aside the artistic conception of space, only the killing way of Dahuang Jiju was used for the duel. On the Jade Pavilion of Jiuhe Pool, several young heroes felt indescribable discomfort under the cover of such murderous aura. Although Yang Yun invited all the proud people of Xiaonan continent this time, the proud people of heaven do not mean strong strength. If you are not old enough and your cultivation is only at the Zuandan stage, no matter how talented you are, your strength is limited, and you can't withstand Situ-Chuan's murderous aura. Such a condensed murderous aura. Such a condensed blood-drinking seal. I wonder how many people Situ-Chuan has killed over the years. Prince Day exclaimed in admiration. The accumulation of murderous aura often does not have much effect if it only kills warriors who are far weaker than oneself. Only when one kills warriors of the same level as oneself, or even geniuses of the same generation, and watches powerful opponents fall in front of oneself. Over time, a belief that one must win the battle and sweep away everything will be ingrained in one's heart. This belief comes out in the form of an energy field, and merges with one's own will to kill the enemy. This is murderous aura. The Sitter family is indeed a cruel family. Their princes and heirs are thrown into some dangerous places when they are 15 or 16 years old to take risks and kill ferocious beasts and trolls. The royal family members who fail to pass the test will have no choice but to die. Yes, there is a naturally formed middle thousand world in the country of Shuragod. The trolls live in it. They are kept in captivity and become the natural trial field for their royal family. Situ-Chuan understands the way of killing to such an extent. He should have killed hundreds of trolls of the same level. The young talents present discussed that the methods of the four great kingdoms to cultivate the next generation are no secret. It's just that Shuragod is the most strict and cruel. The royal family members without talent will end up worse than ordinary people. I must take advantage of this move. Situ-Chuan looked at Lin Ming fiercely. He was injured in the previous move because he underestimated the enemy. No matter what the reason is, losing is losing. If he fights again with a thick skin, if he still cannot suppress Lin Ming and is controlled by the opponent, he will be ridiculed by others for not being able to afford to lose, and his face will be lost. I must take back the glory of the Sitter family, and the inheritance of the Demon Emperor should also return to my Situ family. Situ-Chuan suppressed his anger and poured all his anger, will and physical potential into the next attack. Great Wilderness Halberd Art, Slaughter. The attack overdrawn his physical strength and true essence, and poured all of Situ-Chuan's strength. The black spear-light burst out, cutting through the void, sweeping up the rolling black air released by Situ-Chuan, merging with hundreds of blood-drinking seals, and stabbing out with a spear. The mountains and rivers shook, and it was like being blinded. A duel of the way of killing. Lin Ming's mouth curled up. I don't have much talent in the way of killing, but I have made some achievements with hard work. All the skills that Lin Ming learned were not satisfactory in terms of the artistic conception of wind and the understanding of the way of killing. The former hindered Lin Ming's performance of the golden peng breaking the void body movement, and the latter made him unable to exert the power of the blood drink seal when using the great wilderness halberd art. Especially later, as Lin Ming's strength grew rapidly, the blood drink seal could no longer keep up with the pace. However, Lin Ming's way of killing is not just the blood drink seal. The true essence condensed in the Danshan, and Lin Ming's killing god force field and Shura force field burst out together. Boom. The energy of the force field was like a surging iron stream. When the black gas released by Situ-Chuan came into contact with the Shura force field, it was torn apart, and most of it was directly dispersed. What? Seeing Lin Ming's killing force field fully activated, even Yang Yun was extremely surprised. Unlike the scattered killing aura released by Situ-Chuan, Lin Ming's killing aura condensed into a real force field, and not just one, but two. The force fields overlapped, suppressing the opponent, while increasing the power of his own attack. The force field condensed by killing aura. This Lin Land sword must have grown up by stepping on the corpses of warriors of the same level. The Bay Princess took a breath of cold air. The force field is an extremely rare skill, and Lin Ming has two more. As for those geniuses in their 20s, who were only in the Zuandan period, they all turned pale, and could hardly hold on under the sweep of such killing aura. Burial of the sky. True essence roared. The artistic conception of fire and the artistic conception of space merged. The 8 gates of escape were fully activated, and the bronze war spirit was infused into the gun body. Lin Ming used a self-created move, based on the more powerful burial of the sky in the great wilderness halberd art. The red spear tore through the void, and the power of space escaped to form a space storm. The burning star flame was stimulated by the space turbulence, and evolved into a black magic flame. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The magic flame burned the void, and the space fragments scattered down, replacing the blood-drinking seal and spinning wildly. Seeing Lin Ming's fierce spear stabbing at him, Situchuan let out a wild cry, and an unusual flush flashed across his face. He was surprisingly using a secret method. For magic warriors, this secret method of inducing blood to burst out and forcibly improve their own strength is extremely common. Of course, after using it, they must bear its sequelae, which can damage the meridians at the least and hurt the source of life at the worst. At this point, Situchuan has no way out, and he must win this attack. Boom. The two spears collided violently, and the violent true energy airflow swept down, almost breaking the Jiuhe Pool Jade Pavilion. Several young heroes in the Zuonden period turned pale, especially a warrior who was only in the early stage of Zuonden, who was knocked off his seat and retreated several steps, almost vomiting blood. It was not until Yang Yun, Prince Day and Princess Bei attacked at the same time that the energy turbulence was blocked. Under the attention of everyone, a shocking scene occurred. The space fragments rotating around Lin Ming's spear actually shattered a small part of Situchuan's blood-drinking seal. After breaking through Situchuan's spear, Lin Ming's spear momentum did not disappear, and it hit Situchuan's body, protecting true energy with a resolute flame and space artistic conception. Situchuan's body protecting true energy collapsed, and his body flew out. The result of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Situchuan was completely defeated by Lin Ming. How could this be? When Lin Ming faced the corpse ghost man, he won with difficulty, but he won so easily against Situchuan. Could it be that Situchuan is far inferior to the corpse ghost man? Chapter 791 8,000 Miles of Black Swamp. Situchuan fell heavily into the Jiuhe pool, causing icy water to splash straight into the sky. A shot smashed Situchuan into the pool, but Lin Ming stood in the air, not looking like he had consumed too much energy. Terrible. Looking at Lin Ming standing in the air, the faces of the several Zuonden stage warriors who had been surging with blood and ki were all pale. The collision just now made them feel an irresistible force. In fact, it would be fine if they were not as good as Situchuan. After all, Situchuan was much older than them, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of Mingyuan. But that Lin Lanjian, whose exact age was unknown, was probably no more than 26 years old, and his cultivation was only in the late stage of Zuonden, but with such strength, he suppressed Situchuan. This made them feel extremely frustrated, and this was simply not a talent that humans could possess. Not only these Zuonden warriors, but also several other princes were secretly shocked. Lin Ming was bound to become one of the top few strong men in Qian'an continent. Such a person would have the power to influence the situation of the entire continent in the future. And most importantly, he did not belong to any of the four major divine kingdoms, which gave him unlimited possibilities in the future. Boom. The pool water exploded, and Situchuan soared into the sky. At this time, he was pale, disheveled, and covered in water. He was as embarrassed as he could be. Lin Ming looked at Situchuan indifferently. The opponent's ability to resist attacks was too strong. He was hit twice in a row, but he was not seriously injured. However, this was also reasonable, as the famous fighting skill of the Demon Emperor, Dahuang Jiju, was originally an attack and defense move. The blood-drinking seal could not only be used for attack, but also for self-protection and defense. In Situchuan's body protection true essence, a part of the blood-drinking seal was integrated, which made his body protection true essence stronger than usual. This Situchuan is definitely a master. He may be slightly inferior to the corpse ghost man, but not by much. If he activates the blood secret method just now, he can even suppress the corpse ghost man. Unfortunately, he met me. It was Situchuan's bad luck to meet Lin Ming. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Lin Ming has practiced Situchuan's Great Wilderness Halberd art for many years, and the Great Wilderness Halberd art he learned is more complete than the version in Situchuan's hand. Lin Ming knows all the moves that Situchuan used just now, such as Blood Seal Spin Kill, Mixed Origin Spear, and Slaughter. He also knows the characteristics of the Blood Drink Seal as well as he can. Before the fight, the moves have been figured out by others. How can he fight? The saddest thing is that Situchuan's two major alliances, Spatial Artistic Conception and Killing Wei, completely defeated Lin Ming, which directly led to his inability to exert the power of Great Wilderness Halberd art. Situchuan's only advantage was that he was one major realm and one minor realm ahead of Lin Ming. Unfortunately, this was made up by many factors such as the battle spirit, the 8 gates, and the artistic conception, which resulted in Situchuan being suppressed by Lin Ming from beginning to end. Originally, Situchuan's terrifying defense was one of the reasons why he was ranked on the fate list. However, defense is not as good as attack. A strong attack can suppress others, but a strong defense can still be beaten. Up to now, Situchuan was in a very bad state and seemed to have no resistance at all. In this situation, Situchuan's face was twisted violently. He could not accept such a failure. He would rather shorten his life by 100 years to defeat Lin Ming. Brother Situ, you lost. Yang Yun stood up and said. Situchuan's mouth twitched violently, and the blue veins on his face popped up one by one. After repeated disadvantages, Situchuan could no longer continue to attack Lin Ming on the grounds that he had not made 10 moves, and he also expected that he would lose if he continued to fight. Stop fighting. The two of us are no match for him. If we continue, we will only bring shame upon ourselves. A true essence voice suddenly sounded beside Situchuan's ears. It was from Situfeng. This guy obviously knows your moves very well. He should also have inherited the great wilderness halberd art. We know nothing about his moves, but we can only see some shadows of the great wilderness halberd art from his moves. We should report this to His Majesty the Divine Emperor, and let His Majesty decide. Situchuan's face was uncertain, and he finally gritted his teeth, and fell from the air. 10 catties of million-year-old wood spirit jade, and 1 catty of wood spirit jade shawl sedony, Lin Ming said. Hearing this, the corners of Situchuan and Situfeng's mouths twitched. Even with their wealth, it would be extremely difficult to take out these things. I don't have this kind of thing on me. I will compensate with you and Lingstone and other things. Situchuan's face was terribly gloomy. Lin Ming chuckled and said, million-year-old wood spirit jade and wood spirit jade shawl sedony are both priceless items that cannot be measured by you and Lingstones. There are so many young talents here with countless treasures on them. I think it should not be difficult for me to lend some to them as the Prince of Shura Divine Kingdom. You. Situchuan was so angry when he heard Lin Ming's words. Situfeng was afraid that he would lose his temper as soon as he opened his mouth, so he stepped forward and said, I admit defeat, Your Highness. Please lend me the wood spirit jade. Yang Yun was the only prince of the Divine Kingdom present. The Jiading Divine Kingdom had the most abundant resources of wood spirit jade, and he was the only one who could easily come up with 10 kilograms of million-year-old wood spirit jade, and 1 kilogram of wood spirit jade shawl sedony. Yang Yun stood up with a smile and said, we are all influential figures in Xianan continent. It is fate that we can meet at my Jiuhua banquet. Don't hurt the harmony. I have the wood spirit jade that Brother Lin wants. I can lend it to Brother Situ. Yang Yun said, and took out a jade box from the Zumi ring. The crystal clear jade box was only 3 inches in size. After opening it, a dazzling light bloomed. Yang Yun took out a quail egg sized wood spirit jade from the jade box. What surprised people was that this wood spirit jade was actually golden. It's wood spirit jade shawl sedony. Even though the warriors present were all wealthy people, this wood spirit jade shawl sedony was rare. Yang Yun said, wooden spirit jade is several times heavier than gold. Although the wood spirit jade in my hand is small, it actually weighs 1 pound and 3 ounces. As for the million-year-old wood spirit jade that Brother Lin wants, I don't have it with me for the time being. I will select some from the national treasury for Brother Lin later. Lin Ming said, Your Highness, you are too kind. The extra 3 ounces of weight of this wood spirit jade alone is enough to make up for the 10 pounds of million-year-old wood spirit jade. Lin Ming inherited the memory of the God Realm alchemist and had a rough estimate of the value of wood spirit jade. Haha, good. Yang Yun was not hypocritical. A ball of green light acted on the jade box, and the jade box slowly flew towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming took the jade box and put it into the Zumi ring. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Ming said sincerely. Since coming to the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming has always had a good impression of Yang Yun. Haha, the 9 Cauldrons Kingdom is really generous. This piece of wood spirit jade shawl sedony was mined from the 8,000-mile black swamp of the Sea of Miracles. Prince Day suddenly said with a smile. The 8,000-mile black swamp of the Sea of Miracles. Lin Ming's heart moved when he heard Prince Day's question, and a strange association came into his mind. Huh? Brother Lin, you haven't heard of the Black Swamp? Prince Day looked at Lin Ming strangely, but still explained. The Sea of Miracles is also known as the Sea of No Return and the Ocean of Storms. It is the most terrifying life-forbidden zone in the entire Xianan continent. When Prince Day said this, the Prince of the Seven Stars Kingdom smiled, and shook his head, and interrupted. Brother Oyuye, you only use the 4 words life forbidden zone to describe the Sea of Miracles. It's too pale. You should know that many places in the Xianan continent are called life forbidden zones, but in fact there are only 2 or 3 fierce beasts of big cats and small cats. A Zuand and strongman can go in and deal with them all. When the 7 Stars Prince said this, the other warriors laughed. Indeed, for warriors of different realms, the definition of the life forbidden zone is different. Li Laozan, stop interrupting me. Prince Day scolded with a smile. He obviously had a good personal relationship with Prince Keixing and spoke very casually. This Sea of Miracles is truly a life forbidden zone. It is also the most dangerous place in the entire Xianan continent, bar none. It is rumored that, after going deep into the Sea of Miracles, the entire sea area will appear black, and the sky will always be filled with lightning storms. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone who goes deep into it will die, without exception, even the mighty ones of the Sea of Gods. So far, no one has ever been heard of being able to cross the Sea of Miracles. Even the god emperors of the 4 great divine kingdoms revere the Sea of Miracles like a god. And around the Sea of Miracles, there is an 8,000-mile black swamp, which is the beach of the Sea of Miracles. Because it is a tidal flat, it looks like a black swamp. Although the danger of this black swamp is lower than that of the Sea of Miracles, it is not a place where strong men below the Sea of Gods realm can enter and exit freely. Even strong men of the Sea of Gods who are unlucky will be killed in it. If we go deep into the 8,000-mile black swamp, even if we have many magic weapons to protect us, we will never come back. Prince Day laughed self-deprecatingly when he said this, but Lin Ming's heart was moved. This Sea of Miracles sounded exactly like the Eternal Devil's Pit. The Eternal Demon Pit is also a one-way trip. Even the strongest man in the Holy Demon Continent fell into the Eternal Demon Pit after encountering a bottleneck in his cultivation, and was unable to get out. There is also a 1,000-mile restricted area around the Eternal Demon Pit, which is much less dangerous than the Eternal Demon Pit, but it is not accessible to warriors below the Emperor level. None of the lords and tower masters of the 12 Tangshan towers who stepped into the 1,000-mile restricted area could survive. It was only with the memory left by the Demon Emperor that he was able to walk out of the 1,000-mile restricted area. According to the words of Prince Day, the 8,000 miles of Black Swamp is very similar to the 1,000-mile restricted area. Is it just a coincidence that there is a Sea of Miracles in Xianan continent and an Eternal Demon Pit in the Holy Demon Continent? Lin Ming thought so, and the words of Prince Day next set off a storm in Lin Ming's heart. He said, every 10 years, a black tsunami will occur in the Sea of Miracles. Generally, that tsunami will strike an area of 8 to 9,000 miles, completely covering the 8,000 miles of Black Swamp. This black tsunami is extremely terrifying. If you are caught in it, you will definitely die. However, although the black tsunami is terrible, it also has great benefits. That is, it will wash the wood spirit jade floating in the Sea of Miracles into the Black Swamp for people to mine. Therefore, although the 4 great divine kingdoms have been established for more than 10,000 years, the wood spirit jade resources have never been interrupted and are in constant supply. Chapter 792 Xianji Xiaoxio's request. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and his heart could not calm down at all. The Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit were both forbidden areas for life, and could also bury the mighty ones of the Sea of Gods. Although the surrounding area was relatively safe, it was not something that the strong ones below the Sea of Gods could go deep into. In addition, the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit would both erupt. The tsunami of the Sea of Miracles and the black torrent of the Eternal Demon Pit would bring out the minerals in the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit after the eruption. The Sea of Miracles was made of wood spirit jade, and the Eternal Demon Pit was made of the bones of the demon god. The wood spirit jade was condensed from the essence of ancient spiritual plants, and the bones of the demon god were condensed from the essence of ancient warriors and fierce beasts. How similar. This sea of miracles was simply the eternal demon pit of the Xianan continent. It was definitely not a coincidence, and the two must be related. Thinking of the catastrophe of the Xianan continent 100,000 years ago, and thinking of the immortal goddess sleeping in the eternal demon pit, and the heart of the ancient emperor, that had been beating for 100,000 years, Lin Ming could be sure that there must be some unknown secrets contained in it. Brother Lin. Prince Day saw Lin Ming in deep thought, and couldn't help but speak. It's okay, I'm just shocked by the mystery of this miracle sea. I wonder if there is anything special in the miracle sea. Yes, it is rumored that there is a miracle temple above the miracle sea. It is illusory, and like a mirage. However, the temple is deep in the miracle sea, and is guarded by some ancient sea beasts. The pressure emitted by these sea beasts can make the hearts of the mighty sea gods stop beating. This is beyond our imagination. Prince Day sighed when he said this. His current strength is not bad in the four great divine kingdoms, but compared with the unknown existence of the miracle sea, it is simply not worth mentioning. Not to mention himself, even if his father entered the miracle sea, he would never return. The vastness of this world is beyond their imagination. There are sea beasts in the miracle sea, and there are also ancient beasts in the eternal demon pit. It is really surprisingly consistent. Lin Ming is completely convinced that there is an inevitable connection between the miracle sea and the eternal demon pit, and it is even possible that they are two entrances to the same world. But the strange thing is, why would such a vast and strange world appear in the extremely ordinary plane of Xianan continent? The ancient beasts that are comparable to divine beasts are definitely not comparable to ordinary gods such as the demon emperor. Has anyone entered the miracle temple? Lin Ming asked. Don't be ridiculous. The 7-star prince smiled and shook his head. This thing is originally a legend, and it is inside the miracle sea. So far, no one who has stepped into the miracle sea has survived. How can it be possible to enter? Because of the talk about the miracle temple, the Jiuhua banquet became more lively. Many warriors told some legends about the miracle sea, which made Lin Ming feel that it was even more confusing. Until the end of the banquet, Lin Ming was invited to the prince's palace by Yang Yun. Yang Yun was wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon robe. In front of him, a jade array was floating, and above the array was a projection of the entire Xianan continent map. The 4 great divine kingdoms, the miracle sea, and some ancient families were all marked on the map, looking vast and magnificent. Yang Yun looked at the map and suddenly said, Brother Lin, you seem to be collecting top-grade wood spirit jade? Yes. Yang Yun did not ask Lin Ming the purpose of collecting wood spirit jade, but pondered for a while and said, Brother Lin, why don't you consider joining a faction? Borrowing the channels of a big faction itself, you can collect wood spirit jade faster and more quickly, and you can also protect yourself. Why not? For example, what happened today? Situchuan and Sitafeng of the Shura Kingdom dared to attack you because they bullied you, because you didn't have the support of a big faction behind you, and Brother Lin may have been included in the Shura Kingdom's hunting list. If he falls into the hands of the top strong men of the Shura Kingdom in the future, the consequences will be disastrous. Yang Yun's words were very obvious. He wanted to win Lin Ming over to the Jiuhua Kingdom. Long before attending the Jiuhua banquet, Lin Ming had roughly guessed Yang Yun's purpose. If he joined the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, then the wood spirit jade would naturally no longer be a problem. As long as he showed enough value, the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom would not be stingy with the wood spirit jade. Moreover, with the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom's protection, he would no longer have to be afraid of the Shura Divine Kingdom. However, Lin Ming himself had too many secrets. If he joined the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, there would be strong men of the Divine Sea realm around him. It would be too easy for such a powerful person to monitor him without anyone noticing. Not to mention anything else, if the Kyankan melting sun furnace he needed to refine medicine was known by these old monsters who had studied the art of refining medicine, the consequences could be imagined. Lin Ming did not have the habit of letting others control his fate, which meant that he was destined not to join any Holy Land level forces. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness, but I'm used to freedom, and don't want to join any forces for the time being. Really? That's a pity. Yang Yun shook his head, seeming to be quite regretful. If Brother Lin ever changes his mind, the door of my 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom will be open to you at any time. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I will definitely come to bother you, if possible in the future. Lin Ming clasped his fists. He had already obtained the wood spirit jade marrow, and with the addition of the 5-colored flower, the refining void root, the sky stone and the dragon bone grass, he was already 80% to 90% sure that he could refine the 5-colored refining void pill. It was time to leave the 9 cauldrons divine kingdom, a place of right and wrong. Lin Ming had already planned that, after refining the 5-colored refining void pill and opening the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, he would find a secret place to retreat and break through the fate. When he had enough strength, he would settle down the divine Phoenix Island and make the final preparations for his ascension to the divine realm. After Lin Ming said goodbye to Yang Yun, he returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Qianji Xiaoxiu sitting on the bed in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. There were traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. Obviously she had just cried. Miss Qianji. Lin Ming was a little surprised. He didn't know what happened to Qianji Xiaoxiu, and this was his room. Qianji Xiaoxiu's residence should be next door. It was already time to go to bed, so why did she appear in his room? Mr. Lin. Qianji Xiaoxiu saw Lin Ming, bit her lip, and hesitated to speak, looking pitiful. What's the matter? Just say it. Qianji Xiaoxiu took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down, but tears were still rolling in her eyes. I have seen the Zunlong of Jiadingwei before. He showed me some things. Qianji Xiaoxiu's lips trembled slightly when she said this, as if these things were extremely scary. What is it? It's the evidence left by my father, my great-grandfather, and even the head of the Qianji family who lived even longer, and the dark family history of the Qianji family. Qianji Xiaoxiu seemed to have exhausted all her strength to finish speaking. She supported the table with one hand, revealing a small section of her smooth jade arm, and her plump breasts rose and fell violently. Are those evidences true? It should be true. Qianji Xiaoxiu had been in contact with the business for so many years, and of course she had a certain ability to distinguish. It was because the evidence was true that she was at a loss. She didn't know what the Jiading guards were going to do. Such detailed evidence could not be collected in a day or two. In other words, the Jiading guards had started to investigate the Qianji family a long time ago. Could it be that Yang Yun was going to take action against the Qianji family? With the absolute gap between the masters and enough reasons to take action, Qianji Xiaoxiu had no doubt that as long as Yang Yun had this idea, he could easily swallow up the Qianji business. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for her. You mean Yang Yun wants to merge Qianji Trading Company? Do you think Qianji Trading Company is worth it? Lin Ming asked. I don't know. Jiading guard only showed me the evidence, but didn't say anything. I don't know what they are going to do. Qianji Xiaoxiu shook her head. Although she was extremely scared, she still vaguely guessed some possibilities. Qianji Trading Company alone might not be worth Yang Yun's efforts. But if Jiading guard not only investigated Qianji Trading Company, then Jiading Kingdom might really be in turmoil. As a small fish, she might be washed away in this turmoil. Are you telling me this to ask me to help you? Lin Ming asked directly. Qianji Xiaoxiu couldn't just come to confide in him. Qianji Xiaoxiu's eyes flashed with tears and her lips were bitten white. I want to ask Mr. Lin to stay in Qianji Trading Company for a while. Please. Qianji Xiaoxiu bowed, and Lin Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he understood Qianji Xiaoxiu's intention. Originally, Lin Ming helped Qianji Xiaoxiu get the position of the head of the family, and Qianji Xiaoxiu also paid the dragon bone grass. The contract should have ended here, and Lin Ming could leave the Qianji family at any time. Qianji Xiaoxiu asked Lin Ming to stay to give the Qianji family a talisman. Behind the 9 cauldron guards is Yang Yun, and Qianji Xiaoxiu also saw that Yang Yun valued Lin Ming. If Lin Ming was in the Qianji family, Yang Yun would most likely give Lin Ming a break and let the Qianji family go in the purge. After all, there are 6 business giants in the 9 cauldrons kingdom, and Qianji business is ranked at the bottom among these 6 business houses, far inferior to the 2 major banks and Beibao auction house. After Lin Ming figured out the relationship, he shook his head and said, sorry, I can't agree. It is impossible to stay in Qianji business. Lin Ming has been targeted by the Shura Kingdom. If he continues to stay in Qianxue business, he will have to join the Nine Cauldrons Kingdom and seek the protection of the Nine Cauldrons Kingdom. Otherwise he will die. Hearing Lin Ming's rejection, Qianxue Xiaoxiu's face turned pale instantly. She had known for a long time that this was an unreasonable request, but she did not expect Lin Ming to reject it so straightforwardly, leaving no room for negotiation. She knelt on the ground like a puppet. After more than 10 breaths, she bit her lips, as if she had made a great determination, and stretched out her trembling and slender fingers to hold the rope buckle of her collar. "Mr. Lin, please save me. Save Qianxue Company. I'm willing to do anything. I. Tears fell. Qianxue Xiaoxiu tremblingly untied the first rope buckle of her clothes, revealing a white and tender jade neck. There should be another chapter before 12 o'clock, maybe. Chapter 793, Refining the 5-colored refining void pill. Qianxue Xiaoxiu's collar was originally very high. The purple collar set off her jade white skin. Under the flickering candlelight, it glowed with a soft luster like wood spirit jade, and was extremely soft and beautiful. After untying the first rope buckle, Qianxue Xiaoxiu seemed to have found courage. She continued to untie the second and third rope buckles. She bit her lip and said, "Mr. Lin, I know you have been appreciated by the prince. I'm just the owner of a small business. I haven't even held the inheritance ceremony yet. I can't bring anything to impress you. Except for this innocent body. I know it's not enough, but I really have nothing else." Qianxue Xiaoxiu closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and two crystal tears quietly slipped from the corners of her eyes. Lin Ming didn't expect this kind of change to happen. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the cruel rule of this world. There is no mercy or sympathy in front of power. In order to survive, one must pay a sufficient price. Even a beautiful woman like Qianxue Xiaoxiu, who is so beautiful and charming, and has endless wealth, can only bow her head in front of a stronger force. Otherwise what awaits her is destruction. This is the sorrow of the weak. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Miss Qianxue, you don't have to do this. It's just suffering for yourself. I'm willing. Compared with the foundation of the family, my body is nothing. What's more, Mr. Lin is a genius, but I'm just a small person. I'm afraid that Mr. Lin will despise my plain appearance." Qianxue Xiaoxiu took off the veil on her face, revealing a face like the bright moon. The purple coat also slipped off silently, revealing beautiful shoulders and plump and delicate body. Feeling the coolness of her body, Qianxue Xiaoxiu's originally pale face turned red. In fact, she did not reject Lin Ming. If it weren't for Lin Ming, she would have been abducted by the corpse ghosts, and would be living a life worse than death. "Miss Qianxue, I will not stay in Qianxue Trading Company. You don't have to beg me." This sentence made Qianxue Xiaoxiu's body freeze. Lin Ming stood up and sighed. If he stayed in Qianxue Trading Company, he was basically destined to seek the protection of Jihading Divine Kingdom. Otherwise he would not be able to pass the test of Shura Divine Kingdom. Moreover, if Yang Yun really cleaned up the major trading companies in Jihading Divine Kingdom in the future, and only left Qianxue Trading Company, Lin Ming would owe Yang Yun a favor. After a while, Lin Ming would be entangled with Jihading Divine Kingdom. At that time, it would be basically equivalent to joining Jihading Divine Kingdom. In the case of the powerful emperors, there may be more than a dozen Jihading Divine Kingdoms. Lin Ming has Kyankan melting sun furnace and burning star flame on him. These are treasures that make those old monsters who are proficient in alchemy jealous. Unless Lin Ming never uses these things, once they are discovered by those old monsters with extremely sensitive perception, the consequences will not be much better than falling into the hands of Shura Divine Kingdom. Looking at the pitiful Qianxue Xiaoxiu, Lin Ming was doubting in his heart. When Yang Yun invited him to the banquet, he deliberately invited Qianxue Xiaoxiu. Did he have calculated that this would happen? Although Lin Ming was very unhappy with this method, in fact, the 9 tripod guards only showed Qianxue Xiaoxiu the evidence. Apart from that, they said nothing, and did not force Qianxue Xiaoxiu to beg him. Everything seemed to have nothing to do with Yang Yun, which made Lin Ming seem unable to say anything wrong. Besides, no one forced him to agree to Qianxue Xiaoxiu. It was up to him whether he was willing to choose the beauty or leave. Why? Qianji Zhaoxiu slumped on the ground, his voice trembling. Joining the 9 tripod kingdom, with resources, the respect of the prince, and the protection of the kingdom of God. This is an opportunity that many people can't even dream of. Lin Ming didn't want to say anything more. He faintly felt that Yang Yun seemed to be planning something. Even if it weren't for the many secrets on him, Lin Ming didn't want to be involved in this vortex. Seeing Qianji Zhaoxiu's look, Lin Ming couldn't bear it after all. He sighed and said, Miss Qianji, I really can't agree to what you asked for. I can leave a letter. As for whether His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can take Lin's words seriously, it's hard to say. Lin Ming is very self-aware. Although he has endless potential, he is still far from the peak strength of Xianan continent. If he can rank in the top few on the destiny list, maybe he can get Yang Yun to do him a favor. Now it's hard to say. The so-called letter mainly thanks Yang Yun for his hospitality and mentions Qianji Zhaoxiu in a subtle way. If Yang Yun agrees, it will be considered that Lin Ming owes Yang Yun a favor. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Qianji Zhaoxiu bowed again. She was very satisfied with this result. She waited for Lin Ming, her fingers still pinching the purple bellyband on her chest, and she still didn't put on her clothes. Lin Ming looked at Qianji Zhaoxiu's nervous and helpless expression, and said with a smile, put on your clothes. Miss Qianji, you are very beautiful, but I already have 2 wives. Lin Ming had to admit that Qianji Zhaoxiu's body was very tempting. Even though he was determined, he couldn't help but feel a desire. However, he not only had Mu Qianxue, but also Qin Xingsun, who was married, but didn't have a wedding night. In this case, if he had sex with another girl before Qin Xingsun, it would be a betrayal of Qin Xingsun. Qianji Zhaoxiu blushed and hurriedly put on her clothes. She didn't know what she felt in her heart. Although she was very nervous and reluctant when she made this decision, she had made up her mind and it suddenly ended like this, which made her feel inexplicably depressed. After Qianji Zhaoxiu put on her clothes, Lin Ming picked up a pen and paper and wrote a letter to Yang Yun, which was also his farewell. 3 days later, in the deep mountains of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom near the Sea of Miracles, a man with a green mask on his face landed like a ghost. This man was Lin Ming wearing a wooden spirit jade mask. The wood spirit jade mask can block even the perception of the Sea of Gods, and it is the most powerful and simplest way to conceal one's appearance. Lin Ming dared to walk alone in the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom because of this wood spirit jade mask. Moreover, this is the territory of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom after all. Even if the Shura Divine Kingdom has any ideas about him, it cannot openly search and kill him. Despite this, Lin Ming still sought to be safe and careful. After leaving the prince's palace, he immediately changed directions through the teleportation array several times, and changed his route several times, and came to this remote mountain. The vitality of the heaven and earth here is extremely barren, and there are no resources. I don't think there will be any warriors here. Bang! A spear stabbed out, and the sharp spearlight pierced through the mountain like cutting tofu, directly opening a large hole of more than 20 feet. After slightly tidying up the edge of the cave, Lin Ming set up several concealment arrays and alarm arrays at the entrance of the cave, and then entered it. These arrays were all added with wood spirit jade powder by Lin Ming, which has an excellent effect of isolating the breath. Lin Ming dug out several secret rooms in the mountain, and set up the 8 dragons fire formation in the largest one. With the help of the magic light and Lin Ming's own memory of the 8 dragons fire formation, although it was impossible to reproduce the power of the 8 dragons fire formation in the demon god emperor's palace, it could simulate 3 or 4 points of the scale. Then Lin Ming slapped the Zumi ring, and a small red gold copper furnace flew out, spinning and spinning. In a blink of an eye, it became several feet high, shining with golden light, and blazing with flames. It was the Qiankan melting sun furnace. For safety, the heaven and earth energy of the retreat that Lin Ming was looking for was extremely poor. He had to put Yuan Ling stones and fire type top grade true Yuan stones in all corners of the room. For a while, the fire energy of the entire secret room was filled. The 8 dragons Yaoguan formation swallowed up clouds and mist, and the Qiankan melting sun furnace became more and more red. Alchemy is extremely complicated. Lin Ming has been learning it for less than a year. Even though he inherited all the experience and knowledge of the alchemists in the divine realm, and spent more than half of the medicinal materials in the Yin Yang Palace and the South Sea Demon Realm Medicine Garden for practice, he still cannot master the best elixir like the 5-colored refining void pill. Lin Ming estimated that, if he wanted to ensure a success rate of more than 70% to 80%, he would have to practice alchemy for at least another year or two. He couldn't wait that long, so he could only use this pound of wood spirit jade and chalcedony to force the success rate up. Although this method is very wasteful, time is the most precious thing for Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not start refining the 5-colored refining void pill directly, but first opened the furnace to refine some ordinary elixirs, one to familiarize himself with the technique, and the other to preheat the Qianxue furnace to reach the best refining state. This Qianxue furnace is also a reliance of Lin Ming to dare to refine the 5-colored refining void pill. As a quasi-sacred device, the Qianxue furnace can raise the success rate of alchemy by 20% to 30%. After refining 3 furnaces of elixirs, Lin Ming took out all the materials for refining the 5-colored refining void pill from the Zumi ring, activated the 8-dragon Yaoguan formation, and stretched out his hand. A ray of burning star flame flew into the Qianxue melting sun furnace. As a reward from the ancient Phoenix City, the burning star flame was a very good fire essence even in the divine realm. It was naturally extraordinary when used to refine medicine, and it was far beyond the earth level quality fire essences of the Xianan continent alchemists. Of course, although high-grade fire essences were effective in refining medicine, the premise was that they could be controlled. Otherwise, the fluctuations of the fire essences were too strong, and it was easy to turn the refining materials into ashes. However, this was not a problem for Lin Ming at all. He had the seeds of the evil god in his body, and he had a very high level of understanding of the artistic conception of fire. There was no problem of not being able to control the burning star flame. All these reasons combined together, and Lin Ming dared to open the furnace to refine the 5-colored refining void pill. With a clap of his hands, the sky stone flew into the Qianxue melting sun furnace first. Lin Ming added a burning mood and a hint of destruction to the burning star flame. With the help of the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation, it took only a few breaths for the hard and heat-resistant sky stone to melt. This was a speed that ordinary alchemists could not even dream of. The next was the dragon bone grass. Unlike the high-temperature resistant sky stone, the dragon bone grass would be burned to ashes if the heat was slightly out of control. Lin Ming controlled the heat of the fire essence to weaken. The golden totem on the evil god seed glowed brightly. Under the steady flame, the dragon bone grass also turned into green droplets. The two liquids merged together under the power of telekinesis, and they were crystal clear. Chapter 794, The 8 Gates of Dungia. The medicine was ready, and Lin Ming took out the wood spirit jade chalcedony. The wood spirit jade chalcedony was only the size of a quail egg, but it was several times heavier than gold, weighing a full 1.3 jin. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the wood spirit jade chalcedony flew into the Qianxue furnace. Wood spirit jade is extremely resistant to high temperatures. The older it is, and the higher its quality, the more difficult it is to refine, and the wood spirit jade chalcedony can make the strong men in the Sea of Gods struggle. Lin Ming activated the power of the evil god, and used the power of the triple 8 gates of escape at the same time. Boom. The burning star flame in the Qianxue furnace suddenly erupted, burning the wood spirit jade chalcedony with the essence of the heavenly fire essence. Scorching artistic conception, destroying the law. Lin Ming's true energy was running rapidly, and in the evil god seed, the golden law seal shone brightly. The 8 dragons Yaoguan formation vibrated violently, and the fire element energy twisted into a vortex in the secret room. Pieces of top-grade fire element true essence stones quickly lost their luster, and then cracked in the violent energy flow, and turned into ashes. In such a terrifying flame, after a full quarter of an hour, the wood spirit jade chalcedony finally softened, and began to melt. Drops of the wood spirit jade liquid, which shone with a golden luster, dripped into the previous medicine mixture. Lin Ming was sweating, but his mental strength was highly concentrated. He threw another pound of 500,000-year-old wood spirit jade into the Qianxue furnace. This time, the wood spirit jade quickly melted and formed a thick green wood spirit jade liquid, which wrapped all the medicinal materials. The melted jade liquid of the wood spirit jade is the best buffer medium. The rich wood element energy contained in it can not only moisturize the medicinal materials, but also prevent the overheated flames from burning the medicinal materials, thereby greatly improving the success rate of alchemy. The medicine has been formed, and with the wood spirit jade liquid as a buffer, Lin Ming threw the refining void root and the 5-colored fruit into the Qianxue furnace in turn, preparing to melt them in the wood spirit jade liquid at a constant temperature. Kai. With a light sound, the refining void root and the 5-colored fruit trembled violently, causing Lin Ming's heart to tighten suddenly. Just now, his mental power was only slightly fluctuated, and he almost destroyed the 5-colored fruit and the refining void root. Fortunately, the extra energy was absorbed by the wood spirit jade liquid, otherwise it would have failed. Refining the 5-color refining void pill uses a pound and 3 ounces of wood spirit jade, which is a waste, but it is really worth it. After 3/4 of an hour, Lin Ming's clothes were soaked with sweat. When refining medicine, the pharmacist must concentrate his mental power and constantly sense the situation of the medicinal materials in the medicine furnace. In this case, the soul power is consumed very badly, so if you don't have a strong soul power, don't think about becoming a pharmacist. Lin Ming's soul power and willpower far surpassed those of warriors of the same level, but it was extremely strenuous to support the refining of such a top-grade elixir. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The blue veins on Lin Ming's forehead bulged out like earthworms. Because of the high overdraft of soul power, his face was pale and his lips were blue. Such overdraft, as long as you hold on, is extremely beneficial to the growth of soul power. Every time you use up your soul power and explore the potential of your body, you can improve the realm of your soul power. This is one of the reasons why Mo Guang asked Lin Ming to learn alchemy. After 4 hours, the various alchemy materials in the alchemy furnace have been completely integrated. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes are already full of bloodshot, and his mental power is overdrawn to the limit. This last step of the pill formation is very easy to fail. Although Lin Ming has the wood spirit jade marrow as a buffer for pill refining, and a series of favorable conditions such as the Qianxue melting sun furnace, the burning star flame, the 8-dragon Yaoguan formation, etc. After all, Lin Ming has been practicing alchemy for too short a time, and this is a special assault training for the 5 colors refining void pill. His alchemy foundation is weak, and it is still unknown whether he can ensure success. If something unexpected happens, he will not have a second set of materials to try. After another half an hour, the Qianxue melting sun furnace suddenly paused and began to slowly rotate. At the same time, a clear sound came from the furnace, and the aroma of medicine came out faintly. Lin Ming's mental power was unprecedentedly concentrated. He kept making some seals with his hands, and the burning star flame in the evil god seed was also as stable as possible. In his perception, he could see that the spiritual medicine liquid in the pill furnace began to shrink and take shape, and the essence of the wood spirit jade was all concentrated in the 5 colors refining void pill. Enduring the severe headache caused by the overdrawn mental power, Lin Ming flipped his hand and took out a green jade box from the Zumi ring. The jade box was only 3 or 4 inches in size, but it was carved from wood spirit jade. Such a jade box has extremely rich wood type vitality, which can ensure that the medicinal effect of the elixir will not dissipate for a long time. Even if it is stored for several years, there will be no problem. It is the best container for storing elixir. Of course, the price is also extremely expensive. It is specially used to store top grade elixir. Bang! The lid of the Qianxue furnace popped open without warning. With a humming sound, a fist-sized ball of light shot out from it. In the light ball, there was a 5-colored elixir only the size of a thumb, shining brightly and with overwhelming energy. After the elixir appeared, it did not stop at all, and flew upwards rapidly, as if it wanted to break through the stone wall and escape. Lin Ming had already made arrangements for these. Before the alchemy began, he had set up a formation around the Qianxue furnace. The best elixirs were spiritual, and would flee after the furnace was opened. If the elixirs that had been refined with great effort were allowed to escape by them, it would be a joke. Bang! The 5-colored refining void pill hit the wall of the formation heavily, causing the wall to tremble, but it did not break through the protection of the formation. After failing to break through the formation in one attack, the 5-colored refining void pill shone even brighter, as if it was going to launch a second attack. Lin Ming would never give it this opportunity. He stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, grabbed the 5-colored refining void pill, raised his hand and cast dozens of seals, and then sealed it in the wood spirit jade box. After doing all this, Lin Ming seemed to have lost all his strength and fell straight down from the air. He stretched out his fingers tremblingly, took out a soul-nourishing pill from the Zumi ring and swallowed it. Lin Ming only felt his eyelids heavy as lead, and the surrounding scenery gradually blurred. He fell asleep just like that, and everything fell into darkness. Not knowing how long it had passed, Lin Ming's fingers moved slightly, and he opened his eyes. The cave was pitch black, with only some remaining wood-type true essence stones emitting a faint green fluorescence, which looked exceptionally beautiful. How long have I slept? 7 days. Mo Guang's voice sounded in Lin Ming's mind. 7 days. Lin Ming sat up straight, still feeling a little headache. Looking inward at the Sea of Spirit, Lin Ming found that his soul power had indeed increased a little, and the gun-shaped war spirit suspended above the Sea of Spirit was also shining green, and it seemed to be more powerful than before. When Lin Ming became an inscription master, he once slept for several days after completing the inscription medicine talisman. It was because of the overdraft of soul power. Once the inscription was completed, the spirit relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Now his spirit power has increased greatly, but the level of the elixir he refined is also higher. It has returned to the state of that time. For a while, Lin Ming felt a little emotional. It has been nearly 7 years since he got the magic cube at the age of 15. In 7 years, his strength has changed dramatically. Looking back on the road he has traveled over the years, he can't help but feel a lot of emotion. Lin Ming put away the Qianxue furnace, sat cross-legged on the roughly carved stone bed, entered the ethereal martial spirit, and began to meditate and regulate his breath. The true essence circulated in his body again and again, and Lin Ming found that the Zuandan crystal core in his danshan grew again, getting closer and closer to the peak of the late Zuandan stage. Since breaking through the late Zuandan stage, Lin Ming's cultivation has not increased quickly, and he still hasn't reached the peak of the late Zuandan stage in half a year. This is because after a period of rapid progress, Lin Ming needs enough time to accumulate and consolidate his cultivation, and accumulate strength for breaking through the Mingyuan stage. Although the Mingyuan stage also belongs to the Zuandan stage, the Zuandan to Mingyuan stage is equivalent to a great realm, and it is not easy to break through this bottleneck. It took an hour to adjust both the mental and physical state to the best. Lin Ming took out the 5-color Liangsu pill that he had just refined. Lin Ming, are you planning to open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia? Yes, I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. The sooner I can refine this pill, the better it will be for my cultivation and fighting against the enemy. He opened the wooden spirit jade box and unsealed it. A thumb-sized pill with 5 colors on the surface rolled into Lin Ming's hand. This pill looked very small, but it was extremely heavy, weighing a full 1 or 2 kilograms. This was because the essence of the wooden spirit jade was melted into it. Lin Ming opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He immediately felt a warm and cool thing flowing from his throat to his stomach, and then gradually turned into a slight burning sensation. Compared with the previous blue nameless divine pill, the 5-color refining pill had a relatively mild effect, but it took a long time to refine. As soon as Lin Ming put the jade box away, he closed his eyes, entered the ethereal martial spirit, began to meditate and regulate his breath, and practiced the chaos true essence art. Over the past 7 years, due to his diligent practice, Lin Ming's chaos true Yuanju realm has steadily improved. Now he is even confident that he can engrave most of the chaos true Yuanju mental method on the jade slip for others to practice. In the God's domain, there are not many types of physical training methods. This seems to be because the changes in the physical training system are much less than those in the Juyuan system. Chaos True Yuanju is a superior physical training method, but it is not difficult to practice. At this time, Lin Ming looked inside his body and could clearly see strands of colorful energy mixed into his limbs and bones along the meridians and merged into his body, making the final preparation for impacting the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. This 3rd gate is the Jingmen. As the second stage of physical training, each time the 8 gates of Dungia is opened, it will gain more powerful power, and each gate corresponds to a special ability. For example, the first gate, Zuman, is located between the clavicles. After opening it, in addition to enhancing the overall strength of the warrior, it can also greatly improve the warrior's endurance and recovery. The second gate, Duman, is located at the keel of the spine, which enhances the body's balance and explosive power. The third gate is located at the knees. While increasing the warrior's strength, its auxiliary function is to greatly increase the warrior's speed. Chapter 795, Sky High Reward. 3 days later, with a loud bang, the stone bed where Lin Ming was sitting collapsed completely, and the top grade Zinnian stones in the entire secret room all shattered and turned into ashes. Lin Ming stood up from the rubble and moved his hands and feet casually, and then heard a crackling sound, like frying beans. The Jingmen finally opened. Compared with the Zuman in charge of recovery and endurance, and the Duman in charge of balance, body endurance, coordination and explosive power, the Jingmen in charge of speed and instantaneous acceleration can undoubtedly improve combat effectiveness more directly. Speed is undoubtedly one of the most important indicators for considering a warrior's comprehensive combat effectiveness, which is much more direct than endurance, and explosive power. The effect of speed on dodging and chasing is unquestionable, and it also greatly increases the attack itself. As the saying goes, there is no solution to fast moves. The speed of the warrior himself can be superimposed on the speed of the move. When the speed is fast enough, a small stone chip can easily penetrate the human body. If the battle spirit is infused on this basis, the power will be even more terrifying. Coming out of the cave, Lin Ming sealed the entrance and jumped up. Boom. The rocks under Lin Ming's feet exploded, and he flew out like a meteor, flying several miles in an instant, with a blue rainbow light across the sky. The strong wind blowing towards him made Lin Ming's long hair flutter. Feeling such an extreme speed, Lin Ming was overjoyed. The extreme speed of Jingmen was better than he had imagined. Just relying on the energy of Zinnian and Jingmen, he could achieve such a speed. What if he added the body movement secrets? Thinking of this, Lin Ming used the golden peng breaking the void body movement. His steps became confused, and the space under his feet shortened. One step was 5 or 6 miles away. The majestic mountains and rivers thousands of feet high were easily jumped over by Lin Ming like small waves. With Jingmen and the golden peng breaking the void body movement, Lin Ming's speed increased several times more than before, and even made Lin Ming feel that it was difficult to control. If I launch an attack under such circumstances, Lin Ming's mind moved, and he thrust out the red spear in his hand, with the interweaving of thunder and fire artistic conception, and at the same time, infused with the bronze level great perfection war spirit. Piercing the rainbow. Swoosh. The blazing spear light was like the light of the scorching sun, and Lin Ming completely merged into this light. The man and the spear became one, and he disappeared in an instant like a flying meteor. When he reappeared, Lin Ming had crossed dozens of miles of the void, crossed a canyon, and pierced a 1,000-foot high cliff. Bang! The cliff was pierced by Lin Ming like tofu, and then penetrated from the other side of the cliff. Lin Ming's spear moves were based on the extreme speed, combined with the dual artistic conception of thunder and fire, and the sharpness of the war spirit. Therefore, even though the mountain was close to the Sea of Miracles, and the internal rocks became extremely solid under the baptism of tsunami energy, it was still pierced through the belly of the mountain by Lin Ming's spear. Swish, swish, swish. A pile of stone powder flowed out of the hole with a diameter of several feet formed after Lin Ming penetrated. Before the destruction law of the Fire Realm, these stone powders were crushed to almost dust. After being blown by the wind, they flew all over the sky. For a while, the whole cliff canyon was grey. After opening the third gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, my strength will be further improved. If I meet the Shiki now, I should be able to win easily. Thinking of this, Lin Ming flew away from this vast uninhabited area, and flew towards the city. He needed to enter the city, to buy some natural treasures, to continue to refine the alchemy technique, and at the same time, it was also the final preparation for his impact on the death. However, when it comes to buying natural treasures, one thing that makes Lin Ming very depressed is that he has no Yuan Ling stone. Lin Ming had quite a few treasures, but it was impossible to exchange Yuan Ling stones for things like Qianxue melting sun furnace, demon emperor armor, heavenly grade demon god bones, and the artistic conception jade slips left by Phoenix Fairy. However, the rest of the things were not worth much. Lin Ming had only accumulated some wealth when he killed Zuan Wuji and the master of the Jixing Tangshan Tower, but compared to his current level, these wealth were nothing and had been almost squandered by him. Now, except for a few heavenly grade treasures that he had not sold, all the rest of his belongings added up to no more than 5,000 Yuan Ling stones. This was roughly equal to the total wealth of an ordinary second level life falling expert from the 4 great divine kingdoms. If these Yuan Ling stones were used to invest in alchemy, not even a sound would be heard. As for making money through alchemy, Lin Ming had considered it, but it was a waste of time. Lin Ming was able to refine the 5-colored refining void pill in just over half a year by burning materials. It is by practicing with precious materials regardless of the cost that one can improve the proficiency of alchemy. This practice method will only burn money, not make money. Qianxue, Qingyuan City. Qianxue is the smallest of the 9 states in the Jiaoding Divine Kingdom, but its prosperity is second only to Zhangzhou. In Qingyuan City, the capital of Qianxue, all major forces gather. This is the headquarters of the Beibao auction house. There are countless major markets, treasure pavilions, and pill shops. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The young warriors walking on the street are also outstanding individuals. Among them, there are many innate masters in their 20s and Zuandan masters in their early 30s. If they were in the southern sky region, such people could be listed as the direct disciples of a large or medium-sized sect. In a restaurant in the center of Qingyuan City, people come and go. Because it is close to a large auction house, all the warriors who come in and out are wealthy. Lin Ming, wearing a wooden jade mask, sat in a corner and casually ordered a few plates of beast meat and spiritual food. He lifted a corner of the wooden jade mask and ate slowly. At this time, the conversation of several warriors caught his attention. Do you know about the Lin Lanjian who was widely circulated a few days ago? A man in his 30s or 40s took a big sip of wine and said with a slightly red face, "Who doesn't know him? He killed the corpse ghost with his late Zuandan cultivation. He is ranked on the destiny list and is rated as a genius of the ages." The big man's words immediately attracted laughter from the surrounding warriors. The man's eyes seemed to say, "Are you from another place?" I'm not talking about these. It's the news that has just been reported." The big man cleared his throat, attracted everyone's attention, and then shook his head and said, "Lin Lanjian's skills have been confirmed to be stolen from the Shura Kingdom, and the armor he wore is also a treasure of the Shura Kingdom, but it was lost a long time ago. I didn't expect it to fall into Lin Lanjian's hands." "What? Lin Lanjian's skills were stolen from the Shura Kingdom? Are you sure?" The surrounding warriors were stunned. This is a big event. Whether it is for the sect or the kingdom of God, the most important thing is inheritance. Once the inheritance is leaked, their foundation will be shaken. This is something that the major holy places and kingdoms of God will never tolerate. So for those who steal the skills, there is no doubt that the way is to kill them. It is absolutely true. It is said that Lin Lanjian or his master killed an important figure of Shura Divine Kingdom and stole the jade slip of Great Wilderness Halberd art from the other party's Zumi ring. That's it. The surrounding warriors all believed it a little. Since Shura Divine Kingdom said that Lin Lanjian's skills were stolen from them, then Lin Lanjian's skills must have some similarities with them. Such a thing cannot be said casually. Otherwise, if Lin Lanjian's skills are not related to Shura Divine Kingdom's Great Wilderness Halberd art, then the lie will be broken. Great Wilderness Halberd art is the secret inheritance of Shura Divine Kingdom. No matter how powerful Lin Lanjian or his master is, it is impossible to rush into Shura Divine Kingdom's secret place to steal the inheritance. Therefore, the only way to get it is to kill a direct descendant of Shura Divine Kingdom, and then get the jade slip of Great Wilderness Halberd art. Although many warriors want to do this kind of thing, it is despised by others when it is put on the surface. The warriors present all question Lin Lanjian's character for a while. The other party is probably a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. However, this kind of people is actually the most numerous among the warriors, at least there are quite a few in the current restaurant. What about the armor Lin Lanjian is wearing? A warrior asked. That is the armor of the Demon Emperor. In the Shura Kingdom, there is a heart mirror of the armor of the Demon Emperor, which is a perfect match for the armor on Lin Lanjian without the heart mirror. The original main body of the armor has been lost for many years. I didn't expect that there is a big problem with Lin Lanjian. All the discussions of the warriors fell into Lin Ming's ears without missing a word. He listened calmly, while eating the beast meat piece by piece as usual. The Shura Kingdom was more shameless than he imagined. On the one hand, they released such remarks to mobilize more people to find him, and on the other hand, they also found a plausible reason for them to kill him to seize the treasure and inheritance. Compared to a long-standing kingdom of God, warriors are naturally more likely to believe their words. After all, the idea that great wilderness halberd art and the Demon Emperor's armor belong to the kingdom of Shura has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It seems that the kingdom of Shura should have issued a bounty for me. Lin Ming drank a glass of wine in one gulp and smiled sarcastically. Sure enough, the words of the warriors around him confirmed Lin Ming's guess. The Shura Kingdom can't tolerate this kind of thing happening, right? Isn't that bad for Lin Lanjian? Of course, the wanted order has been issued, and it will probably be posted soon. It is said that the Shura Kingdom is offering a reward of 100,000 spiritual stones for clues about Lin Lanjian. If you can capture Lin Lanjian alive, you can even offer a sky-high price of 300,000 spiritual stones, plus a top-grade elixir and a top-notch mid-grade treasure of the heavenly rank. When the big man said this, the warriors present were all pounding with their hearts. They didn't dare to think about capturing Lin Lanjian alive, but it was possible to provide clues 100,000 spiritual stones. They didn't even dare to think about it. You have to know that the princes of lower status, and whose cultivation level is not yet at the stage of life and death, have a total net worth of only 40,000 to 50,000 spiritual stones. If they get these, they can pile up their strength with elixirs alone. If they are lucky enough to break through 2 or 3 levels of life and death, then they can enjoy a lifespan of 2,000 years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796 Shura Kingdom Branch. The bounty was too tempting. Many people wanted to dig deep into the ground to dig out Lin Ming. Some even fantasized about the luxurious life they would have after getting the Yuan Ling Stone. At this moment, a low laugh suddenly came from the hall of the restaurant. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a warrior wearing a black bamboo hat drinking alone in the corner of the hall. He placed a 4-foot-long sword on his table. The warrior looked young and had a strong aura. He said to the big man who spread the news before, "Brother, you just said that there is a reward of 300,000 spiritual stones for capturing Lin Lanjian alive, plus a top-grade elixir and a top-grade heavenly grade treasure. Then let me ask you, what is the top-grade elixir, and what is the top-grade heavenly grade treasure?" The warrior wearing a black bamboo hat made a shocking statement. From what he said, it seemed that he really intended to capture Lin Lanjian alive. The other warriors were at most thinking of finding clues about Lin Lanjian. They didn't dare to think about capturing him alive. Lin Lanjian was a master on the destiny list. He could kill them with just one finger. It's the God transformation pill. The big man who spoke earlier obviously knew a lot of inside information, so much so that Lin Ming was wondering if he was a spy of the Shura Kingdom, responsible for spreading information. God transformation pill? When the name of this pill was mentioned, most of the warriors present had blank expressions. Obviously they had never heard of it, but other warriors all widened their eyes and looked extremely shocked. The God transformation pill can be used by strong people with high life loss when they are about to impact the Sea of Gods. Of course, it can also be taken when the life loss is low to consolidate the foundation and greatly enhance the strength, laying the foundation for future impacts on the Sea of Gods, but the latter method is more wasteful. This pill is enough to make the top 50 masters on the destiny list jealous, because taking it has a high chance of achieving the Sea of Gods, so it is called the God transformation pill. The big man explained with a slightly complacent look. After this explanation, many warriors gasped. This thing is probably worth no less than 300,000 spirit stones, or even more. Exclamation mark. After Lin Ming finished drinking, he pulled down the wooden jade mask to cover his chin. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Shura kingdom really spent a lot of money, making him want to report himself. But it was normal to think about it. Whether it was the deep inheritance of the great wilderness halberd art or the armor of the demon emperor, they were all things that could make the royal family crazy. The god transformation pill. If I can get one, I can quickly improve my strength after achieving the life and death. It turns out to be the god transformation pill. Good, good, good. The warrior in the bamboo hat said 3 good words in a row, as if the god transformation pill was prepared for him. This made the other warriors present extremely unhappy. This kind of pill, that they couldn't even look up to, was mentioned by this kid, as if it was within their reach. Who the hell is he? What's good? It's as if this elixir is already yours. Isn't this brother too arrogant? Even if you find Lin Lanjian, can you capture him alive? The warrior who spoke said bluntly. The warriors on the destiny list are not cabbages. There are a total of 360 people in the entire Xianan continent, including some who were not included in the list for various reasons. There are at most 500 people. These people are scattered across an extremely vast land, and most of them are concentrated in the palaces of the 4 great divine kingdoms, major retreats, and the headquarters of super sects. He doesn't believe that anyone he meets in a restaurant is a master of the destiny list. So the masters of the destiny list are too worthless. Lin Lanjian is on the destiny list at a young age. In a few months, his cultivation may improve again. It's not easy to defeat a master. It's even harder to kill a master, and it's even harder to capture a master alive. If you want to capture Lin Lanjian alive, you must be ranked at least 270 or 280 on the destiny list, which is basically equivalent to an ordinary 6th level life destroying master. Do you have this strength? Someone took the lead, and several warriors responded immediately. Some people have long been dissatisfied with this warrior in the bamboo hat. He really thinks he is a big clove of garlic. Facing the questioning of the warriors present, the warrior in the bamboo hat just sneered, looking like he was too lazy to argue with these people, and just wiped his mouth leisurely. At this time, the big man who spoke earlier rolled his eyes and asked, "May I ask your name, brother?" Liu Lan sect, Yang Junction. The warrior in the bamboo hat turned his head and people saw his face clearly. He was very handsome, but there was a scar at the corner of his eye. For high-level warriors, repairing a scar is not a big deal. The scar on the face is naturally left intentionally. Most likely, the scar is a reminder of the shame of his defeat. This proves from the side that he has been defeated very rarely, maybe only once or twice, otherwise his face and body would have been full of scars. This kind of person is undoubtedly a young hero. It turns out that you are Yan Junxun, the chief disciple of Liulan sect. I'm sorry. The big man who spoke before hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. Yang Junxun is in his early 30s, and his strength is certainly not enough for the destiny list. However, the Liulan sect he represents has 2 masters of the destiny list ranked around 300. A sect that can have 1 or 2 masters of the destiny list is already a top sect under the Holy Land. Of course, although this kind of person is on the destiny list, his ranking will not be very high. The masters of the destiny list with high rankings are basically in the Holy Land in the 4 divine kingdoms. Although the 2 masters of the fate list of Liulan sect were not ranked high, they were good at various traps. Once trapped, they could not get out for several months. With the cooperation of the 2 of them, it was very likely that Lin Lanjian would be captured alive. Thinking of this, the big man said, "Brother Yan, there is a branch of Ashura kingdom in the border of Jiuding divine kingdom, Picho mountain. If Brother Yan and your master are interested, you can go and have a look. There are 3 demon envoys of Ashura kingdom in charge, and show enough sincerity to ask you to help search for Lin Lanjian, the despicable villain, and take back the inheritance of Shura divine kingdom." The identity of the big man was very obvious when he said this. He was obviously an intelligence officer sent by Shura divine kingdom to find the alliance that hunted down Lin Ming. After all, Jiuding divine kingdom was someone else's territory, so they had to be more obscure to do this. Moreover, Shura divine kingdom could not directly send warriors to conduct a carpet search in Jihading Divine Kingdom and could only rely on the local forces of Jihading Divine Kingdom. Oh. 3 demon envoys. Although Yan Zhengxuan was arrogant, he was secretly shocked when he heard the title of Demon Envoy. Those who could be given the title of Demon Envoy were basically the top masters ranked in the top 100 of the Destiny list. The strength of the warriors on the Destiny list also varied greatly, especially there were several watersheds, 300th, 200th, 100th, 50th, 30th, and top 10, which were all watersheds with a big difference in strength. The top 100 masters were completely different from those in the top 300. If we find the clue of Lin Lanjian, and the demon envoy takes action personally, it will be easy to capture him without any effort. The big man said proudly. Indeed. Yang Zhengxuan nodded and admitted, it can be killed instantly. Okay, brother Yan, the specific location of the Shura Kingdom branch is at the eastern end of Pichou Mountain, 30 miles southwest of Pichou Lake. I hope brother Yan and your master can come. The big man did not hide the so-called branch of the Shura Kingdom, and there was no need. The existence of this branch was not a secret. Pichou Mountain was not the territory of the Nine Cauldrons Kingdom anyway. Besides, the Pichou Mountain branch had 3 great demon envoys in charge, which could ensure safety. Okay. Yang Zhengxuan agreed. In the corner of the hall, Lin Ming quietly left a top-grade Zinyu stone on the corner of the table, and quietly left the hall. The people present would never have thought that the person who just walked out of the door was a living person made up of 300,000 spirit stones, a Shenhua pill, and a mid-grade heavenly treasure. Pichou Mountain, Shura Kingdom branch, 3 great demon envoys. It seems very interesting. The big man said that Shura Kingdom will show some sincerity. I wonder what it is. The so-called sincerity is mostly a bounty. It would be visually impactful if the bounty is directly displayed, while it would always make people worry that it will not be fulfilled if it is only promised on the wanted order. I also plan to go to the Shura Kingdom branch of Pichou Mountain to join in the fun. Lin Ming thought so, and soon flew away from Qingyuan City with light steps. Pichou Mountain, located at the border of Jihading Kingdom, stretches 4,000 of miles, and the highest peak is 4 or 5,000 feet, reaching straight into the sky. Because of the abundant spiritual veins here, several small martial arts families have occupied a place. Of course, the spiritual veins they occupy are far less than those of the Shura Kingdom branch. Lin Ming dropped the light of escape and stood on a snowy peak of 3,000 feet, looking at the branch of Shura Kingdom 100 miles away, a 5th grade superior spiritual vein. What a luxury. Just one branch occupied a 5th grade superior spiritual vein. The foundation of the Kingdom of God was far beyond the reach of the sects like the South Sea Demon Realm. It was said that the Ghost Demon Emperor City also had a top-level spiritual vein, but after the Ghost Demon Emperor City was destroyed, the spiritual vein was also transferred away by several Sea of Gods using great magical powers. The central area of Xianan continent was originally rich, and coupled with the plundering over the past 10,000 years, it is no longer on the same level as the surrounding areas of Xianan continent. Maybe the central area of Xianan continent is so rich because of the Sea of Miracles. Lin Ming suddenly had this thought in his mind, and he felt it was very possible. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the 4 major kingdoms were all surrounded by the Sea of Miracles? I really don't know what secrets the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demonic pit hide. Lin Ming stood on the snowy peak for a while, and saw several small black dots flying from a distance. The black dots were very fast and quickly grew larger. It turned out to be a spirit boat several dozen feet long, pulled by several flying beasts, flying towards the branch of the Shura Kingdom. After the spirit boat passed, several colorful long rainbows crossed the sky. They were the escape lights left by Zhu and Dan and Mingyun masters. It seems that the Shura Kingdom branch has invited a lot of people. Lin Ming jumped down from the snowy mountain, stepped on the golden peng breaking void body skill, and walked towards the branch of the Shura Kingdom, as if strolling in the garden. I don't know what sincerity the Shura Kingdom has shown. I'm very tight on money recently. It would be perfect if I could take the opportunity to make a fortune. Thinking of this, Lin Ming sped up a bit. Chapter 797 300,000 Spiritual Stones. The Shura Kingdom branch is backed by a 3,000-foot snow-capped peak. The branch was built from the middle of the mountain. The heaven and earth here are full of vitality. Under the effect of the formation, various spiritual trees and plants are lush and green, and there are countless spiritual flowers and rare grasses. In higher places, there are snow-capped peaks, and the ice has not melted for thousands of years. The two scenes are superimposed together, which is extremely beautiful. The architecture of the Shura kingdom is mainly simple and majestic. Many buildings are built of obsidian, which looks heavy. Lin Ming landed early and walked to the gate of the Shura kingdom branch. "Stop, who are you?" Two tall guards stopped Lin Ming. "I'm a warrior from the Jiading kingdom. I heard that the Kingdom of God branch is offering a large reward for a warrior who stole the inheritance of the Kingdom of God. I want to learn more about the situation." The two guards looked Lin Ming up and down. Although his cultivation level is the late stage of Zuanden, it is not high, but it is very good compared to the other party's seemingly young age. It is estimated that there is some power behind him. This time, the Shura kingdom was hunting down Lin Ming, so they naturally had to rely on the local forces of the major kingdoms. Warriors like Lin Ming, who were suspected to have a certain background, were all considered guests of the kingdom branch. "Take off the mask," said the guard. Lin Ming did not hesitate and took off the wooden jade mask directly, revealing a very ordinary face. This was Lin Ming, after using the disguise technique. As early as when Lin Ming was in the 7 Zuanwu mansion, the then deputy mansion master Beluo was a master of the disguise technique. He could not only change his appearance, but also imitate a person's voice, temperament, and even body odor. When Lin Ming mistakenly entered the southern border, it was because Beluo turned into Qin Ziya's appearance that Lin Ming did not notice at all. Later, when a large-scale beast tide broke out in Xinhuangzhou, Lin Ming rushed back to Qingsang City to rescue him. Beluo followed him and disguised himself to assassinate Lin Ming, but was killed by Lin Ming using the dream barrier. Beluo's special disguise technique fell into Lin Ming's hands. It was unknown which ruins Beluo had obtained this disguise technique from. The quality was quite good. Although it was not considered a high-level disguise technique for Lin Ming now, it was more than enough to deceive two guards whose cultivation was not as good as his. "Go in." The guards did not doubt him. If they really wanted to detect whether Lin Ming's face was disguised, Shura Divine Kingdom would certainly have a way. The key point was that they had never thought that Lin Ming himself would disguise himself and enter the Shura Divine Kingdom branch. This place was a den of dragons and tigers. There were 3 masters in the top 100 of the destiny list, and several other masters on the destiny list, including the 9-Ding Divine Kingdom, and even the Day Divine Kingdom and the 7-Star Divine Kingdom who were interested in finding Lin Ming alive. Coming here to cause trouble was completely courting death. Not to mention that they were backed by the Shura Divine Kingdom. If they wanted to deal with them, they had to first consider the meaning of the 4 words Shura Divine Kingdom. After Lin Ming entered the mountain gate, he put on the wooden spirit jade mask again. There were many masters in this branch, and he did not expect his half-baked disguise technique to deceive everyone. Lin Ming walked very slowly along the way. He observed the formations arranged around the Shura Kingdom branch. They were all standard defensive formations, mainly used to resist external enemies. It was not until Lin Ming walked to the outside of the main hall that he discovered a large ceiling formation that could isolate the outside world from the main hall. Once this ceiling formation was activated, it would take some effort to get out. The arrangement of this ceiling formation combines many techniques of the God Realm, which is very clever, and its main part is the techniques left by the Demon Emperor, which also involves the 8-Dragon Yaoguan formation and the double ceiling formation that sealed the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. The Shura Kingdom has indeed inherited part of the Demon Emperor's heritage. Lin Ming muttered to himself. If it was a different school, he would have to spend a lot of effort to break the formation, but because they were from the same school, and Lin Ming remembered the Demon Emperor's formation method more clearly, it didn't take long for him to see through this formation, and was confident that he could rush out before it started to start, and was fully activated. The retreat is no longer a problem. Lin Ming thought so, and stepped into the ceiling formation. Then, he gradually heard some fighting sounds coming from afar. After walking for about an incense stick of time, Lin Ming came to a hall. This hall was all black and looked like a tall tower. In front of it was an open square in front of the hall. At this time, many warriors had gathered on the square. Most of these people were above the Zuandan stage, and there were also juniors in the Xianxian stage, most of whom came with their elders. These warriors were divided into several obvious camps, and each camp was led by a high-level life-falling warrior. Obviously, they were all 5th grade sects like the Ulan sect. There were many 5th grade sects in the 4 great divine kingdoms. They depended on the 4 great divine kingdoms for their existence, just like the relationship between Kixu Valley and Shenhuang Island. At this time, in front of the square, 2 young warriors in the late Zuandan stage were fighting fiercely. Energy streams bombarded the defensive formation, constantly emitting brilliant light. Compared with their rage, it was quite good to have such strength. The sound of fighting that Lin Ming heard before came from here. What are they fighting about? Lin Ming was slightly puzzled. When he was about to ask, he found a high platform not far from the battlefield. There was a box made of an unknown metal, and the box was full of Yuanling stones. It was superior Yuanling stone. Yuanling stone only has 3 grades: ordinary, superior and top grade. Top grade Yuanling stone is the source of Yuanling stone ore veins. It is basically extinct. It is very good to be able to mine a piece of Yuanling stone from an entire Yuanling stone ore vein. It is something that the great powers of the Sea of Gods will be jealous of and fight for. The next is the superior Yuanling stone. 1 superior Yuanling stone is worth about 300 ordinary Yuanling stones. Moreover, this superior Yuanling stone is extremely rich in Yuan Qi, so it can be used when breaking through the bottleneck, which has a miraculous effect. When Lin Ming breaks through the life fall, if he can get some superior Yuanling stones to help him break through, it will be more secure. It will help Lin Ming to quickly absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth after breaking through the life fall and stabilize his cultivation. There are about 1,000 high quality Yuanling Qi in the box. This is the reward of 300,000 Yuanling Qi promised by Shura Kingdom. 300,000 Yuanling Qi, and they are high quality Yuanling Qi. If you can get them, it will be a huge fortune. Lin Ming was already thinking about how to rob this fortune. He looked around the hall and found that not far from the high platform, there was a middle-aged man in black clothes with his arms folded across his chest and his eyes closed. Looking closely, he found that his feet were only an inch away from the ground, and he was actually suspended in the air. 6th level of life. The middle-aged man in black did not hide his cultivation. He was really 6 levels of life. With his not too old age, he even had the hope of impacting the Sea of Gods. There is no doubt that the other party is one of the 3 great demon envoys of Shura Kingdom, a top master ranked in the top 100 on the destiny list. Beside the middle-aged man in black, there was a half-foot square wooden jade box floating. The jade box was surrounded by many seals, and a ferocious giant demon was engraved on it. Although Lin Ming could not see the contents clearly, he could guess that it was the transformation pill. 300,000 spirit stones, the transformation pill. Unfortunately, the transformation pill was too close to the middle-aged man in black. If Lin Ming wanted to snatch it, his hope was extremely slim. There are 2 more demon envoys in the Shura Kingdom branch, but they are not nearby. To entertain these people, sending out a demon envoy is already a great honor. Lin Ming thought so and casually asked a young man who looked no more than 20 years old, "What are the 2 people on the stage fighting?" The young man was watching the fight with great interest and was a little annoyed by being interrupted by Lin Ming. He was too lazy to pay attention to him, but after seeing Lin Ming's late Zuandan cultivation, he had to patiently explain. They are competing for a genius list. The Shura Kingdom mobilized us, the 5th grade sects, to use our own connections and intelligence networks to search fallen Lanjian. Naturally, we have to give some benefits. In addition to the promised reward, we also promised to cooperate with us to cultivate some geniuses of our sect. The young man pointed to the high platform. Lin Ming then discovered that on the high platform, in addition to 300,000 spirit stones, there was also a list with top geniuses, middle-level geniuses, and ordinary geniuses written on it. There were blanks at the end, obviously ready to fill in the names. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming immediately understood. In the past, Shenhuang Island also held a similar event in Shenhuang State. The big sects helped the small sects to cultivate their own talents. This practice cost the big sects less, but for the small sects, it could get the most direct benefits. Now these young talents are fighting for the ownership of the top talents. Interesting fight. Lin Ming's mouth showed a grim smile. He came here to do two main things today. The first thing was to rob, and the second thing was to disrupt the situation. As for angering the Shura Kingdom, that was a joke. Lin Ming was already on the Shura Kingdom's must-kill list. If there were not so many young talents present at the Jiuhua banquet, Lin Ming would definitely not mind killing Situ Chuan and Sitafeng. At this time, the competition on the stage was over. The short-haired young man holding the back knife won. He laughed. The title of the top genius belongs to me, Tu Yifeng. As he said that, he jumped to the high platform, picked up a pen, and wanted to write his name on the genius list. At this moment, a sneer came. Tu Yifeng, if you want to be ranked first, you still have to ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. Arrogant and somewhat familiar words. Lin Ming glanced casually, and sure enough, he found the figure of Yan Zhengxun, a young man in a bamboo hat in the restaurant, in the crowd. The person who just spoke was him. However, Yan Zhengxun had taken off his bamboo hat at this time. What remained unchanged was the scar at the corner of his eye and his arrogant look. Next to Yan Zhengxun stood an old man with long eyebrows. He was dressed in grey clothes and had a cultivation level of the 5th level of life. Obviously, he was the master of Yan Zhengxun mentioned by the big man in the restaurant. This old man's life fire is not strong. It is estimated that he is 2000 years old. 2000 years old and 5 levels of life. He is only ranked at the bottom of the destiny list. It is impossible for him to make another breakthrough in the road of martial arts. They, Liulan sect, participated in this matter. If they get the God transformation pill, they will probably give it to Yan Zhengxun. No wonder Yan Zhengxun was so arrogant in the restaurant and regarded the God transformation pill as prepared by him. Chapter 798 Lin Lan Sword. Lin Ming kept observing the strength of all the warriors on the destiny list and concluded that, except for the 3 great demon envoys, the strength of the other warriors on the destiny list was very average. The transformation pill and the 300,000 yuan spirit stone are placed separately, so I can only take one of them. The transformation pill is too close to the demon envoy, so I can only take the yuan spirit stone. Lin Ming looked at the platform where the yuan spirit stone was and found that there was a small protective formation on the platform, covering the yuan spirit stone like a transparent glass cover. However, this formation was just arranged casually. With Lin Ming's strength and understanding of the formation, it was not difficult to break it with one strike. To put it bluntly, this formation was just for show, and the Shura Kingdom branch would never dream that someone would openly rob at the venue. Unless it was a master ranked in the top few of the destiny list, robbing would be courting death. And who among the masters, ranked in the top of the destiny list would anger the Shura Kingdom for these riches? Lin Ming didn't care now. Anyway, he and the Shura Kingdom were already at war. Even if Lin Ming was willing to hand over the inheritance of Great Wilderness Halberd Art and the armor of the Demon Emperor, the Shura Kingdom would hunt him down and kill him, and search his soul to confirm the authenticity of the technique. And the key problem is that Lin Ming can't hand over the inheritance of Great Wilderness Halberd Art. The Shura Kingdom thought that Lin Ming had the inheritance jade slip, but in fact, Lin Ming only had the memory of the Demon Emperor. If he wanted to engrave the memory of the technique on the jade slip, he must first practice this set of techniques himself. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have considered engraving the power of the evil god for Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue to practice. At this moment, a loud noise broke out in front of the square, and Yan Zhengxuan beat his opponent dozens of feet away, making him spit blood. An old man flew up from the crowd, caught the seriously injured young hero, and glared at Yan Zhengxuan. Yan Zhengxuan said without noticing, "It's inevitable to get seriously injured when sparring." Humph. The old man snorted coldly, and fed his seriously injured disciple a pill. He didn't have the face to say more, since his disciple's skills were not as good as others. This Yan Zhengxuan is indeed worthy of his reputation. He should be the #1 genius of the younger generation in Qianhuazhao. Humph, he is just the #1 genius in Qianhuazhao. There is still a big gap compared with the geniuses in Zhongzhou, not to mention compared with a monster like Lin Lanjian. In the square, many warriors couldn't stand Yan Zhengxuan's domineering and couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Yes, Lin Lanjian is probably about the same age as Yan Zhengxuan, but he has already been listed on the destiny list. Disciples from other sects said in the audience. Lin Lanjian, humph. Yang Zhengxuan sneered. Lin Lanjian is just a stepping stone on my road to martial arts. What's his genius? When my Liulan sect captures him, he will only be a spirit transforming pill to enhance my strength. As for the destiny ranking, with this spirit transforming pill, I will definitely be on the list within 2 years. Stop bragging. Are you sure that your Liulan sect can capture Lin Lanjian? Humph, my Liulan sect dares to say that, so naturally we have some special ways to find people. It's not a sure thing, but it's 60% to 70% sure. History will only remember the victors. By then, I will be recorded in history, and Lin Lanjian will only be a meteor, forgotten. Yang Zhengxuan said confidently, and with his outward momentum, no one dared to confront him. As for the older generation, they naturally would not lower their status to compete with the younger generation. Soon the entire venue was suppressed by Yang Zhengxuan alone. Who else is dissatisfied? Yang Zhengxuan said loudly, and no one answered for a while. Yang Zhengxuan was very satisfied with the result. He strode onto the high platform where the genius list and Yuan Lingstone were placed, ready to write his name. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes rustling in the air, and a man with a wooden jade mask on his face flew to the center of the square. This man was naturally Lin Ming. Yang Zhengxuan frowned and put down the pen in his hand. There are really people who are not afraid of death. His eyes stayed on Lin Ming's wooden jade mask for a while, and soon recognized that Lin Ming was the warrior in the corner of the restaurant. Wooden jade masks are not uncommon among warriors, but each mask often has a different style. Lin Ming's mask has faint black lines above his eyes, which made Yang Zhengxuan recognize it at a glance. With a light snort, Yang Zhengxuan didn't take Lin Ming seriously at all. In his opinion, Lin Ming was the kind of warrior who heard the news by chance and then came to the Shura Kingdom branch with the mentality of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. When he saw this genius training plan, his blood rushed up. This kind of person is here to be slapped in the face. Who is it? Tell me your name. Mu Qianxue family, Mu Qianxue sword. Lin Ming made up a name and origin. Anyway, the Xianan continent is vast, with many families, and there are many remote and hidden families. No one can know every family. Yang Zhengxuan looked at Lin Ming. Although his facial features were covered, he could tell from the skin on his face and his voice that he should be relatively young. What Mu Qianxue family? I haven't heard of it. There are many families you haven't heard of. Lin Ming answered calmly. This kind of fight of beating up children really didn't interest him. Now, he was no longer on the same level as the younger generation. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. A person from an unknown small family is so arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson. Watch out for the sword. Swoosh. With the sound of a sharp sword breaking through the air, Yang Zhengxuan slashed at Lin Ming's face with a sword. Lin Ming took a step back. In front of the Shura Kingdom's strong men, he couldn't use moves such as Guanhong and Zangshan, otherwise they would immediately see that these moves were from the Great Wilderness Halberd art. In addition to these, Lin Ming also has the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, and the physical training method Chaos Gang Doujing. Although the attack power is a little weak, it is more than enough to deal with a kid-level opponent like Yang Zhengxuan. In fact, Lin Ming can easily defeat him, even if he doesn't use any moves. Taking a step sideways, Lin Ming lowered his center of gravity and then stepped out. Body shattering fist. The true essence condensed into a thread, and Lin Ming punched out, and the energy gushed out. Bang. With a loud bang, Yang Zhengxuan's sword energy was shattered by Lin Ming's punch. Lin Ming's fist did not decrease, and hit Yang Zhengxuan in front of him. What? Yang Zhengxuan was shocked and slashed with another sword, trying to break Lin Ming's fist. It must be said that Yang Zhengxuan's sword speed is very good. If he loses one move, he can immediately prepare the second move. However, in the face of the absolute strength gap, these tiny advantages can be ignored. The shaking true essence burst out, and for a moment Yang Zhengxuan was like a leaf in a storm, with no resistance at all. Puff. Suddenly spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Zhengxuan was knocked away by Lin Ming's punch. His true energy penetrated deep into his internal organs. His internal organs were injured, and his meridians were damaged. Lin Ming took advantage of the victory, and took a step forward, punching out again. He deliberately held back with the first punch in order not to hurt Yang Zhengxuan's life. In this case, he still threw the second punch to show his cruelty, lest some blind children continue to challenge him. Stop! Yang Zhengxuan's master shouted, but he was too late to stop Lin Ming. The second punch hit Yang Zhengxuan's back firmly. With a click, Yang Zhengxuan's bones were shattered, and he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. After this blow, even if Yang Zhengxuan's master used all kinds of top-grade natural materials and treasures to treat him, it would be enough to keep him bedridden for half a year, and it was hard to say whether there would be any sequelae. Lin Ming naturally had no mercy on the guy who wanted to capture him alive in exchange for the divine transformation pill for his breakthrough. If killing him would not cause chaos, he would not mind sending him to death. Seeing his apprentice being beaten like this, Yang Zhengxuan's master was extremely angry. If it were not for the Shura Kingdom branch, he would definitely tear Lin Ming apart. Haha, don't be angry, Master Yan. It is inevitable to get seriously injured when sparring. Next to Liulan sect, an elder of the sect said something sarcastic. This was what Yang Zhengxuan said after seriously injuring his opponent. He returned it to Master Yan intact, because the person who was seriously injured by Yang Zhengxuan was his disciple. Being able to vent his anger, his thoughts were extremely clear. Good. Very good. The voice of the master of Liulan sect was extremely cold. He had already sentenced Mu Qianxue and the so-called Mu Qianxue family to death in his heart. As long as this family did not exceed the 5th rank, he was ready to make the other party pay a heavy price. Is there anyone else who wants to go on stage? Lin Ming stood on the stage and said indifferently. The wooden jade mask on his face concealed all his expressions. The two faint black lines that were bent at strange angles looked like two black venomous snakes, permeated with a strong murderous intent, which made people shudder. No one dared to respond. The other party was a ruthless person, and his strength was extremely strong. If they rashly went on stage, Yang Zhengxuan would be their role model. This situation was within Lin Ming's expectations. He strode to the high stage and walked towards the 300,000 yuan spirit stone. This was the reason why Lin Ming would attack Yang Zhengxuan. He needed to get close to here first. Picking up the thickest brush on the pen holder, Lin Ming's eyes inadvertently glanced at the magic array covering the 300,000 yuan spirit stone. At that moment, the magic array seemed to be decomposed into countless complex runes in Lin Ming's pupils. The eyes of all the warriors present were focused on Lin Ming. The demon envoy of the Shura Kingdom frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The thick brush that was 2 feet long was dipped in ink. Lin Ming wrote as fast as the wind. 3 silver hooks and iron strokes, full of murderous intent, appeared on the paper of the genius list in just a moment. Lin Lan sword. The last vertical stroke of the word sword contained unbridled sharpness and powerful force, just like a real sword, directly cutting the genius list in half. Chapter 799 Robbery. The entire square was silent. Yang Zhengxuan was still lying on the ground bleeding. Several elders of the Liulan sect were still glaring at Lin Ming. Lin Ming wrote so fast that the 3 words appeared almost instantly. Seeing the 3 large words on the genius list that were so powerful that they penetrated the paper and contained a sharp spear intent, all the warriors were stunned. Lin Lanjian. Some warriors' minds were blank for a moment, and at that moment, Lin Ming's right hand flashed with light, and the red spear rushed out like a dragon, stabbing heavily at the weak point of the Yuan Ling Stone protective shield. Piercing rainbow. Energy was stimulated, and with a bang, the protective shield shattered. This loud noise finally made everyone react. The young man with the wooden spirit jade mask was Lin Lanjian, and the red spear he used, and the spear moves he made also proved this. Is he here to mess things up? He actually dared to come to the Shura Kingdom branch to mess things up? Question mark? The demon envoy sitting in the square was furious. The chair he was sitting on broke into pieces. He shot towards Lin Ming like an arrow. Some other warriors from the Shura Kingdom also quickly sealed off the scene and wanted to capture Lin Ming. Although they were far from being Lin Ming's opponent, they could still delay him. In this heavy siege, a delay of a fingertip of time was enough to kill someone. Facing the well-trained reaction of the Shura Kingdom warriors, Lin Ming was completely unaware. He grabbed the box of Yuan Ling stones and stuffed it into his zoomy ring. How dare you? The demon envoy's eyes turned red. He finally understood that Lin Lanjian came to rob today. The Shura Kingdom branch, the 3 demon envoys were all present, and the celebrities and elders of the major forces of the 4 major kingdoms gathered. In this situation, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Langjian dared to openly rob the bounty. The demon envoy felt that Lin Langjian was crazy, and he was courting death. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The Azura demon envoy pulled out a 10-foot long overlord spear from the Zumi ring, grabbed the end of the spear with both hands, and shot Lin Ming with one shot. With his strength ranked 83rd on the destiny list, he could kill Lin Ming, who was ranked at the bottom of the destiny list, instantly. The demon envoy's shot was like a mountain collapsing, and the terrifying energy flow tore the space apart. Lin Ming was hit hard by this shot, and was definitely going to be cut in half. For a Zuundan stage warrior, if he was cut in half, he would not die, as long as he was treated in time. The Azura demon envoy was planning to capture Lin Ming alive and torture him about the inheritance of the demon emperor. Lin Ming watched the demon envoy's shot coming down with his own eyes. The power of this shot far exceeded Lin Ming's burial heaven, and the speed also reached an astonishing level. This was the strength of a top 100 master on the destiny list. A smile appeared on Lin Ming's lips, and energy burst out from his knees, and the gate of shock opened. Breaking through the limits of his body, he reached the ultimate speed in an instant, and then Lin Ming's feet moved together, the space twisted under his feet, and he took a step forward, and Lin Ming's figure disappeared like light smoke. He couldn't face the demon envoy head on, but after opening the gate of shock, Lin Ming could look down on the fate list with his speed alone. Boom. The Azura demon envoy fired a shot on the high platform, and the entire high platform collapsed. The earth and rocks flew, and the warriors who were close to it were directly pushed away by the shockwave, and those with weak cultivation were shocked to spit out blood. At this time, Lin Ming had already appeared 100 feet away. The Azura demon envoy's shot missed, and he was in disbelief. He dodged it. His shot not only reached the extreme speed, but also contained the artistic conception of space, which could twist and lock the space, but it was actually dodged by a late Zuundan warrior. This is not the speed that a Zuundan warrior can have. The strange scene made the Azura demon envoy furious. Stop him. Open the formation. He roared, and the 3 Azura warriors closest to Lin Ming rushed towards Lin Ming. 2 of them were masters of life and death. Die. Lin Ming just spit out a word coldly, without even making a spear move. 3 true energy arrows attached with bronze great war spirits shot out from Lin Ming's mouth, hitting the heads of the 3 Azura warriors. Bang bang bang. With 3 explosions, the heads of the 3 Azura warriors exploded like watermelons, and their brains burst. What? The young heroes present held their breath, and felt their hearts trembling. The 3 Azura warriors, especially the 2 warriors who reached the first level of life and death, were definitely not inferior to them in strength, but in front of Lin Langjian, they were just like ants, and were shot to death by a breath of true energy arrows. In other words, it only took Lin Langjian a breath to kill them, and the reason why he didn't blow Yan Zhengxuan to death was just to hide his strength. This gap was simply too big to describe. For the first time, they deeply experienced the horror of the top genius. It was a power that made people despair at the thought. Arsehole. The Azura demon envoy shouted angrily and rushed towards Lin Ming with his gun. He used his true energy to the extreme and fully opened his energy. Every step he took shook the mountains and rivers. Boom 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 boom. 5 deep footprints appeared in the entire square at the same time. Each footprint was several feet wide, and the rocks were kicked into flight. The warriors on the square were like straws blown by the wind, flying in all directions. The masters of the destiny list only used their body skills. The dark energy and shock waves of the energy could seriously injure warriors with weaker cultivation. Lin Ming listened to the sound of breaking through the air behind him. He didn't need to look to know that the Azura demon envoy had caught up with him. He didn't care. He opened his gates of shock, and, coupled with the strange golden peng breaking the void body skills, his speed rose to the extreme in a short period of time. Swoosh. A long rainbow streaked across the sky, and in an instant it crossed a distance of more than 10 miles, leaving the warriors on the square dumbfounded. Is this the speed that a human can reach? Boom boom. The ceiling array that covered the entire Shura Kingdom branch began to activate, but for Lin Ming, such a large-scale formation was too slow to activate. Moreover, He had already observed the weak points of this giant sealing array before. After all, it was also inherited from the Demon Emperor, and it was extremely easy for Lin Ming to crack it. Piercing the rainbow, a spear was stabbed out, and the sealing array, that had just been activated, and was still extremely weak, was stabbed at the weak point by Lin Ming's spear. With a bang, the sealing array in front of Lin Ming was torn open with a gap several feet wide, and Lin Ming rushed out easily. Bold lunatic. A sharp shout came from somewhere in the Shura Kingdom branch, resounding through the sky like rolling thunder, and the other two demon envoys also took action. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, the Shura Kingdom branch, which was commanded by the three great demon envoys, was actually robbed of 300,000 yuan of spirit stones by Lin Ming. It was a great shame. If this matter were to be spread, the Shura Kingdom would lose face. We must catch up with him. We must get the Demon Emperor's inheritance. After searching his soul, make him into a human stick and hang him on the gate of the Kingdom of God to show the public, to show the prestige of our Shura Kingdom. The prestige of the Kingdom of God cannot be offended. The three great demon envoys were all dressed in black, and their hearts were burning with anger. Even if they could capture Lin Ming today, it would definitely be an indelible stain in their lives. One person fled, and the three chased. They were like meteors across the sky, flying into the distance. On the square, a group of warriors were stunned. Although they had heard the name of Lin Lanjian recently, it was like thunder in their ears. However, seeing is believing. They never dreamed that Lin Lanjian would appear in the Shura Kingdom branch and openly challenge the majesty of the Shura Kingdom. One man and one gun smashed the venue of the Shura Kingdom's heroes gathering, robbed 300,000 yuan of spiritual stones, killed 3 Shura Kingdom masters in seconds, and then retreated unscathed. What kind of courage is this? Facing the pursuit of a large country of gods, Lin Lanjian not only did not hide his identity and live in seclusion in the mountains, but also overturned the Shura Kingdom's Pituitian branch. This Lin Lanjian is so scary. It seems that he is only in his 20s, but he can actually fight against the demon envoy. And he escaped, is at the speed of a human. Even the mountain ceiling formation can't stop him. It's impossible to speculate with common sense. What a monster. The warriors on the square talked about it. Many young heroes were pale. Compared with Lin Lanjian, the gap between them was too big. What should we do? Should we still get involved in this? Some warriors have already begun to retreat. Lin Lanjian is too cruel. He even dares to break into the branch of the Kingdom of God that has 3 demon envoys. Don't be afraid. Lin Lanjian is just fast. His strength is still over 300th on the destiny list. There is no mistake about this. Otherwise, he would not flee without a fight, but would fight the demon envoy. We are united and are not afraid of him. We have many masters on the destiny list. Many of them are ranked above the corpse ghost man, and we have the support of the Shura Divine Kingdom. After Lin Lanjian made a big fuss in the Shura Divine Kingdom branch this time, the bounty will definitely increase to another level. The Shura Divine Kingdom has been humiliated and robbed of 300,000 spirit stones. It will never give up. That being said, I don't think Lin Lanjian can escape. They are being chased by the 3 great demon envoys. Lin Lanjian's outstanding speed may not help him get rid of them. After all, his strength and cultivation are there. Even if he can rely on some secret method or treasure to increase his speed to the level of the 3 great demon envoys in a short period of time, his endurance and true essence condensation will not be able to keep up over time. The 3 great demon envoys are all masters of the 6th level of life. Yes, maybe Lin Lanjian will fall in Mount Picharo today. Although he has amazing cultivation, he is young after all, and he may pay the price for this impulsiveness. While the warriors of the Shura Kingdom branch were discussing, Lin Ming and the 3 great demons had already chased him hundreds of miles away. With the speed of Jingmen and the golden peng breaking the void, Lin Ming produced a sonic boom while flying in the sky. He also used the pair of bat wings left by the corpse ghost. Lin Ming had roughly refined them before. It was a heavenly flying treasure, which could also increase Lin Ming's speed to a certain extent. Adding the 3 together, Lin Ming's speed was faster than the 3 great demons, but he deliberately controlled it, so that the 3 great demons could always follow him. 10 miles behind Lin Ming, the faces of the 3 great demons were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Chapter 800 Incredible Speed. How is it possible for this kid The three great demons were all furious. They originally thought that Lin Ming had achieved such a fast speed through some secret method to stimulate his potential. Such secret methods usually have side effects on the body, and it is absolutely impossible to maintain it for a long time. However, after flying for such a long time, Lin Ming did not show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, he seemed to have spare energy and flew faster and faster. This was too unusual. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles. It was close to 5,000 miles. After flying across the entire Pichou Mountains, Lin Ming's speed did not decrease at all. Damn it, what's going on? The third demon of Shura Kingdom, the middle-aged man ranked 93rd on the destiny list, had to take out a drop of stone milk essence from the Zumi ring and swallow it with some pain. He has flown about 5,000 miles, and he can still hold on. The fourth demon could not hold on any longer. He took out a jade bottle from the Zumi ring, poured out a snow white pill, and swallowed it. Our true essence is almost exhausted. His cultivation is not as good as ours. He can't last longer than us. He can't fly far. The leader was the second demon envoy, who was ranked 83rd on the destiny list. However, the next 6,000 miles, 7,000 miles, Lin Ming was about to fly a distance of 10,000 miles, but he flew faster and faster. The veins on the forehead of the fourth demon envoy popped out. This is impossible. He flew another 2,000 miles. This is called not flying far. The second demon envoy's face was extremely ugly. What secrets did Lin Lanjian have? Why was his escape speed so fast? After another 1,000 miles, the distance was close to 8,000 miles, and Lin Ming was always able to maintain a relatively relaxed state. The flying of a warrior is like the running of an ordinary person. If you run at the maximum speed, you may be exhausted after running 100 meters or 200 meters. But if you run at a medium to high speed of 70% or 80%, you can often maintain this speed and run for thousands of meters. Lin Ming is like this now. He has been flying at 70% to 80% of his speed. It doesn't consume much to fly 8,000 miles. In addition, he opened the Xiu gate, and his recovery ability is far beyond that of ordinary warriors, so the true energy in his danshan is always sufficient. But the three demons following behind are miserable. They always maintain the maximum speed, but they are getting farther and farther behind. The third demon has swallowed the essence of stone milk for the third time. Don't chase. The second demon suddenly stopped. From the beginning, they were only a dozen miles away from Lin Lanjian, but now they are more than 100 miles away. Moreover, they have replenished their true energy several times in a row. No matter how good the medicine for replenishing true energy is, if they continue to take it, it will cause impurities in the true energy and they will not be able to exert their peak combat power. This situation is undoubtedly very dangerous in the Nine Cauldrons Kingdom. This Lin Lanjian either has a top level flight auxiliary treasure, or a special flying secret method, or both. The second demon said in a deep voice. The speed and endurance of the late Zuandin exceed the six-fold life fall, which is really unbelievable. Damn it, why does he have so many good things on him? The fourth demon said angrily. After all the trouble and chasing for so far, they returned empty-handed. Right under their noses, they watched Lin Ming snatch away 300,000 yuan of spirit stones. It was a great shame. They could predict with their toes that the news would spread throughout the martial arts world tomorrow. The four great divine kingdoms and many hidden families would regard them as the laughing stock of the martial arts world. I must capture this kid alive and skin him alive. The third demon said angrily. Thinking of the 300,000 yuan of spirit stones, his intestines were twisted with pain. That was 300,000 yuan of spirit stones, and they were all rare and high quality yuan ling stones. Even he was reluctant to use more of them in his daily cultivation. He would only use a few dozen pieces when he broke through a bottleneck or survived a life-threatening situation. The three of them were to blame for the loss of 300,000 yuan of spirit stones this time. They would definitely be punished by the kingdom of God. Meditate, go back. This time it's not all in vain. At least I remembered the breath pattern of Lin Lanjian. Next time, even if he wears the wood spirit jade mask, I can recognize him. The second demon envoy's face was full of clouds. He landed first and found a secluded place to meditate and regulate his breath. They fled 8,000 miles away. There was no one living here. There was no teleportation array nearby. If they wanted to go back, they had to fly back slowly. Thinking of this, the 3 demon envoys became even more depressed. Their faces were as ugly as they could be. Finally, you're not chasing me anymore? 300 miles away from the 3 demon envoys, Lin Ming's mouth curved. Although the 3 demon envoys were now exhausted, Lin Ming would not challenge them beyond his ability. These 3 people were all 6th level life falling strongmen with strong life fires and the hope of impacting the Sea of Gods. Such people were undoubtedly emperor level geniuses when they were young, and they were the best among them. Even if the other party had only 1 person, Lin Ming would not go back to provoke them. He was not their opponent at all. Pichao Mountain, Shura Kingdom branch, Lin Lanjian was too impulsive. I don't know how he is doing now. It's a pity that Pichao Mountain is completely closed, and we can't catch up. Yeah, it's a pity. We missed a big battle. It's normal to close a mountain. Lin Lanjian's appearance is of great importance. He carries a lot of treasures with him. He is simply a mobile treasure house. Before he is caught, the news must not be leaked. Otherwise, if someone gets their first Shura Kingdom will be in vain. The famous masters of several major sects were still discussing whether today would be the end of Lin Lanjian's road. At this time, 3 men in black strode into the square. The old man in the lead was the head of the Pichao Mountain branch of Shura Kingdom. Shura Kingdom has established dozens of branches in various places on Xianan continent. The head of the branch is called the Hall Master. Because there are many Hall Masters, their status is not very high. However, the Pichuashan branch is an exception. Pichuashan is in charge of the internal affairs of the 9 Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, and is considered one of the largest branches. The branch leader has the strength to be included in the destiny list. Of course, his status is much lower than that of the demon envoy from the Shura Kingdom Divine Palace, Master Satu. Several old men said with a fist. They knew Master Satu because they often came into contact with Pichuashan. Master Sita returned the greeting with a fist. Everyone, please be patient. The demon envoy of my divine kingdom has already gone to hunt down Lin Lanjian. There shouldn't be any accidents. As he spoke, he was thankful that the Pichuashan branch had 3 demon envoys in charge, otherwise he would never be able to deal with Lin Lanjian alone. His strange speed was beyond his reach. As long as Lin Lanjian can be captured, then the responsibility of the 300,000 yuan spirit stone being snatched away in public and the Shura Divine Kingdom's face being damaged will be exempted, and I can even be awarded a great merit. After all, I initiated and hosted this gathering of heroes. Thinking of this, Sita was in a good mood. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.